There any flat earthers in here?
Was someone just talking?
I asked if there are any flat earthers, yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you wanna talk about, the Earth's shape?
Sure,
I
I'm
feel like
down.
a good uh, I think the Earth is a globe. I feel like, since the Artemis launch just happened, I feel like, if you wanna talk about that, like, whether or not you think it was real, if you think a rocket went into space or not.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean,
So do you
give
think
your
we
best
do you think we at
Artemis
least
like clips.
well, I guess, before I, like, start sending you anything, like, what is your thoughts on the Artemis launch? Do you think that we sent anything to orbit? Do you think we got it to space at all? Like, what do you think?
No, I don't think we went into like where they're claiming around the moon or whatever. Um,
So do you think it launched and it, like, crashed a little bit later, or they recovered it?
I don't know. I just saw the video where it launched, and in like 4 seconds. So we're
Did you
trying to
see the
guess
video
like how.
where did you see the video where, like, the top part of it was recovered, like, the capsule?
I kind of saw a little Instagram clip. It kind of like was like in an ocean or something.
Yeah, so it's like, I guess, do you think it's like a Hollywood kinda thing? They, like, had, like, a duplicate capsule that they dropped from, like, a plane or something when they came back?
I don't. It's, could be. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like,
Maybe they like I don't know. Maybe they like flew in like low Earth orbit. I don't know. For how long did they go? 7 days or something?
yeah, I think they're there for a week, like, out in
A
space
week.
for a week.
That's a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 3 days there, 3 days back.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Can I ask you this question? Is this plausible? That there's a couple things. I'm just giving you like random, odd explanations that it could be, but like I can't say it is, right? Um, could it be like they launched and then they landed on like some random location on Earth where like nobody is, right? Like some government facility on an island, right? So no one's gonna track them. And then 7 days later they just like, get dropped off, Hollywood. Or they're not even in the thing, right? And it's just Hollywood from the start and it's just like, a rocket and obviously it crashes somewhere into some random ocean.
Well, I
You
mean,
know, they
can we can agree that, like, there was, like, fucking 400,000 people there or something, like, they saw the astronauts walk into the capsules, there were people there for, like, 12 hours right before the launch. So, I mean, there's, like, all these eyewitnesses that just, like, saw, I mean, can we at
Yeah,
least
no
just
doubt. I mean, like you've also like seen magic shows. They're pretty like it's pretty easy to like oh walk in this
yeah,
door and then oh let's walk out the other door. Oh, they're not there anymore. Like it's just like I'm
yeah,
not
I
saying
mean,
that's what it is. I don't know what it is, but like I disagree that that happened. A lot of people even said like this is what I'm saying. Like I watch a lot of the videos, right? So if you were to give me your best video of Artemis and like its glory, like
I think the video of it, coming back down to Earth is probably one of the better things you can look at. You can see it, like, from all the way out in deep space and, like, you can look at a time lapse of it going from deep space back onto Earth and landing.
cool.
I'm not sure if you've seen that. Do you want me to send you it?
Sure, anything you want. I haven't really looked into it much, so I'm kind of interested. I mean, supposedly this is the first time that humans have been around the moon.
Would that, like, do anything to help prove it to you if I send you a video of, like, the capsule in, like, deep space and then it's like
No,
it
not at
goes all
all. But I mean, it'll look. I'm always curious what it's gonna look like.
alright, just give me 1 second. I'll look for it. Alright, I just sent the video. Oh, I was talking to this guy at the Artemis launch. I just sent the video of like it in space, like landing back down. You have to start it from the 16-minute mark, like around there. That's when you can actually see stuff. If you go to like the 1640 timestamp, you can see like a pretty uh, clear picture of like the curve of the Earth, and the camera is actually not a GoPro. I'm pretty sure it's from their iPhone.
Okay, I'm looking. Give me a second.
But I think that's kind of the coolest part about it all is like we haven't had like a recent Americans like launch into space, and we have like these astronauts with like iPhones and fucking like easy access to talk to us, and then it just they have so many videos and pictures and whatnot. Like I feel like that should be enough to kind of push you over the edge and be like, okay, they probably did go to space.
Okay, I'm watching. So which part? Like, so I see they're in space, right? At like
The
16.
1640 is like where you can see like a clear curve of the Earth,
Totally. I see that. Okay. And
and
then
it's like
and then
if
it
you
just and then it goes to a launch room, right? Where they're like, T minus blah blah blah. They're doing some stuff. And I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit. And then it goes to visualization.
yeah, there's like the blackout zone when they're like going, I don't know how fast, but they're like fucking burning up almost. That's when they lose connection with them.
Oh, so just like the speed of like how fast they're going, like the Wi-Fi can't keep up or whatever is like connecting them.
Yeah, it's like I think it's with the heat of it. I think that's what's like causing the issue. I don't think it's how fast it is.
Oh, okay, so the heat of how fast they're going due
Well,
to
they're burning up in the atmosphere, I guess.
okay. Um, doesn't doesn't Earth has like what is it called? The Van Allen belt?
Yeah, the Van Allen belt is like the big misconception about it is it's like this big block of radiation. It's like this big, huge, like uninterrupted segment of radiation that we have to go through. What it really is, it's like a super fragmented. You can see like the radiation maps of the like deep space of like the area or the path that we went through. Like we're going through like slivers of radiation at a time, and they're going so quick it doesn't affect them whatsoever. Like the thing with radiation is exposure, right? You have to be exposed to like it directly for like at all, or like for a prolonged period of time in order to like get affected by it. And when you're going through the Van Allen belts, it's just way too quick and way too like small slivers of radiation that you're going through.
Oh, so it's just a misconception the whole time. The Van Allen belt isn't really that tough.
Well, I mean, I welcome you to go. Like, you should do your research into like I guess like the experiments that we've done to like prove what the Van Allen belt is, like and how it was found in the first place at all.
Yeah, no,
'Cause-
cool. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
back to the video.
Okay.
Um, we have this visualization due to the temperature being too high. The Wi-Fi cuts out. All right, we're gonna keep on going. I'm gonna keep going. All of a sudden, like there's a weird, like wonky feed. Connection reestablished. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward to that. Now it's like kind of gray. It's like black
Yeah,
and
I
white.
think
The
that's
video.
the.
Oh, it
Uh,
turned to real. Okay, right. Turned to real life. Now it's like an object falling from the sky. Damn, they're tracking that. This guy that's following this thing got that scope on lock. All right, it's flying through this blue. Was this at nighttime or is it's so high that like there's not a lot of light?
it's got to be at nighttime. pretty sure it was at least. I don't know. It was nighttime when I was watching it. It might have been like
Oh,
some other
so
part of the world. I don't know.
did you watch this whole thing, or
I watched like the landing
so how like the whole thing, like from
from like
like
space to like landing. It was like 15 minutes probably.
okay, fallen, watching it fall.
But they keep the still camera on it, and then they like show the
Oh
astronauts all come
damn,
down to
damn.
it.
So like all of a sudden, a parachute falls. It disconnects the parachute. Another parachute falls,
Yeah,
and then more parachutes. Damn. Ha- Oh, touchdown the water. Boom. Oh no, the vessels are coming. All right, all right. All these, the artillery's coming. Everybody's coming. Damn, the thing's not hot. Didn't they explained? Give me the explanation on why this thing's not like super hot.
I can't give you like the science of the material. I know there is like a fucking NASA grade material that it like burns up with the atmosphere, and there's like layers of it. So it's like one layer detaches after it's used up, and then another layer's on, and then it's like a big segment of the layers of it.
And it's just like some crazy like fire retardant like um
I mean, yeah. Honestly,
is that a skull? Is that a freaking skull in the thing? It looks like a skull. Tripping. I don't know, dude. That's some
is it like
if
too sketchy?
NASA has that stuff, bro. That they're going 50, it said they're going 25,000 miles per hours, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's fucking hot.
And
That's
then
hot.
okay,
But storing temperature, like it's not.
how did they
Like,
slow? So they're going. I'm gonna let me go back. Okay, that's kind of I'm because now like my brain is turning like so
yeah.
I'm just gonna ignore them getting out. I'll go back to them getting out later. I'm gonna go back to the video.
So like the reason that
So,
they deploy like the first parachutes and then like completely drop them is because like they're
oh,
going
there was like a
faster.
bunch of sets. I know there was like a bunch of sets of parachutes. I saw like a bunch.
Yeah,
Um,
but like when
so
they're coming through the atmosphere, they're going faster than like their normal terminal velocity is on Earth.
yeah,
So
no,
they have to like
here
slow themselves
here's
down
my
and then drop
question.
it.
Here's my question. So that thing, right? It was like a little tube. That's what they like ejected back into.
A little tube, but I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, so that thing that touched down on the water, right? It looked like a little vessel, right? A
Yeah,
little
yeah, that
like
little like cone looking thing.
yeah, we'll call it like a little Tamagotchi, a little figure, right? They're
Yeah.
in the egg. They're in this egg, and there's a thruster behind the egg, or I think I don't know. Is there? No, they're just like So what happened? They just detached from the thing in the rocket. They detached from it, or what? Or is this the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
rocket?
Yeah, yeah. So like have you ever played Kerbal Space Program or anything like that?
No, but I'm assuming
But
like
it's
a
the rockets
little
go in
mini
like segments.
pod.
Like you like detach.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
detaches. Yeah,
You have
yeah.
like
Okay,
the
I get it.
huge
I get it.
giant thrusters for all you're on Earth, and you detach them when you get into space because you don't need big ones in space.
So here's my question. Okay,
Shoot.
it's like 14,000 miles per hour. They're going okay, 25,000 miles per hour.
Hmm.
Uh, and then within a matter of like trying to count. Holy crap! It just decelerates to like 14,000 miles per hour in like less than like 30 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, because the reason they're going so quick is because of the atmosphere, right? Like
Well,
they're,
it
I
just
guess,
glitched.
because they're in
No, it
space.
just yeah, but it just glitched. It just like it went from like 25,000 miles per hour, and then the visualization just all of a sudden in the next second just said like 14,000 miles per hour. And then let's see how many miles. Did it change miles? I don't even. Oh, it's just updated. Okay, I kind of get it. It's just a glitch in the update. But how is it decelerating? Do you know the like technology behind that?
Well, I mean, I know that like when it's in space and it's coming back down from the atmosphere, it's going way quicker than it would be like just free falling on Earth. So they like have the huge parachute to slow it down from its like atmospheric like speed, and then they just I mean, it's just parachutes after that. I think it's pretty, like, self-explanatory how those work.
I don't think like, you know, that little pod, right? It was like the size of like, I don't know, a
It's like a
bus, a
van.
couple buses, like a
No,
couple short
it's like a
buses,
van.
an
It's like a
RV.
van size.
I think a van size, like two vans, maybe three vans,
It's
like merged
it's
each
definitely
other.
not 3 vans. It's like about a van.
Okay,
A
two
van's
vans,
good,
like just
that's
merged
it's
together, a big van.
we can make a hypothetical about a rocket with 2 van size capsule thing, but that one was
Yeah.
definitely not 2 vans, bro. That thing
Okay,
was like
it's a big
a car.
van. We'll call it the biggest van there is.
Okay, alright.
And essentially, I, I don't know, man. It's coming down so quick at 25,000 miles per hour, and then it goes to 14. I just don't think like a
I mean,
parachute
it's
is
hundreds of
gonna
years of
stop an
technology,
object
yeah.
going like
I mean,
5,000 miles per hour. Like how when people are skydiving, right? Like or like
yeah,
when like machinery is being fucking thrown out of helicopters, right? In Black Op missions, right?
okay.
Crates. How fast are they accelerating down like with the parachute, you know?
Well, you know what terminal velocity is, right? Have you heard that term?
No.
It's like how fast you can go on Earth, like just with gravity, right? So like every object has its terminal velocity, and that's as fast as it can go. So I mean, it's really like think about skydivers. That's a good example. Like you're literally every time a skydiver deploys their parachute, they're losing like 80% of their 90% of their speed right as they're deploying that parachute. It's like a similar principle
Yeah,
with
but
the.
like
It's just a
if
much
something
larger
I just
scale with
can't
the.
see I literally just can't see something going from like 25,000 miles per hour down to like the speed of like nothing just due to
I mean,
parachutes.
it's kind
That
of
just
insane to
sounds
think
like
about, but
retarded.
it's hundreds
Like,
of
do you know
years.
how fast 25,000 miles per hour is? That's like egregious.
Yeah, if you're like
How
thinking about the
fast does a
skydiver
bullet
though,
go? Let me
if you
just see
think
how
about
fast is a bullet. Let me uh bullet speed. I don't know. Fuck. Brother, a fucking 9 millimeter goes like 800 miles per hour.
it's hard to like visualize. I know.
That's like 25 of them. That's
25 times.
25. That's like the no, dude. That's that doesn't make sense at all.
Well, if they were
And then
faking
they're
it,
stopping. They're
also
coming
think about it like
somehow just
this:
coming into the earth and it just
if they were
stops.
faking it, why would they fake the speed to be that high? Like they wouldn't really need to do that, you know? Like I think that's one of the things that like it's
Yeah,
kind of
well, I
doesn't make
just think
sense there.
it matches their it literally matches their like hunky dory like math, right? They if they have to have the speed because it
Well,
matches
I
like
mean,
the
come on,
math that they do.
do you understand their hunky dory math? I think their hunky dory math is like much more like complex than you're giving it. I think there's a lot more grounding to it than me or you understands,
I mean, like they apparently can determine the distance to the sun. They light. They
right?
know distances to stars and other
How do you think we
planets.
figured out the distance to the sun?
You tell me.
Well, do you think we put satellites in space? Maybe that's a better question.
What does it have to do? Just like don't ask me
Okay, well,
questions and like try to make me look dumb. Just like because I
I'm
am
not trying to
dumb.
make you look dumb.
I'm
I
gonna no,
genuinely.
I'm not trying to like diss you. I'm just saying I am dumb in the first place. So like
All right,
if you want to
I hear you.
if you
Well,
want to speed this up and just explain your like train of thought, it'll go a lot
uh,
faster.
all right. Well, real quick, I'm not trying to be a dick. I mean, you don't think that we went
No,
to the
no
moon or
problem. No,
space
I'm
or
just like,
anything, so
yeah,
I'm asking that just to
pre-warning.
like, 'cause I genuinely don't know. But satellites going into space is like kind of the single how we proved how we knew the distance of the sun. I don't know if we knew it before actually, but either way, sending a satellite into space is like kind of like the best way that we could have proved it. If you like think about like say you have an object like let's say it's 1,000 feet in front of you, right? And you walk like another 30 feet in front of you, right? The object's gonna appear like a tiny bit closer, right?
Yeah.
You you're with me still?
Okay.
Okay, okay. So
Okay.
if
I'll
you
just go
just
along
use
with
that
your thought.
same
Yeah, yeah.
if you use that like same formula, right? It's to scale, right? It's like the how far it appears away and how long of a distance you traveled, right? And so like
How
you
far
can
it appears away.
that's
So
that,
like
and
from a
that's like a
saddle. So
super
like
that's like a rudimentary like you're not gonna get a precise like a down to the mile number from that, but just like that's a rudimentary way that us just sending something into space, us just sending something into orbit. If you can agree with that, then you should agree with the logic of how we know how far the sun is.
okay, timeout. So I'm on the ground
Yeah.
and there's a satellite in space, right?
Okay.
What's your like way of determining how far away that light in the sky is, or the satellite?
So without the satellite, like we would only have like the one picture from this one viewpoint of Earth, right? But if we have like a whole other viewpoint, if we have like a whole other perspective to look at now, we can compare them and just can say, okay, we went this far away from Earth, right? We have a satellite this far up in the orbit, and the sun
But how
is
do you
this
know
much
it's up there
closer.
in the first place? Or are you taking it from the satellite to the Earth? I'm kind of confused.
No, what do you mean taking the sun? No, no, no.
Where are we taking the measurements from? Just like start from point A to point B.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Yeah, but where are these measurements being taken from?
Like from Earth and then from the satellite.
Okay, from Earth, and
Yeah.
then but
So if you can agree that we have the satellite, right? Like you can understand. I'm trying to make like the logic I'm like using here
okay,
like
so we
as
know how far the
simple as
satellite is
possible.
up there. Is
If
that
we
what you're
put a
saying?
satellite, yeah, of course. If we put a satellite into space, I mean, surely you have like an iPhone, like you understand like there's like Find My iPhone, like we understand how far two like devices are away from each other, right? You if
Mm,
you can agree that we have a satellite in space, you should like an
I
extension
know
of that
there like
logic.
yeah, there are satellites in space. There's things like
Right.
in space
Okay.
and
And
like
another
there, but like
a whole other thing is like I guess we maybe I don't know if you'd grant me this actually, but we can tell how hot it is like on Earth compared to like going closer to the sun, right? So we can like use that to scale. But if you're gonna say like, oh, we don't know how hot the sun's surface is, then I'm like, okay, maybe I can't use that example. But the distance is kind of the best thing I can use, right? That gives us like at least a rudimentary understanding of how far away it is.
no, it doesn't. How 96 million miles?
Do you understand the example I set up like at all, or can I like maybe say it a different way?
Yeah, but like why don't I just say it's 63 million miles? Let's just how about that? Does that work? Why is it 93 million? I want to know like the exact reason.
I don't have the answer for like the exact how we have the exact number of miles. I'm not very sure. I know how we have like the down to like the 100,000th mile, something like that, right? Because we can use like the how much of the sun is taking up like the perspective, right? And we can see like how much closer we go to it is like that's how much bigger the sun gets, right? Until it would take up like all of our vision, and that would be like a way you can measure how far something is with only like two perspectives. Does that make sense?
Mm, no, I still don't get how it's 96 million
Okay, so
at
like
all.
okay, already told you I can't like give you the justification for how we have like exactly this. It's 96 million, not 95, not 94, 96. I'm not very sure. I know how we can get that 90 million, like around the mid 90 million range. I can tell you how we got there.
How?
Okay, so if you're standing, like think of this hypothetical. If you're standing right in front of like a
Well, I
red
don't want a
ball, say.
hypothetical. No, 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 no. I
Well,
don't want to. I
I
want
know
a real example.
this is gonna help you understand like how the satellite example I
I
gave
don't want
from
to
like
understand. I want to like
you don't
get
want to
the
understand.
exact thing. Like who did this and like what did they do?
Okay, I'm gonna hopefully answer that question. Could you just let me talk for like 20 seconds? It's not gonna. I promise you, it has to do
All
with what we're
right,
talking
all
about.
right. It won't hurt me.
If you were like standing in front of like a red ball, right? You were right in front of it. You were at the red ball, like an inch away. Let's say
Uh,
the red ball is gonna take up 100% of your vision, right? Let's say you're standing like eye to eye with the red ball. You're with me still? You'd agree with that?
yeah, it's perspective.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So if you go like 1,000 feet away from the red ball, right, and you don't know how far it is, you can say, okay, let's have another person go like 10 feet in front of me, and however much more of the ball is taking up their perspective, we can like use that with how far they went, right? To see like how much
Uh,
more we would have to walk in
I
order
don't
to
get it.
have
You
it go
said
in all
like
of our
you go a
perspective.
thousand feet in front of you, but you don't know where the ball is, or like someone else goes 1,000 feet. Just like or
No, no, no,
someone
no.
goes a random distance.
You're 1,000 feet away from the red ball, and you have like your friend go
Okay.
10 feet in front of you, right? Now you have two separate perspectives, and you can say, okay, you walked 10 feet, you walked this amount forward, and the red ball got this amount bigger, right? And you can say how much more would I need to walk forward in order for the red ball to take up all of my vision. That's the same kind of thing we can do with satellites and the sun. We can say, okay, the sun is this far away. We can see the sun in this little like size from Earth. We sent the satellite in space, and it became this little size bigger. We can use like that same rudimentary formula I just gave on like an estimate on how far it is, right?
Okay. So
Do
like,
you, do you
what
agree with that
satellite from
logic?
space? What satellite from space are they doing this from?
I mean, I imagine it's like not like that exact experiment wasn't like done. I
So
can't like name. I
everything you
can't like
just
name.
said was not nothing, not even
Well, if you can,
relevant to what they
if you
did.
can agree with that logic, then you should like, It's not like satellites are like secretive, right? They
No, but like I want you're telling me a story, right? And like I'm cool with your story, right? But
Oh, well,
like
thank you.
then you're trying to say like the story
Well,
goes to the sun, right? And I'm like, okay, I agree with
on
you,
my
but like, can you
journey.
show me like what NASA did, like to align with what you're saying? If
I
that
guess
makes
I can
sense.
look for like a NASA article on how they know how far the sun is, if that would help.
Oh, no, I don't. If you didn't know, then it's
Well,
fine.
the thing
Like
is like I mean, if it's just that one Google search you need from me, like it's just like how does NASA calculate the sun's distance, right? I can give it to
no,
you, and
like I just I don't
they
want to
probably have
talk
like
to
so
like
much more of
Google,
a
right? I want to
sophisticated
talk
way
to
to
you.
prove it, right? And that's down to like the millionth mile, right? But I'm
Yeah, no
giving you like
doubt.
a
Like, but
if
I
you
I
can
I
agree
don't
that
I don't
people
want
went
to
to
talk to Google, right? I want to talk to you. So like, if you don't have the answer from top of your head, like, and you have to go like, oh,
well,
like
I kind of
let me
thought
look it
the
up.
thing here was like you hear all of NASA's like scientific explanations for these things and you reject them, right? So I'm trying to give you like an alternate perspective, like one that you might be able to
I
understand.
don't. I'm not rejecting anything. I want to
Okay,
hear
so if
the
I do
like
the
the meat
if
potatoes.
I search up like the mathematical explanation for the like calculations we did, how far the sun is, you'd grant it all. You'd be like, okay, they must be smarter than me. They must have figured this out before me.
No, not at all. I just then I would have like the knowledge of what they did. Like I've definitely heard this like before, like probably hundreds of times, but like it's just never stank in my brain, so I can't like rebut it or like visualize it. So if you can like refresh my brain, that'd be great.
Okay,
If you want to go
so
down this route,
I
if
just looked
not,
up.
we can go down a different route. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because I don't
can't say
really.
if this is from NASA. I'm not really sure what this is from, but like the quick like overview of it is saying that the distance to the sun is 1 astronomical unit or 149 million kilometers, and it's measured using radar reflections off of planets like Venus, triangulation techniques, like finding the parallax of something. I'm not sure if you know what that is. Kepler's laws of planetary motion, modern, highly precise measurements use radio waves to calculate travel time between Earth and other solar system bodies. So, like, if I sent you like a proof of them using radio waves and like showing how far it reflected back, would you like deem that irrefutable, or would you just say that they're lying about like a this? You said it was like pseudoscience or whatever.
They're they're sending radio waves 96 million miles away.
Uh, yeah, I mean you can send like radio waves very far. That's how we communicate with satellites, or that's how we did like a long time ago. I don't know if we still do.
You understand how far 96 million miles is though, compared to like satellites.
Yeah, like when you think about it, like physically, like when you think about like a physical object going that far away, it sounds like ridiculous. But then radio waves and like these like electromagnetic frequencies that we don't have the ability to like sense at all, they are like they completely defy like our understanding of physics, really, right? Imagine showing like a fucking radio to like a caveman. He'd think that you're like a magic magician or magic fucking wizard.
What's going on here? This is silly. What are you guys talking about?
Like how far the sun is.
Yeah, they bounced radio waves off a black body.
And they claim they got like 1 or 2 photons back. It's ridiculous. It's completely imaginary.
And
What do you think
if
about
you
like the
sort,
mirrors on the moon that like you can shine the laser on the mirror and then it reflects back to you? Have you guys heard of that?
yeah, we know what retroreflectors are.
Yeah, but like the stories like Neil Armstrong and forget the other Buzz Aldrin like put the reflector on the moon and you can like shine it right at the landing location and it reflects back at you. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, that's awesome, but nobody can do that themselves because the equipment needed costs several millions of dollars.
No, there's YouTube videos of people doing it. I'll send you one.
No, they're not.
Well, if I show you
They're
one, are
not
you gonna?
doing it with their own equipment. You need high-powered lasers and a good telescope, and you're looking at least $1 million worth of equipment.
So if I send you a
Nothing.
video of a guy like reflecting it with like definitely not $1 million of equipment, will it change your
And
mind?
there's no way he detected it because
There's
they
no
only
way.
get a few photons back. And have equipment that sensitive, extremely expensive.
Okay, I guess I can send you this. Oh, I sent it twice. There you go. I got another one too here. It's a short. It might be better for like attention span purposes.
Where are they?
Like, where are they on the moon? Is that what you're asking?
I mean,
Yeah, like
even acknowledging that somebody went to the moon is just insane. You know, they can't control 10 to the negative 10 to the negative 11 torr with what they claim 10 psi hyperoxygenated internal air pressure. It's insanity. They're not doing that.
What's the reason they lie about it?
Why do liars lie? I mean, there's speculations as to why they're lying, but
Well, like, I know why, like, my dickhead friend in middle school would like lie because he wanted to like boost his ego, but like, why would they spend like billions and billions of dollars to boost this? Like, what was the point?
you know, there's numerous reasons. I'm not going to get into that, but
Can I have one of them?
the claims of how they're controlling these pressures are impossible. And look at the structures they had, and using aluminum alloys, uh, you know, rubber gaskets, stuff you can't control vacuums with. It's just hogwash. I mean, acknowledging the moon landing is just foolishness.
Yeah, just cold welding alone would destroy the space program.
That short you posted tells you nothing, and they even said it's even grammatically incorrect at the top. You can sent. Yeah,
Sorry,
come on, bro.
I didn't make the video, man. Sorry.
I
see,
mean,
this
you
is the
didn't watch
part
it
that's kind of
either.
like
I
this is the
did
part that's
watch
kind of
it.
pissing me off.
I
Like
didn't notice the
you're
title
coming
was
up with
like,
this information, but then you're googling stuff that you've never watched before.
because you asked me for a video. You asked me if like a
Yeah, I
video.
know,
But
but
it
like
doesn't tell you
I
anything.
don't
It
want to
just
talk
says
to
you
Google.
can. It doesn't even tell you how. Or
It does.
Like
just
I
it
I'm
doesn't.
starting
literally
to,
like
I'm starting to think you didn't watch it.
Shimmy, hold on, just that time. I literally said earlier, if you don't have the information present, then like don't present it as if like it's out there, because that's kind of, I don't want to talk to Google. I can, if I wanted to talk to Google, I could do what you're doing, right? But like I want some knowledge that you actually know, so we can have like a genuine conversation, right? Of like two people that like what the knowledge in their heads they have, right, to figure something out.
Well, I mean, hopefully you're looking up like anything after a conversation either way, even if the person like sounds like
Yeah, no, 100%. But like,
organized.
I'm not like for the first time in my life sending a video that like I've never seen before to somebody trying to prove my point. That's like kind of
Well, I'm not
disingenuous.
forcing you to watch it. It's like a, the things I'm saying aren't like one-off takes,
No,
right?
that
There's
short
like,
just makes the claim that you're making. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't give details. It's just like, you can shoot laser beams at the moon. They lift retro reflectors up there. Learn about your cosmos. And then it ends. Like, that's it. It's just a few fancy AI videos, and that's it. It finishes. Like, it doesn't give you any details.
how do you know the videos are AI?
I just watch it, man. It's all like
I watch it as
the
well.
imagery.
And I've been watching it all the through.
The
None of it's AI.
cartoons shows a big giant beam coming out of the earth, like like a giant Death Star. Yeah.
Anyway, so we went to the space rockets, to how far away the sun is. And you're
Well,
trying
you
to
asked about
prove you're trying to prove, okay, let's just
you asked
bring it
about the
back
sun.
to the like
I didn't.
main
I didn't.
point why you
I
came here.
didn't
Hold on,
pivot to the
I'm
sun
talking.
being far away.
Let's
That
just
was
bring
you.
it back to the main point of why you came here, right? Because we want to discuss the shape of what we're standing on, correct?
Yeah. I mean, I brought up the Apollo first. I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
no
that's like
problem. Because there's a
overarching
couple
idea.
people in this room who are like, and I agree with them. So let's go back to the shape of the Earth. So
Are you gonna
we're
give me the
standing on.
equation? You're gonna give me the equation for like the, how far you can see in the curvature.
No, you're trying to prove your globe. I mean, if you want to prove something else, but if you want to go to the sky again, you're more than welcome to. But
Well, I'd just rather stay on the like Artemis launch because I feel like it's new. It's fun
oh,
to talk about. But we can pivot to the
Alright.
original flat Earth, the OG argument of like the equation you do to figure
No,
out.
I know. It seems like you know it. You know it. So like, if you don't want to go there, we can talk about Artemis because like it's new.
Well, it's
And
gonna lead to the same kind of conclusion. It's gonna be me saying, "Oh, well, the light's refracting," and it's gonna be like, "I don't know how that works, so it's not real." And it's just that's all it is. So it's kind of pointless. I'd rather just talk about the Artemis launch.
no,
If that's
you
not what
realize
your
that
response
like
is gonna be, I mean, what do you think
I
about
know,
like
I
if
know. It's just like for us, for our like sanity, like we Artemis as like the main bee's knees of why the Earth is a globe is kind of weak in my opinion.
okay, then
It's pure.
I'll grant
There's
it
your
to you. We
there's
can
your
find a
Artemis.
different topic. What about the ship sailing into the sea? Like, have you seen the video? The videos of like the ship going into the horizon.
No, you should show me. I'm
You
down.
don't know what I'll stream it to you.
I know what you're
But I
talking
mean,
about, but I want to see
oh,
which one you post. I'm always down for new ones.
okay. Well, I mean, I think there's only a few of them.
Show me your bestest one.
All right. Oh, I can't stream. I'll send this clip.
Okay.
Why'd you send me thoughts? What are my thoughts to the picture? I like the reel I sent too, or the YouTube short I sent because
The short proof of
yeah,
Earth's
because
curvature.
the music is
Ship.
epic in the background.
That's okay. 50% of the music.
Well, no, I just like that's something I particularly like
Alright.
about it.
We'll give it 10%. Okay.
But I
So
believe
it's
this is like exactly how the Romans found out the Earth was round. To like
So
all
you'll
the
notice, right, in that footage, right, just within the first couple of seconds, you'll notice as it's seemingly getting further away, parts of its detailing at the bottom disappear before it's even disappeared behind the horizon. Are you going to tell me that it's gone over the horizon? That I can't see the bottom, like port parts or whatever they are. Like there's
what
these
parts
like. So let's see. Right, I'll show you.
You're talking
Okay,
about like the flickering,
I'll
like
screenshot it. I'll screenshot it.
okay.
All right. Hang
Yeah, I'm
on.
not sure.
Let me go back a bit. Hang on. Let me pause it. All right, we got that one. All right, need to get it. All right, that's that. Right. There. All right. And then you see them fade out, right? Hang on.
I haven't seen anything yet.
All right, there.
Are you sending it in side chat?
Oh, hang on. Ah, yes. No. Oh, for freak's sake, what's going on here? All right, I'll post the screenshots, right? So you got it looking like this. And then it looks like this. And then it looks like this. Now you'll see that right before you can't see those rectangular detail, like those rectangular spots anymore. They just
Oh
fade
yeah,
out.
yeah. I hear you.
They
You're
just
talking about like the
fade out.
flickering.
Why do they
You're talking
fade out? Where did they go?
You're talking about like
They didn't go.
the black.
They didn't go below the horizon. They're still above the horizon.
All right, let's try to talk like reasonably to each other. Don't like figure eight. I'm just trying to make sure I'm like referencing what you are. You're talking about like the black little rectangles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely not over the horizon. It looks like it's like like the flicker speed is a glitch. It looks like. I think those are windows, and so
No,
it's
they
like
don't come back. They're gone now. After that point,
forever.
they don't reappear.
Really?
yeah. Those look like windows. I think what it is you're looking at like it gets a certain like point away, and then it just starts reflecting like all the light. But it makes sense why that would be like the only thing flickering, right?
Where
The
did
whole.
they go?
I'm trying to explain. Like the windows look like they're blending in with like the white. I don't know what that is. The hole, I guess, because like
Yeah,
We
they
know
just
that.
fade out. They just fade out.
Yeah, I mean it's like a similar kind of effect whenever the ship, like if you watch the rest of the video, like any part of the ship that comes close to the sea level, it kind of like does a little bit shaky like that. I think that's just got to do with like how the cameras.
Shaky?
Yeah, it's like kind of blurry a little bit on the sea level line and like shaky.
What are you talking about? See,
Like a
like what
mirage?
Platter's posted there, right? Why aren't they still there in the next image? They're there, then they're not there. They should be still
Yeah,
visible.
those look like windows, right?
Yeah, where'd they go?
It looks like they're just like reflecting the light now. It looks like they went so far away that all you can see is like the reflection in it now.
Reflecting the light.
I don't really know. That would be my best guess, but it makes sense why the windows would like. It's not like the whole entire ship is like glitching or anything. It would make sense why the windows and like the shutter speed would like have to do with messing with it.
I don't get it, man. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say I don't think that really disproves that much about the video. I think you can kind of like write that off as like a camera quality, like the quality of the camera kind of glitching when it goes that far away, because it doesn't do that at all when it's
All
like
right.
close. When it's close
Like
to
that.
the.
All right. So what should I be focusing on then?
Just like the totality of the ship, not like hyper focusing on like the small little windows and stuff.
But that's the part closest to the water.
Well, I guess it's like the detail closest to the water, right? But the ship's shape proportionate to the water. That's what the video is for, is to show like how the ship it kind of crops away from the bottom up as it goes down the Earth's curvature. So I mean,
So you don't
if you're willing
you
to
don't
be give me a little grace about the windows, it makes sense why it would only start.
give me
It
a
would
bit of
make sense why it would
grace.
only start glitching like right at the end of the video, or not the end, but like when it gets really far away, right at the beginning.
Do
It's
you
not
see any
glitching.
miraging going on there?
I don't really see what the point of that would be, like to edit that in, to like edit the windows glitching.
No, I'm saying, do you see any miraging? Any miraging effects?
Like a mirror? I don't think so. No.
Yes, there most definitely is. Actually, I think you could pinpoint where the reflection, the is it superior mirage effect is taking place, and you could pinpoint the line where the horizon. The line will be above the horizon, so that below that part of the section of the ship, it's going to appear like it's a double image. So where you're assuming that it's the ship continuing on towards the horizon, it's actually just part of the ship's reflection.
I'm
It's
confused.
like
Are you saying that
miraging.
since the ship is disappearing from the bottom, are you saying that's actually the reflection that's making it disappear?
No, I'm saying that there's miraging effects taking place where you know that there's something called sinking refraction too, where an object apparently near or on the horizon, right, can seemingly be below it when it's not actually. Right.
That's because it's
So how do you know
far
that's
away.
not taking place there then? But
Well, no,
also
that's
with the
because
mirage, with that I'm not sure if it's a superior or inferior. I can't remember right now. But okay, so you see that it looks like the ship extends all the way down to the horizon, the apparent horizon, right?
like it's touching the horizon. I don't know what you're
Right.
saying.
Yeah. It's not. So the ship's
Is it
actually
floating?
sitting slightly above that apparent horizon, and it's sitting on water that is reflecting the sky beyond a certain point, and it looks like the ship is reflected onto the water, and then beyond that point, it's reflecting and meeting the apparent horizon, but it's not actually. And as it gets further, that diminishes, so it looks like the ship's going down, and then it looks like there's some compression effects taking place as well
I don't
with
really understand what you just
with
said. I heard you
distance.
say that you think the ship is higher, but that like it doesn't make sense because if it was higher, it would
Yeah, it
probably like
is. It's
not crop
higher.
away.
It's actually It's actually higher than what you're assuming it is. You're thinking that that's the actual ship sitting on the horizon, right, touching the horizon, but it's the reflection of the ship touching the horizon.
But why would that make sense? If
You can
something's going up, why would it
you
go
can see
down?
it because that's because when you know that those little rectangular details, right? When they meet the point where the total internal reflection is happening, they disappear because the light's being redirected and not reaching the camera's sensor, right? Making it appear like it's disappeared, right? You can actually you can draw the line where the miraging is taking place, right? And there's some mirroring going on, right? So right here, like this one, right? Hang on. I didn't want it to unpause.
I'm kind
Right,
of
I
lost.
can
You
show
finished
you
monologuing,
exactly what
and
I'm talking about.
I'm
Hang on,
really
just
interested in
let me get it to where it was. Stupid thing. And it's about.
Well, I
Oh,
guess if I
frick's
was
sake! This is
cognitively
so
dissonant, I
freaking
probably would be
hard to
lost too.
catch
So
it
that'd probably be the
with
same
this
thing.
stupid video.
But it just seems like a lot of word salad, right? I think the globe explanation holds a lot more merit. I think it kind of
No,
explains
it
how the.
doesn't.
Do you
Look,
think
the
it was a
globe
coincidence?
explanation is sinking refraction, bro.
Do you think
That's
it
the
was a
globe
coincidence?
explanation. How do you know it's not sinking refraction?
I'll answer you, but I just want to get this thought out real quick. Do you think it's this question out? Do you think it's a coincidence that the Romans discovered the Earth was round through this exact method, and then we discovered the Earth was round through like a
No, they
plethora of
didn't
other methods?
discover it. That doesn't tell you anything about the Earth's form.
Well, do you think
Looking
that the
at that, because what you see is the apparent bottom-up disappearance of an object with distance over a flat line.
I hear you. I hear you.
That does not indicate sphericity to you, right? That indicates an apparent effect taking place with distance objects through the air, through the medium of air, where light is getting disturbed, right, severely, causing these sorts of miraging effects to take place, right? It does not. There's no curvature apparent there. Why would you jump to the conclusion that it's actually gone over a curve when you don't see any curve? It just looks flat.
Well, I think the fact that you're saying like why would you come to that conclusion shows me that you're being a little bit dishonest here. Because if you think about it on a smaller scale, like on a ball, if you had like a tiny little stick figure on a ball and you had like a ship going over the ball, it would look exactly like this, right? You can completely
Yeah, and
understand
so would a
the
cylinder.
yeah. So I mean, I think the fact that you're sitting there like, oh, how could you ever think this? I mean, this is exactly like what it would look like in a scale we could
Yeah,
understand, right?
so
Like
would
a
a
small
cylinder.
ball.
So would a ramp. That thing doesn't look like it's tipping over, right?
Okay, but real quick,
Changing
I
angle.
wanted to ask this question. You kept kind of
It is
going through it.
not apparent that it's going over curve.
So the Romans used the same method to figure out that the Earth is round, or at least they
Did
thought that.
they? Which one? Name one.
I'll look up who like founded the idea.
Yeah, I want to see his written account of watching a ship disappear over the horizon, it appearing to disappear bottom up, and him concluding that's because the Earth is a sphere. I want to see his measurements of it. What was the unit of measure he used, and what was his methodology by which he was able to view that and get a size of the Earth?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so the first like ancient Greek philosopher who I guess it was Pythagoras who'd saying, but they used like lunar eclipses, right? The circular shape that gets put on the moon.
Well,
To
that's begging the question.
Well, I guess it's begging the question: why would the Earth project a circle shadow?
What that's circular reasoning. Why have you
Well,
assumed that it is that?
what else could it be?
No, that's an argument from incredulity and a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
No, well, it would completely logically
It's not
follow.
my burden to present you with an alternative. It's
Don't
your
mess yourself
burden
up.
to
Wait.
prove
Yeah,
that
I'll
your
prove it for you.
conclusion is correct
I
without
can draw you
starting
a.
off with
Oh, I can't draw you
the
anything.
premise that is your conclusion.
All right, I got
Reach
you.
the conclusion
I can prove it to
logically
you.
without the conclusion being in your premise.
I got you. I'll make an example for you to help prove it. If you had a flashlight and then you had a ball in front of the flashlight and then you had another smaller ball all the way in front of that middle ball in the flashlight. So you have the flashlight, you have the ball in front of the flashlight, and then you have another ball next to the ball, right away furthest from the flashlight. When the flashlight's on, it's going to project the shadow of the first ball onto the second ball and create that circle shape,
You
right?
being able to model what you think is happening is not proof that that's what's happening.
Okay, so we can observe the celestial body, like the moon and the sun, right, in that exact order during a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, except when the sun and the moon are both above the horizon and there's no pure alignment and the eclipse begins.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's called a selenelian eclipse.
So when one side of the Earth is experiencing a lunar eclipse, we can, into modern age, we have like instant communication, right? We can prove that the other side of the Earth, right, 180, like the opposite end of the Earth, is seeing complete sunlight, right? That to me is proof that there's the sun
Yeah,
casting a shadow
there's lunar
of the Earth
eclipses that
onto the moon.
begin while the sun is in the sky. You
Yeah,
tell me
but
how that's
obviously
possible.
the sun is in the
You
sky
tell me how
during
that's
all
possible.
times. Yeah, obviously the sun is in the sky during all
No,
times.
so that the observer witnessing the eclipse can see both moon and sun at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I brought up like how we have instant communication now, right? Because during Pythagoras' time, maybe they didn't have that, but they still came to the
Yeah.
right conclusion. But today we have that, so we can completely substantiate their theory, right? We can say, oh, a lunar eclipse is happening here on the Earth. If we, phone our friend on the complete other side of the Earth now, which we can do, they can say that the sun is on their side of the Earth. That would follow the logic. Like the
No, I'm
flashlight being
talking
lighted.
about a lunar eclipse that someone starts observing to occur while both the moon and the sun are in the sky at the same time for that person, not for somebody else at somewhere other location, for them. Witnessing the eclipse begin with the sun and the moon in the sky
I hear you.
simultaneously.
I don't think you know what a lunar eclipse is. It's impossible for it to occur with you seeing both at the same time. That's why I'm bringing up like communication across
Yeah,
the Earth.
how? They call it that. Yeah, astronomers call it the impossible eclipse.
It's not impossible. They might call it that like
my
historically,
God.
but we completely have an explanation for it. We don't think it's possible by any means.
Yeah, what is it then? What's the explanation?
I'm giving it to you as we speak. The reason that you can't see both at the same time is because the sun is going to be on the opposite end of the Earth, projecting the Earth's shadow onto
I'm
the
talking about when you can.
You can't. You will never be able to witness. You will never be able to
It's
witness
called a
lunar eclipse.
selenelian eclipse, bro. AKA impossible eclipse, when the observer witnesses the beginning of a lunar eclipse while both the moon and the sun are present in their view at the same time.
A total eclipse or just like the starting of one? Because that's
The beginning of one. And guess what? Guess where the shadow comes from? The opposite side of where it should be entering the umbra or penumbra.
Well, it would make sense why it doesn't happen during the totality of it, because then the sun would be completely masked by the Earth. The starting of the eclipse, it would actually like
Yeah,
make
you
sense.
try and draw it out geometrically, bro. You try and draw it out. So you've got you got a person
I mean,
standing
I wish I
and
could swing
essentially
between
they're
the
on
two
top
worlds.
of the Earth. They've got a view of the moon and the sun, right? One on one side, one on one horizon, and the other on the other side of the horizon, of their view, right? So one east, one west, and they're both present in the sky, and the shadow begins to occlude the moon, right, from the wrong side, where the moon should be entering or exiting a penumbra, right, or an umbra, right. It's on the other side. The shadow's on the other side, on the wrong side. This has happened before, we've got imagery of it. There's videos of it. There's videos of people struggling to explain it using the heliocentric model because it just doesn't work.
Oh, okay, this is all new to me. If you could like send me a video or something I could look at.
Yeah, once.
Wait, so who's the flat earther here?
Probably the guy named Flat Earth Judge.
Ah, all right.
Wow, what's up?
The other issue you should look at after looking at the selenelian eclipse is how spheres take the shadow of a circular object that casts a shadow. A sphere, it's 3-dimensional. You get an S curve and it flattens it out. You don't get a cookie cutter ball circular shadow. So these claims you're making about solar and lunar eclipses are you're way off.
And
Got it.
I'll dude has posted some
What do you?
example videos for you in the side chat.
Okay. What do you think about lunar eclipses? What do you think they are projecting? Like, because I mean, I hope we can agree it is a shadow, right? It's not just like a black,
We don't know
thing.
that. We don't know if it's a shadow. That's an assumption that it is even a shadow. You know what?
shadow
I've never
turned
seen.
red.
I've never seen a red shadow.
There you go.
Well, I've
Huh?
seen like I think I've seen like shadows in the tint of red before. That doesn't seem that crazy.
Shadows are an absence of light.
Yeah, but like the light
Reds.
around it. Yeah, but the light around it can be like tinting.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be a shadow then, would it, if you're describing a color?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying like when a shadow is surrounded by color, it kind of feels like it's like also that color.
Yeah, that it turns completely red. Anyway, it's not a shadow.
Gun.
Guess which color is the most difficult to see at a distance? It's
Red.
red. So the red color of the moon shows us that it's not far away.
And then why is the umbra so big that it blocks out the entire moon when the umbra from the moon on the Earth ranges from 1 to 100 miles? You know, if it was the Earth 4 times bigger, the umbra on the moon should only be 4 to 500 miles max on a diameter ball of 2,100 miles. But it doesn't work. It works on the solar eclipse, but not on the lunar eclipse. There's something wrong.
I think the explanation for the reason the shadow's red is because the atmosphere just like scatters away the blue light. It just leaves the red light left because the atmosphere isn't able to like scatter it.
Quickly Google that, did you?
Yeah, I mean these people know more than I do.
Fair enough. As long as we understand it's not a shadow. Is that the
Well,
shape of the Earth on the moon, though?
it still is a shadow. I think it's like a.
Is that the shape of the Earth on the moon, though?
Did I say that again?
Is that the shape of the Earth on the moon? We know the shape of the Earth because there's a shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Well, yeah, we get it in like fragments, right? We get the lunar eclipses in like fragments, and we can put them together.
Yeah, and that lunar eclipse has got a curved shadow to it, right?
Yeah.
And that curved shadow represents the curved surface of the Earth, right?
Yep.
Cool. Is the moon flat?
No, we just went to the moon. I can show you the video
Okay.
if you want.
So it's a sphere then,
Yeah, it's a globe like Earth.
with a curved surface.
Right. That would be what a
What
sphere is.
happens to shadows or silhouettes when they pass over distorted or curved surfaces? Do they still keep their true geometric form?
I'm a little confused by the question. Shadows are two-dimensional, so if like you're asking me, does it keep the geometric form, like the 3D shape? It's only gonna keep the 2D like shape of it.
Have you ever played shadow puppets before, my young friend?
Oh yeah, I see what you mean, like the overlapping of shadows, kind of. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like shadows. You notice if you've got like a ball or a book with a straight edge, if you want to depict that curved surface of the ball, that straight edge of the book, you're going to want to cast your shadow on a really, really nice flat surface to truly depict the object that's casting that shadow. If you were to cast that shadow of that, say, straight edge of that book on a curved surface, then that straight edge on that curved surface, that shadow is going to be curved. If you shine a curved shadow or silhouette onto a curved surface, it's not going to keep its true geometric shape because of the curved nature of the surface. That shadow is also going to be distorted, isn't it, sir?
I see the example you're making. I just don't think that like if let's say the Earth was like flat, it would show that it's flat, right? Because we're level with the moon when we're
No,
looking
no,
at
no,
it.
no, no. No, no. I'm not making the example that the Earth has got anything to do with what's happening up in the sky. I'm just using the example of a straight edge being distorted because of the curved nature of the surface that the shadow is being cast upon. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
like
the Earth's
the
casting that fucking shadow, dude. I'm pointing out for you to turn around to
right.
us and say that we know that the Earth is a sphere because the curved surface is depicted on the moon. For you to make that a true analogy, the moon must be flat.
No, I think we can look at the example you made with the like the ball and the shadow on the wall, right? I think you can look at that to kind of use the same logic. If you're level with the ball, right? Say you're casting a shadow of a ball onto another ball, assuming that you're level with the the original ball that the shadow is being casted from, you're not going to
No
see
need.
an
No
change.
no need.
It's gonna
No
stay the
no
same,
need.
right? It's gonna be as if
No
the
need. No need for assumptions,
all right.
sir. You can
I
go
didn't
and
cut you
try
off.
this.
I didn't cut you off, but
I
if you
know. I know, but there's no need for assumptions, sir.
what am I
You can go
assuming?
and try this. But what would happen if you had a different angle? You can go and do this. Get a flashlight and go and play with shadows. Get some
Well, the thing is,
surfaces. Get a ball. Get two.
lunar eclipses only happen in some parts of the Earth, right? So when you're completely like straight with your, I guess, level with the moon and the sun,
And
right, where the sun is like directly behind, that's what's going to cause the lunar eclipse, right? And that's the kind of the same thing I'm saying with like the ball example you made. If you were to shine the shadow of a ball onto another ball, it would only be obstructed and like all abstract if you're at like a weird angle
would
looking at it
you have
from the ball, from
the
the ball.
true shape of the object casting the shadow on the curved surface?
Yeah, the 2D shape. Yeah,
No, because
no,
of the curved surface.
yeah, that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it
Assuming you're level
does.
with it, that doesn't change anything.
Assuming you're level with it.
Yeah, and that's what's required for a lunar eclipse. Is
When
that
you
you're
physically,
straight with it.
when you physically, in
Yep.
demonstrations, pass a silhouette of a sphere or a circle over a curved surface over time from one side to another, it is continually being distorted during its passage. So, just by simple demonstration and freaking logic, you cannot tell me that you can have a true representation of an object casting a silhouette or shadow on a distorting surface like a curved one. It's just impossible, dude.
Yeah, is the GIF that was sent, or sorry, GIF, that's inside chat. Does that like kind of show what you're arguing? Can I like respond to that too? Jedi. I don't want to just like completely abandon you here. I think the GIF though is like kind of reflective of what you're saying too, and it's like, oh, the shadow's curved
Yeah,
even though it's
yeah.
straight.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
just quickly. Yeah,
Yeah.
the one
So the thing
straight
is,
edge.
the thing is with that is we see lunar eclipses in like different fragments, right? We don't see like the whole entire circle of the Earth on the moon. If you were to like say if the little piece of paper was to go higher up, it's not like it's going to magically create a circle shadow on the moon, right? It's going to have that little that like semicircle curve to it. But that's also because we're not looking at it from the perspective of the paper, right? We're looking at it from below. You can see the person's putting their hand up, right? We're not like the camera's not level with the person's hand or with the paper. That's what's creating that curve. If you were to put the camera level with the paper, which is the same thing that happens during lunar eclipses, is we're on the Earth, we're on that piece of paper, so to speak. It would have appeared as flat. If our Earth was that piece of paper and we were all on that piece of paper, it would 100% appear flat. I'm hoping you all can visualize what I'm saying, looking at the GIF. If you were to like put the
Don't need
perspective of
to
the camera up,
visualize it.
well, I mean, I'm
You can
hoping you
just
can.
go and try and do
I
it.
think you should visualize it.
No, go and do it.
So how might you find out if the Earth was making that curve? Measure the ground. I'm not really sure
Yeah,
what that
yeah.
means. You know
Well,
the
if
Earth's
you're
making
going to
the
turn
curve
around to,
because we're on the planet as the lunar eclipse is happening, right? If we were like this, like
dude,
if we were
slow
in the same
down.
perspective as this video or GIF in the side chat, right, and we're like
Okay,
watching
then
the
you'd be
meteor
seeing a
go up,
sinusoidal pattern then.
well, we'd be seeing the like curve, like the video showing. It's like
Yeah, you'd
the
be seeing an S shape, an S bend, not not like it's
is
a
that what the
circle,
thing on
not
11
like an
is?
arc.
That's
No,
exactly right. It
you'd
creates an
see a
S curve.
sinusoidal pattern. Yeah,
Yeah,
sinusoidal pattern.
is that what you're talking about on the lemon or the yellow ball thing in the side chat? Is that what that is? The S curve?
No, because that's the shadow of a straight edge on a spherical surface. We're talking about
Yeah.
the shadow of a spherical object onto another spherical surface.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that video doesn't like do you guys justice?
No, I'm saying that if you're saying it's the angle of view, well then despite the angle of view, you would see a sinusoidal pattern.
No, the
Because
angle of like
the shadow of a
angle of
circle onto a sphere causes an S shape.
an S shape.
Yes.
So you're saying if the GIF that FLW sent with the lemon, if the person was holding like a piece of paper or a circle piece of paper instead, or any ball, it would make an S on the lemon?
Pass it from one side to the other, from left to right, then yes.
I'm not sure I understand how that works. How it would make
Go
an
and
S
do
shape.
it. Go and do it.
I mean, I could go and do it. Like the thing is like the GIF you sent is like really helpful actually, because it kind of
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh out loud, but it's.
that's okay. I
I
forgive you.
could go and do it, but deflection and excuse to GIF. No,
Well, the
just
thing
go and
is
do it, dude.
FLW
You
already
don't
sent
have
the
to
GIF.
do it now. You can do it when you get up tomorrow or later over like the week or whatever. But if you're really curious, instead of fighting, just go and prove it to yourself one way or another, mate. Come on.
The reason I was saying I don't think I really have to do it is because FLW already did like or sent the experiment in the side chat, right? I'm hoping we can all kind of just like refer to that. Saves us all a little bit of time. So, and the reason I want to like bring this up is because I don't think any of you guys really responded to like what I had to say about this. If we were to move the perspective of the camera up, it would show a flat line, right? I'm hoping that can kind of show you guys why this video doesn't really mean much to me. It's showing the
Okay.
perspective from like a way lower angle, so
Okay.
it's going to show a curve on the circle. That makes sense.
Okay. Woods, with the example of Flat Lloyd's picture, when the shadow is being put from the bottom upwards on the orange, I believe that's an orange, you understand that the reason why we can see the top of the orange is because that's not the area in shadow, right? It would be physically and geometrically impossible to make the shadow appear on the top of the orange where the light is, and for the shaded area to be illuminated, wouldn't it?
Dude, I'm sorry to sound like a dick. I just really I'm not following any like you go on these like word
That's
salad
all right,
tangents,
dude.
and
No.
it really no one understands what you're saying. I mean, they're gonna say they do, but like that literally made no sense. Like I'm trying to speak as like concisely and in layman's terms as I can for you guys. I'm trying to be as easy to understand. I feel like you're not doing me the same favor.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You're not listening to anything these guys are explaining to you over and over and over.
Well, it feels like I didn't get a response to like my contention of the GIF. It seems like everyone's just kind of skimming past that.
Your GIF was just changing your position, and up
Well, it
until
wasn't my
you
GIF.
demonstrate it, hold on, up until you demonstrate it, or you're just going to appeal to what some kind of incredulity that you don't know, or we don't know.
Well,
Just
I
go and
will go and
fucking do it. That was the
I honestly
response.
will
Before you
go and
start
demonstrate
talking
it if
again,
you need me.
I'm going to lose my fucking patience. I've been patient with you, even though you've been really passive aggressive. The only answer to this question, one way or another, is for you to go and demonstrate it yourself. That was your flipping answer, dude. I'm
All
sorry
right,
if you didn't like it, but you
I
got an
replied to
answer.
I replied to the GIF again. I'll go recreate the experiment for everyone if that's what the need is here. I'm hoping we can all just like kind
For
of
you,
get it.
yeah.
All right, I'm hoping we can all be reasonable with each other. Just listen to what I have to say about
No,
the video.
apparently you stopped doing that about 2 minutes ago. So, no, you wavered that, right?
Okay. Can we all just like look at the GIF real quick? If we were to move the perspective of the camera up, that curved line wouldn't be there, right? So if we were to like pretend like we were on the piece of paper in this example, right, which
He's
is like
doing
kind
it
of what it.
again. We've
Well,
answered you.
okay. So what's your contention to my problem with the video?
You're not going to know until you demonstrate it. You're asking us
Oh,
to imagine, like
okay. So
you're imagining.
here, I'll answer FLW. I said the curved shadow was not only due to the globe. The globe is part of it, but it's also because we're level. I was making that so clear. Us being level with the moon is the most important part. That's what's giving us that accurate shadow. That's what's giving us that accurate shape. If you instead give us a perspective like from that GIF you sent when you're like 10 feet below it, right, or whatever, 10 inches below it, sorry, it's going to look crazy different. It's going to look like it's a circle. That makes complete sense.
Milk, can you please
Yep.
send me a DM? I can't message you.
What do you need me to DM you for?
I need to tell you something.
Okay. You got your
Oh
DMs closed,
wow.
my friend. The fact that Earth's a globe, though, FLW, it definitely has a part to do with that. I say it's like, you know, you can't have one
Do you
without the
see
other.
the
You gotta
sinusoidal pattern at 45 minutes past the hour?
say that again.
Do you see the sinusoidal pattern at 45 minutes past the hour? The T Buggy posted.
Yeah, I thought you weren't gonna be passive aggressive.
No, I'm literally pointing you to an image in the side chat at 45 minutes past the hour that T Buggy posted with a sinusoidal pattern on a
My
sphere
fault.
cast by a shadow. Do
Well,
you
that's a
see
little
it?
bit like ambiguous. You can't see anything. You can only see the shadow. How do I know it's not just like a S? Like that's the shape of what's being projected, right? It's not.
I know. I guess you'd have to demonstrate this to yourself, though, right?
Well, no. This. I mean, it
Being
just
as
really proves.
you now point out an ambiguous factor to the picture. Now we
Well, dude,
don't know what's casting the shadow.
I'm
Maybe
sorry. That picture really
because
proves
you
nothing.
are in a fucking area
Okay.
of ignorance, you should go and do it for yourself. This is going to stop being passive aggressive soon, Sunshine.
If you showed me the whole picture and it was really just a circle ball projecting that shadow, dude, all
Not running this
that's what I'm saying.
conversation, mate. I hope you realise that.
Schmilk, please send me a DM.
You have your DMs closed.
Really? Um, are you sure you're messaging me? Because my DMs are allowed from all servers.
It's saying it can't be delivered. I have to friend you.
Okay.
Why do you need me to DM you though?
It's a secret and he can't tell us. He only wants to tell you.
That's what I'm starting to think.
Oh, well, you're catching up then.
I'll tell you right now though, if you send me the full picture platter of that, you know, the circle thing you sent, and it's really just complete, it's two balls and that's all it is, dude, I'll literally hang up my coat right now. I'll say, all right, I can see the Earth's got to be flat. I think it's like really convenient though that it just happens to be the only the shadow on the object, but you screenshotted it. Okay, hold on, I'll scroll up.
It's the same picture again. You need to be addressing the person who sent the original picture. I told you who that was. That was T Buggy.
All right, T-Buggy, if you could just send it again, like the whole picture.
Maybe just do it yourself, mate. We have.
Let's see. I just don't think I have the objects like handy to do that. Really, I would honestly. If I had two
You
balls,
live in a world of light and shadows every single day, and yet this is confusing for you.
no, that's
It's
actually
quite
funny. Does he have the
obvious
balls to
that the
do
true
puzzle?
shape of an object cast in shadow will not be maintained if it's cast upon a distorting, like a curved surface. For perfect little shadows, puppets, flat surface, right? Maintains those edges. I don't understand why. No, hold on, I'll take that back. I do understand why you're fighting this. It's irrational for you to do so, though.
I mean, if I was you and I had like, figured out the Earth was flat and I was trying to convince people one by one, I would definitely go about it a different way, man. Like you're a little bit
Well, this is
hard,
just taking apart your
you're a little bit like
preconceived ideas and
hard to
just
agree with.
using very simple logic about the way that you think that you see the world. You
Well, I'm just.
simply prove the Earth is flat by measuring it.
You never even asked once why the Earth's flat. Not once.
Are you saying I didn't ask why it's flat?
Hmm. It's there. It is on the moon. We know the Earth's a sphere because of X, Y, Z. Blah blah blah. We're just taking those little misconceptions out of the way, and we could even say things like, "Is that a curved surface on a shadow on the moon?" That's because we got a curved surface on the Earth. Well, I'll guess I'll just go and measure that then. But we don't measure it. That's the problem. On the surface of the Earth where we are, with the tools that we have available, with the distances we can travel, horizontal water, problem for a sphere. You're just very confident in what you believe. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in it because I can see like smaller scale shadows. I can kind of like apply that to the solar system, so it feels like I do have like a rudimentary understanding of it. So that's why I don't like. I'm fine
You
arguing.
have an understanding of the model, right? It's like me saying I've got understanding of warp engines because I have read into Star Trek a lot. Right? You understand the law. I appreciate you understanding the law, dude. That's fine. But to prove the story to be true in every single story, the Earth is a ball with a curved surface. Just by consequence, we'll observe this and we'll measure this at the rate given because there's a radius associated with this sphere that everybody keeps telling us that we live on. Right? We understand you know the story, dude. I understood the story for 40 years. I'm almost 50. I get it. But when you measure the surface of water, it doesn't curve. That's a problem for a sphere.
Measure the surface. Are you talking about like the large scale surface of water?
The surface of water that should show a rate of change of curvature depicted by the Earth's radius. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean the argument for like the like you can only see so far, and the Earth's curvature calls for like more, right? Um, there's the whole like light refraction, like from the atmosphere. I truly don't like understand the inner workings of that, right? I mean, there's people who study these things in school, right? It's like a society, it's a collective like agreement among society that this is why that calculation doesn't hold up on the Earth scale. I think a good example that you can look at is the ship, because regardless of how far it is away, we don't know how far that ship is away, but we know it's traveling away from us, right? We know at some point it gets to a certain distance
We
where it starts cropping
can.
away from the bottom up, right? And that
We
can only
can.
indicate logically, right? Just thinking about it logically from the rudimentary, like even like a childly understanding of objects, it makes sense why an object going down an Earth or down a globe would start cropping away from the bottom up from the person observing it. That makes complete sense, right? That like you can't refute that, right? You can
Okay,
say there's
I
this complex
appreciate you
reason
running
for it for
away,
why it doesn't
mate.
happen.
I want to agree with you, but I'm scared you're going to carry on talking for another 5 minutes. Yeah, it makes sense. If you put a little toy boat on a globe and rotate the globe, you're going to miss the bottom of the boat because of the curved surface. I mean, duh, we get that. But just because that you can demonstrate that doesn't mean that you can affirm that consequence in every single situation. But going back to what you said about a week ago, we can figure out the distance to the boat, can't we? We said we don't. We
Oh
don't
no, we
know the
do.
distance to the boat. We do know the
I'm saying like
distance.
the
It's quite.
even like the Romans. That's the reason I said that. Like even like rudimentary like societies, right? They still understood the how the Earth's curves because of that stuff. They didn't understand how far the
Yeah,
boat
but
was away
that's
though.
but that in that demonstration, right, of the boat going over a curved surface, you're saying the reason why I can't see the boat is because the curved surface is in the way. Based on how high I am above that surface, that curve is going to appear at a different distance from me. So the boat will start disappearing further if I'm higher up, say, a mountain, right? That's a
Yeah, and
physical. Yeah.
I
So
tried
that's
answering that
physical
earlier.
obstruction. Yep, Mike, good, thanks. So that's physical obstruction that you're claiming is causing that. So when we go out and try to observe this physical obstruction that you keep talking about, we don't observe it, right? That boat that we can't see with the human eye comes back into view with a telescope or high power view camera, and then you start talking about, well, refraction then. So you start making your own claim falsifiable and start talking out of both sides of your own mouth.
Well, that's
It's
news to me.
interesting.
Like the video I sent of like the boat going away. If you could show me like a video that proves like, oh, the boat's gone now. We zoomed in, it's gone. But then we get this high-powered telescope and it all comes back. If you can show me a
I
video
mean,
like that, again,
quite
that's
fucking
another thing.
simple,
I'll hang it
dude.
up right away if you
Really
show me that.
simple.
I'll
Really
literally just sit here
simple.
and say the Earth is
Really
definitely
simple.
flat. If
Really
you show me a
simple.
video, if you show me a
Really
video that proves
simple.
that, you
Why do
keep
you keep
screwing
repeating
me up.
yourself
Can I
3
please?
fucking times, mate?
Can I please finish what I'm saying?
Why? Are
I
you
just
going
want
to
to make sure you
repeat
heard.
that sentence again?
What am I gonna repeat?
The same fucking sentence again.
Okay, I'm scared you don't know what I said, so I'm gonna just say it one more time. If you send me a video of someone doing the same thing I sent, right, where they zoom in with their phone camera, whatever camera, and they show the boat cropping away, and then they show this high-powered telescope showing the boat, and it all comes back into view. If you show me a video of what you just described, I will hang it up right away and say the Earth is flat. But the thing is, I know that doesn't exist. If you can find that video and show
Why
me
the
it, I'll be hanging it up.
okay. Very quick
Get
question.
ready to
Why
hang
the
it
fuck
up, boy.
do you think the tech? Why do you think the technology fucking exists then?
Yeah,
Because
you're
I'm
showing me
standing
videos
at
of
the
one
beach. Hold on,
camera.
I'm fucking
Well,
finished.
I'm responding to the people on
Because
SideChat.
I'm standing at the beach and I watch the boat sail away, and then I can't see it anymore. And then I get the telescope out and I can fucking see it. And then I can't see it again. And then I get a better
If
telescope out
show me
and
a
I
video of
zoom
that
in and I
happening,
see
I'll instantly agree
it.
with you.
Hold on. Are you denying the usage of fucking binoculars and telescopes and shit?
No, I'm denying the existence of a video that shows like the boat already being out of view, right? Like the time lapse I showed you, like a video like that, and then them getting a new telescope out that's like way more powerful, and then it actually shows the whole boat in view. Then I'll say, okay, completely the Earth has to be flat. But the thing is, I know that doesn't
Mhm.
exist. I know the only videos you guys can send me is the ones that are in side chat here, where it's like you can't see it, but then you zoom in and you can see it because it was just like the vantage or the perspective point was so small, right? That doesn't prove anything to me. The
So,
videos you're sending in side chat doesn't really prove anything.
hold on. So when you're at the beach and you watch the boat go away over the horizon, you're going to
Yeah.
tell me the reason the boat isn't viewable is because it's gone over the curvature of the Earth, right?
Well, yeah. When I'm like looking at it, yeah.
Yeah, when you're looking at it.
If
But
it goes, yeah, if
then
it goes far.
you get the camera out, and what you couldn't resolve, you can resolve again. So what happened?
Yeah, that doesn't have to do.
Did the boat magically reappear from around the corner? You're telling me in the first instance it disappeared around?
No, I'll answer you. So just to be clear, we both understand like when something goes further away, it gets smaller, right? Like let's say, apart from like being on a globe or
Is
like
he
whatever
fucking
you
having a
think the Earth
laugh?
is. Let's say you have an object that's floating upwards, right? There's
Is he
gonna be points
actually
where
having a laugh?
I would love to like have a conversation with
Bro,
you.
answer the
Y-
question.
y-
Don't go on a rant.
No, yeah, I'm answering the question completely. If you let me finish, I can
y-
promise
the
you.
question was, do you understand how perspective works? And then you went on to explain how perspective works. Do you want me to
Yeah,
answer the question?
yeah.
You're going to answer for the
So
fucking class.
if you can like finish my argument for me, if you understand exactly what I'm saying, then
Yes, I
that's fine.
understand how perspective works. Things reduce in angular size with distance. That's the reason why that mountain is
Yeah,
small
so
compared
I
to
would
the
apply
mountain
like
that you're
Usain
fucking
logic
standing
to
on.
like I could apply like
So
Usain
the
logic to like
reason why, hold on, you said to answer you. I'm gonna.
not having a very
So
productive
the
conversation.
reason that we at the beach lost sight of the boat in the first instance wasn't due to the curvature of the Earth. It was due to the angular resolution of our eyes, wasn't it?
Yeah, if you're at the beach and you see it, yes, totally.
Okay, cool. So now you're contradicting yourself. First
No, I
of all,
would
the
have said that
reason why
right
we
when I
couldn't see the fucking boat was because it went over the curvature of the Earth. I brought the telescope out. You went, no, Jedi. We've got to talk about perspective. I understand perspective, but that puts you in a fucking position.
No,
That
I think
wasn't
you
the
confused
curvature of the
yourself.
Earth then, was it?
I think you confused yourself a little bit. My
That
original
wasn't
argument,
the curvature of the Earth in the first observation, now was it?
I'll help clear things up for you. My original argument for the boat,
Run away, try and deflect. Yeah, you know you're cornered. Fuck
Okay,
off, dude.
I'll try to clear things up for you. My argument wasn't that, oh, since the boat's going further away, you know, no matter what, if you don't see it, it must
I
be
still
considered
manned your
severe.
position, you fucking prick.
Yeah,
I told you your argument back to you, and you agreed to it.
I think you strawman me a
Don't
little
now
bit.
backstep on your argument that you agreed to.
I think you just strawman me a little bit. I can answer.
No, I didn't. Let's go for it again. If you remember, me and you were
If
at the
you're just
beach.
taunting it,
If
alright,
you
man.
remember, the boat went away, and I asked you why can't I see the boat anymore, and we agreed that it was because it went over the curvature of the fucking earth. Do you remember that?
Yeah, because the video showed
Yeah,
the
yeah,
camera.
yeah. Good.
It
So
didn't
we
show it
remember
going
that.
by.
That's good. So when I brought up the fact that we could bring up telescopes and so on and see the boat again, you brought up perspective, remembering that I asked you why the boat disappeared then, and it was obviously due to perspective and wasn't due to the curvature of the earth. Right?
The video I sent originally is because of the curvature of the earth.
No, not the video that you sent. The question that we're talking about, the hypothetical situation. Don't
you're at the
run
beach, right?
away.
No, I'm
Don't run
listening.
away.
I'm
Yeah,
listening. If
you're
you're at the beach,
listening,
right?
but you're not understanding. You're talking, and hopefully, what you're going to hope's going to happen is the conversation's going to move on. We're going to forget about this.
No, I
No
want to keep
one's
talking
going to
about this
forget
topic.
about your fucking contradiction.
I think you're kind of hoping the conversation moves on because you keep screaming. I would love to keep talking about this.
Okay, so why did the boat disappear in the first observation?
Cool.
Did it
The
go
first
over the
observation,
curvature of the
I
earth?
think you're talking about like the beach
No.
example. You're
Okay, so
standing on the beach.
no. But first
Well,
time you said yes.
all right, you're not having a very like easy time
But
having a
first
real
time you
conversation.
said yes. First time you said yes, didn't you?
I think you're just confused. I think you're confusing yourself.
No, I'm not confused. I'm
Okay,
just dealing with a cunt.
Since it sounds like you're confused, let me just help
No,
you.
let me be
clear
clear.
things up.
Let me be clear. I'm not confused. I'm dealing with a little cunt.
Oh,
That's you. And I'm
I wouldn't call
pointing
you a
that
cunt.
out to everybody that you're going to lie to us. You're going to try and lie to me. You're going to try and deceive, trying to deflect. You're going to act like a fucking seal, man. You're going to look like the best man in this argument, right? No, it's not going to fucking fly. You're not well versed in this, but you're going to lie and try and wing it.
Can we try not to
Fuck off.
derail here? Can we try not to
Fuck
derail?
off.
Okay.
No. Let's get back to perspective and why the boat
Yeah,
disappears.
for sure. I would
Hold
love
on.
to.
How far away should the horizon be for the observer like you at 6 foot standing at the beach?
From the horizon, I'm not sure. I have to look that up. I don't really know.
Oh, okay. Could you?
Yeah. I could answer like your original question though. Like you're saying like why is it when you're standing at the beach? I'll look it up for you too. You're asking like when you're standing at the beach, why is it that you can't see like the ships that are far out? If it's just a human, like the eye, that's of course because of your perspective, the limitations of like the eye, right? But in the video I send where it's the camera zooming in all the way in, that's definitely because of the Earth's curvature. So, and the biggest difference, the way you can tell which one is which, is because when something's getting smaller due to like your perspective, right? Due to like the limitations of your eye in this case, it's going to appear to like get smaller and smaller, scale down, not crop away, right? What we saw in the original video I
Okay,
sent,
I get it. I
what I
get
sent,
it. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah,
In the original
okay.
video I sent,
Have
it
you
was the
found that
the
number
boat
yet?
was cropping away, but when you see like a boat
Okay,
and
that's
it's like
lovely.
you're just standing on the beach, it's going to get smaller, it's going to scale down. So that's the
Okay,
two.
yeah, it's
That's the
cropping
thing that I
away
thought you were
because it's
confused
going
about.
over
That's
the
the reason I kept
horizon.
saying
I
I
know.
think you were confused.
I know. It's cropping away because it's going over the horizon, the curvature of the earth. Yeah, we know. Have you Googled it yet? How far away the horizon should be from? I'm assuming you're about 6 foot, so let's be generous. Standing at the beach, how far away should the horizon be?
Well, I'm actually 5'8". But I mean, could you
Let's
look it
say
up if
6
it's
foot,
your
dude.
argument? I'd prefer if like I didn't have to do your research for you.
3 miles
What
away.
a cocksucker.
I'm not trying to be a cocksucker. I just don't want to look up
3
things for
miles
you.
away.
I don't ask you to do
3
that for
miles.
me. I'm not.
3 miles away. I'm using this as a learning tool. Usually these things are better when you can see it with your own eyes, but I'll placate you. It's 3 miles.
Okay.
So the boat's going to disappear after 3 miles, right?
Yeah. As far as like I'm concerned,
Yeah.
I think with your human
Yeah,
eye though, it's probably going to be a little less. Like if you have the perspective, right?
you have the perspective. You don't see. You can think you can see 3 miles. Have you got a weather app on your phone?
No. But like
No.
for like
Have you got a weather app on your phone?
no, I don't.
Okay. Do you know what visibility is?
Right.
Right. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's how much you can hear things.
So
I
he's
appreciate,
losing
I,
his
appre- I
mind.
appreciate the humor. I appreciate the
Well, when you
humor.
ask me, do you
It's
know what it means
obviously,
to be visible? Like, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, what is
yeah,
the point?
no, it's obviously how far you can see on any given day, depending on the
Right.
meteorological or atmospheric conditions. Right. That's going to play a factor. Sometimes you can
I
see
went
up
through
to
that before.
15. Sometimes you can see up to 15 kilometers on good
Okay.
clear days, depending on the angular size of the object. Right. Now, that's going to be
Yep.
obviously a limiting factor of how far you can see. Now, you're telling me that the limiting factor of how far we can see is 3 miles away before the boat starts disappearing, right?
Well, that's what Google told you. I didn't make that argument.
Well, no, that's based on the radius of the Earth, isn't it, though?
I mean, I'm kind of like allowing you to presuppose it. I didn't make that argument though.
No, but that's based on the radius of the Earth, isn't it? The mathematical equation, the
You're asking,
prediction
isn't it?
of how
You
far
looked it
we
up.
should be able to see the boat is based on that assumption, right? This is a prediction, and your causal
You looked
mechanism
it
for
up.
why I can't
You
see the
can make
boat.
the claim, right? And if you
Hold
look
on,
at
hold on. Yeah, this guy said he didn't want to do your homework, so he didn't want to look it up and didn't want to know the answer. So you gave it to him, and now he's saying it's your fault.
I'm not saying it's his fault.
Yeah,
He's
he's
kind of
just a
saying it like
prick.
my argument.
Dude.
I didn't make the argument that we can only see 3
Snake.
miles. I never said that.
The
I think it's kind of
equation for the horizon distance. Listen, brother, you're the dumbest person in this room. You know the least. You need to listen.
oh, I'm
So
sorry
the
you think that.
equation for the horizon distance, you are 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah,
Okay,
I feel like we
that
talked about
simple
this before.
formula. Yeah, well, that simple formula will give predicted horizon distance. That's where you
Yeah,
think the curve is, right?
yeah, I feel like we mentioned this a few times.
You think
Like this is not like a new argument we talked about. It's the light refraction, right? The atmosphere takes in the light and bends it.
so, not the geometric horizon, some optical illusion.
Well, no, like the experiments that you're
It's
going
got
to
to
be
be one or
referring
the
to.
other.
Well, no, I'll answer you. The experience that you're
Yeah.
referring to.
So if the horizon, if you're going to say the horizon is some refracted thing, then it's not geometric. Then it's not Earth curve.
Well, the way we
Mm,
perceive it is going to be like curved. It's going to be
mm-mm.
bent. That's what light, like where you perceive light, right? It's not like a physical thing.
What does light do?
Dude, light is physical. It's photons. They impact the phobia of your eye and cause electrical impulse. I mean, do you want me to get into further detail and how the biomechanics of fucking
I mean,
how
okay,
the eye
sure.
works?
All right, okay. I won't disagree that like light
What I mean
exists.
is, it's not the physical edge of the Earth because it is in an apparent position. It's not
Well, I would.
physical. You can't plant a flag in it because
Well,
if you
light
went
can.
out there to plant a flag in it, it's just an optical illusion, and there's nowhere to put the flag.
But like the experiments that you're going to be referring to like kind of prove the like Earth's curve theory wrong, right? With the equation, right? It's like people on top of mountains, right, taking pictures of like very far away, like too far away than the Earth's curvature should allow. And the answer to that is light
Yeah, because the
refraction.
horizon isn't the physical edge of the ball because it moves around, even though you don't move around. That
I don't
proves it's
understand
not the
how that
physical
is.
curve of the Earth. I've
Just
seen this
change the
myself.
fucking camera. Sorry.
You're just
I've seen this myself at the ocean. You could go out there and watch the ocean for fucking 3 hours. You'll see the horizon go back and forth. It'll go closer then further away. Did you know that we can replicate this ships over the horizon on a known flat surface?
How do we do it?
Oh, you just get a body of water that's shorter than where the horizon should be. So if the horizon's supposed to be 2,400 feet away, for example, and you use a lake that's 1,000 feet long, you know it can't go over the curvature of the Earth because the curvature of the Earth is too far away.
Yeah,
So
I mean, there's.
further away than the lake is.
Why don't you like believe in light refraction from the atmosphere?
Oh, so not Earth curve.
Well, wait a sec. I tried to point that out to you before, right? So you see that image I just posted? That's from your example. That's from the short that you posted. Okay.
That's the
now
video
I've
he
highlighted.
posted.
Yeah.
I've highlighted where
you
there's
serious?
the mirroring effect taking place, right? So the bottom of the ship isn't actually touching the horizon there. It's sitting on water that you can't see because it's a reflection, and it's making it look like it's the bottom of the boat, but it's not. You can clearly see that there's mirroring effect going on there. So where you think the horizon is and where the boat's going below it, it's not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the
So
video you
now
sent
you're
me.
saying the horizon is not the curve of the earth.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying the boat
Well,
example
listen,
is
if the
good.
lake is 1,000, listen, brother, if the lake is 1,000 feet long
I'll let
and
you
the
speak.
horizon is supposed to be
That's
hold
not
on,
very nice,
listen,
bro.
dude.
I would love to
I'm
answer you.
talking. I'm
Well, you did
talking. Why are
talk.
you talking over me? Yeah,
'Cause you
because
did
you
talk.
don't want to hear this.
Well, I was hoping to respond to
Yeah,
you.
and I'm talking again. Okay, so
Oh,
you said I'm
very nice.
addressing what you said. I'm
Well, you
addressing
already
what you
did.
said.
I'm hoping to respond to your
I'm
first response.
addressing. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You said,
Oh.
don't you believe in light refraction? You think that somehow that would explain away a horizon on a 1,000-foot lake. What horizon is being refracted? The fucking horizon is 2,400 feet away. That's land. So if the lake is 1,000 feet long, beyond that 1,000 feet is land. And the horizon would be land 2,400 feet away. It wouldn't be water. So what's being refracted to look like a water horizon?
I'm just like water horizon. Like you're just kind of losing me.
The water, it's on a lake, and there's a horizon on the lake. You take the camera, you set it at 1.5 inches off the surface of the water, and there is a horizon on the lake. But according to you guys, that the horizon is the Earth curve. There should be no horizon at all on the lake.
There should be no horizon at all. I'm like, well, I mean, if you go low enough to the lake,
Yes,
there's gonna
that's
be
right.
horizon. Well, if you go low enough, there's gonna be one, right?
The lake is 1,000 feet long. What aren't you understanding? Is there
I
a
hear you.
horizon on a mud puddle?
Well, like imagine if you had like a camera like underwater, right, and you like slowly lift it up. Like once it's like barely above the water, right, it's gonna feel like that's the horizon line, right? Or if you even think about if you angled it a
Okay,
little bit.
welcome to Flat Earth. You just cooked yourself, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks.
If you've
Okay.
got the camera
You see
1
Not
foot
Earth
above
curve.
the horizon,
Not Earth
if
curve,
you,
dude.
But
It's
you see the
not
example.
Earth curve. Do you get it? But it's not Earth
Oh no,
curve, is it?
I don't really get it. I'm trying to make an example.
Okay, then. So the thing that you think is Earth curve is not Earth curve. It is a low grazing angle. The shit that we tell you guys all the time, you just admitted it.
I don't really understand how I like contradict myself. Maybe you could point it out to me.
No, you admitted that optical that visual that you see with a horizon at a low grazing angle is not the curve of the Earth, and neither is the freaking video you saw, which is an inferior mirage.
I would say that it's not like an exact curve of the Earth. I think light refraction is still occurring during like the ship example that I sent. I think the whole point of the video is that regardless of how far it is away, you can't refute that it is having half of it crop away slowly, or I guess the entirety of it crop away slowly from the bottom up. That's the like focal
Yeah,
point of the video,
yeah.
right?
So what? That
But the light
happens on a
refraction,
flat surface.
I don't see how that's possible.
what, gas speed above the
Dude, but
flat
it does.
surface?
It doesn't matter how you see how it's possible and how you
Well,
can't
I'm looking
imagine
at
it
the video
happening.
you sent me.
We've demonstrated that it does happen.
Well, the video you sent me doesn't demonstrate that.
Bro,
Do you
I
have another
told
video?
you, your own side says it's possible. Your own side has a reason for apparent bottom up obstruction of view called sinking refraction, where an object near or on the horizon appears to be below it when there's a clear unobstructed line of sight to the entire object.
Okay, I mean
That's
that's news to me.
refraction,
I
by
haven't
the way.
heard of like a sinking refraction before.
Refraction.
And what do you mean? And what do you mean that this video that was posted by Platter, this does demonstrate it? You literally cannot see the boat when it's at the end, but you can see the spray of the water going up in the air from quote unquote over the curve. But this is a lake's only 1,000 feet long. There can't be any curve on this lake.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's like it's such a tiny little piece of water. I think there's like little things that could like cause this to happen, right? I think you have like the angle of the camera, you have like little waves that are happening in this, or like little splashes or
Yeah, the
whatever.
angle of the camera.
So you don't have waves
The
on
angle
an
of the
ocean?
camera. What do you think this?
Well,
If we scaled this up to, if we scaled this boat up to like a 40-foot tall boat, what do you think this scale would be?
Well, it would definitely show like less intense waves, right? The waves wouldn't like change in size, right? But the boat would, right? I think that's the big boat
Well,
video I
the
sent.
waves excuses doesn't work, dude. Do you know why? Because waves have peaks and have crests and troughs. And if the waves were what's making the boat disappear, when it went on the peak of the wave, you would see the entire boat again.
I'm not like sure I understand. I'm not saying like single-handedly. It's like a wave, big wave
So there's
causing.
crests. Crests. You know what a crest is? Crest
Yeah,
of a
I
wave.
understand. Yeah, like I understand that part, but
And
I'm
there's
just saying.
troughs. So
I'm
if
just
you're
saying it
saying it's
pulls
the
more
waves
water.
causing it, when the boat's in the trough, it would disappear. But then when the wave went by, it would go back up to the top of the crest of the wave, and then you'd see it again. And then it would go in the trough, and then it would go on the crest, and then it would go in the trough. And you'd see it. Visible, not visible, visible, not visible, visible, not visible. It's not what you
Yeah,
see.
I think you're like extrapolating my point a little bit. I'm not trying to say that it's like single-handedly waves that's causing it to happen. I think like since it's in like this little pond of water, I think there's just a lot of like imperfections that can happen in it. I think there's like ripples in the water, right? And little waves, right? I think that is possible. And I think
The
it is like
fucking desperation, dude.
well, yeah, I mean it seems a little
Little
bit desperate.
imperfections in the water because it's a. What does that even mean?
Well, it means that like an ocean, like a huge vast ocean, wouldn't have these kind of imperfections, which is why I feel like we should look at the video
What do
I
you
sent.
what do you
And see
mean
if it's
imperfection? I want to know what that means.
like I said, like ripples or like tiny waves, stuff like that.
There's no ripples and waves on the ocean.
Well, the water's definitely moving.
Are there ripples and waves and tiny waves on the ocean? Have you ever been to the ocean?
Yeah, of course. But the whole difference is that the ship is huge now, right? So we don't. Those tiny little imperfections.
Okay,
It
that's
doesn't
why
mean
I
anything.
said if you want to scale this up, do you want to know what scale this is?
Yeah,
The
but we
ocean's
did.
This would be
huge.
this would be the
We have
equivalent of
scaled it up.
12 kilometers.
Yeah, we have scaled it up. I sent the video of how we did scale it up. I can send it again if you want.
What are you talking about? I'm
There
talking
is a
about the lake observation that
right,
was
and
posted
you
by
just said
Platter.
if we scaled that up, right? But we have scaled that up, and it shows like it shows that like my
It
reasoning of
shows
like
the
oh it might
same
be.
thing.
I'll have to finish my answer. It shows like my reasoning of oh this might be just show like a imperfection or some sort, like it's just a rarity of that video somehow, right? I think the glaring piece of evidence here is the ship in the
The
ocean, right?
rarity of that video. You think this is rare? We got 20 or 30 of these. What are you talking about? You're just
What was
making
the
shit up.
temperature that day? Yeah, what was the temperature that day?
Yeah, like I don't really know about the sinking refraction. I'm not that like well versed in that. I think like if we want to talk about the video that is like I do think I'm well versed in, which is like how objects move around a globe. I think that is something everyone's versed in.
Nobody can be versed in that because we
Don't
don't
have
live on a
any
globe
idea
and we
about
don't
what
have
you're
any way
talking
to
about
prove
in
that.
any
Well,
respect.
the thing is like even Romans knew about that, and they didn't have any way to prove it because
No,
they
Romans didn't think
Even
they lived on
Romans
a
knew about
ball.
that.
But
They
think about
fucking built straight lines for miles.
yeah, the reason I said we know about that is because we can think of like a ball in our head, or we can have a ball in front of us, right? And that same exact effect would happen on a ball.
But that's with physical Earth curvature. That's with a
Which
geometric
you don't have.
horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. And yeah, we don't have
Yeah, and
that.
that
You
doesn't
keep
exist.
screaming refraction.
You can't point to one observation in which the horizon is at the distance the globe predicts. Not a single one. Never seen it in 10 years.
Yeah, but I
Not
can explain
even
why.
once.
There's a
You can
reason why.
explain whatever you want, but there's no observation that matches the globe geometry. And this is a
Yeah,
geometric claim. You're
what you're
saying
saying.
the Earth curve is what's blocking the boat. That's a geometric claim. If you want to say, well, it's not the Earth curve blocking the boat, it's the refracted fucking horizon, that's fine.
That's not what I'm saying. I am
Then what
saying
do you?
in the
Then what's
video.
blocking the boat?
I'll send you the video again. I hope that's what you're referencing, like the huge boat, right? The one that I sent.
I've already seen this video dozens of
Yeah.
times. There's an
Okay.
inferior
Perfect.
mirage.
Yeah.
What
So
don't you understand?
the whole entire idea with the light refraction is that even though it'll say, oh, you can see this far away and you're going to be able to due to the Earth's curve, nonetheless, if you go a certain distance away, it is going to disappear, right? The Earth's curve is still so it's a circle, right? You're going to have to go around the circle at some point. Okay, the equation
No.
for how curved it is. Okay, so you think that you could see from one side of the Earth to the very other, like from the opposite ends of the Earth? You think you could see
No,
that?
you can't see
No.
through air
Why would
forever.
anybody think that?
Well, no,
Why
if
would
you have like a
anybody
high,
think that?
obviously not with the human eye, but if you had like a high-powered telescope, you think you
It
could
wouldn't
see.
matter what telescope.
No,
Light
I
comes
don't
to
think
the
you
telescope.
can.
You're being silly, dude.
No, we
Light
don't
comes
think
to a
that. What would it
telescope.
look like? What would the Eiffel Tower look like from the shore of New York City? What would it look like? What should I see? What am I looking for? Tell me.
Well, I don't think you can see it from New York City because it's
Well,
round.
no, it's if I had the
It was a
perfect
hypothetical.
everything. What am I looking? What am I looking for? I need to
If you
know
had
where
like
to point it at
flat Earth,
least.
is that what you're saying? If
How
you had
big
like a
would it
flat
be?
Earth,
Yeah, do I point it
Yeah.
up in the sky, straight across, or do I point it at the horizon and try to zoom like a microscope in on the horizon, or do I just point it up, near the city and just hope I see it as big as like the building down the street.
Well, assuming that there's like nothing blocking it, let's say in this hypothetical, like it's just a flat Earth and you're on the coast of New York City, and then it's just like a straight line, straight shot all the way to the Eiffel Tower, and you had a high-powered telescope. If the Earth is flat, you should be able to see it, but you can't.
Okay, what size
Fucking
lens do you
retarded.
need?
Yeah, like these are
didn't
questions I'm
answer the
not
question.
fit to answer. I don't know.
You need a lens probably the size of the Empire State Building.
Probably yeah. You probably need a huge lens. I don't know about that big, but yeah, you probably need a huge lens.
Yeah, it would be about that big.
And a
Yeah, so why do
really,
you think
really,
we get
really,
that
really, really
on
clear
Earth right
day.
now? Oh,
A
why do you think
really
we get
clear
that right
day.
now?
No, not even at a clear day. It has to be done in a day that we hook up a vacuum chamber to everything and suck all the air out because we want it clear, clear, clear. So hold your breath.
Yeah, you're going to have to suck out
Vacuum
all the
cleared.
dust and air and water particles and everything.
So we need an aperture the size of the Empire State Building, at least we think, and a
And a
vacuum.
giant vacuum, giant one, big.
And it needs to be lit up on the other side too.
Yep.
And no rain. So you guys fuckers over there love rain. Make sure it's not
No.
raining.
Why would you
Vacuum.
say that you could see that you'd be able to see the whole entirety of the Earth? Even without his vacuum chamber thing, and even without your telescope, did you know that like a 1 meter wave would block 1,000 meters, 1,000 kilometers away?
See, that's what I was saying about waves.
It would block
block it.
10,000 meters, 10,000 kilometers away.
On a
Oh,
perfectly
just
flat
simple
surface,
1 meter wave. It's because of perspective, because of linear perspective.
on a perfectly flat surface, if like there was like a 1 meter wave, but there was like a 10-meter object, right? Then the 1 meter wave wouldn't block it.
Depends on how far one is from the other. This is
Okay,
it's
so-
linear
dude.
perspective. It's a
What's your-
simple fucking formula.
Move the
How-
10-meter object way, way back. It'll be blocked by that wave.
If I have a 10-meter object 10 miles
Does
away
anybody have the
and a
dinosaur
5-meter
being
object
stepped
5
on?
miles away, which one looks bigger?
Do we have the dinosaur being stepped on or whatever that picture is?
Yeah, no, don't show that yet. Fucking, I want to answer this question.
Well, we
If
keep
I have a
going.
5-meter object 5 miles
can
away
prove the
and a
first thing to me?
10-meter object 10 miles away, which one looks bigger?
The one that's closer. I don't know what even. you
They
said.
look the same size.
I don't even. Yeah, I don't know what you said. You just. I'm
5
hoping we can
meter,
get-
a 5-meter tall object 5 miles away looks the same size as a 10-meter object 10 miles away.
I'm hoping we could go back to the first thing you said. You said like if we had a perfectly flat Earth and there was like a 1 meter wave. Let's say you're standing in front of the 1 meter wave, right? And the 1 meter wave is like blocking a portion of your vision, right? It's blocking like a percentage of your vision, but the percentage of
We're
your vision
talking
that's
about a
blocking-
1-meter wave at the horizon, not
like
fucking
all the way at the
3 feet
horizon.
away from me, dude. Obviously, it's in my line of sight.
Okay, sure.
Like-
Still, what's your like justification for why that would block like the Empire State Building on a perfectly flat Earth?
Perspective.
Yeah, can you give me like
A
an
1-meter wave? Perspective, dude. And this
Give me,
is
like,
all
an accurate-
academic because we have
how
air.
should the building look? Yeah, ask them how.
According to the opacity of air, the furthest.
size.
Listen, according to the opacity of
This is
air,
kind of
the
a flat
furthest you
earther's no
should be able to
like, I
see.
asked you for evidence, and you all just start screaming over each other.
Okay, the opacity of air limits at sea level in the cleanest possible air a view of 296 kilometers. That has nothing to do with Earth curve. That just has to do with the absorptive properties of air.
I don't know if you heard the hypothetical I asked you. On a perfectly flat Earth, if you had that 1 meter wave, what is the justification for why that 1 meter wave at the horizon line would block, like, say, the Empire State Building even further away?
It depends. Perspective.
Yeah, I'm asking
Linear
for real,
perspective.
not just a one-word answer. Can I have like a real substantial?
It was a 2-word answer. It's linear perspective.
Okay, so linear perspective calls for like objects
You,
becoming.
you know how you
smaller
can
as they
take your
travel further
thumb and
on.
stick it in front of your eye, and if you put it
Alright.
really close to your eye, you can block out the entire Empire State Building? Is your thumb bigger than the Empire State Building?
All right, flat earthers, it's been real, everyone. I'm gonna call.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're that fucking dumb.
Well, you just
Hold on. You tried to explain to me perspective earlier. You tried to explain to me linear perspective, and you called me dumb. Now
I
you
gave
don't
you an
know it?
example.
I definitely didn't call you dumb. I didn't call you dumb.
Well, you didn't call me
Look,
dumb. Okay, you're right.
If you stick your thumb in front of your eye, why is it bigger than the Empire State Building?
Right, because of linear perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, because of perspective.
Right. Do you not have the desire to go and check for sure, for real, on the Earth? Where's your
No,
desire to confirm this? Hello, everybody.
he doesn't. He doesn't have any.
Here's
He
the
don't
thing.
want to. He already
I'll
knows
answer you.
everything.
Before I
So
leave. You keep using the justification. Oh well, if you stick your finger in front of your face, it's gonna block all the things in front of you, regardless of how far they are. And that makes sense, right? But if you do like if the finger in front of you is only blocking a part of your vision, that's like say the floor, right? And you can look in front of you and you can still see the horizon. Then on a flat Earth, everything in front of you should still be visible. And if not, what is the evidence for why it would be different?
What are you talking about?
Okay, cool. All right. Have a good day, everyone.
Bye. Schmuck. Sorry, schmilk.
Good job with the perspective angle, anyway. Excellent. Yeah. I don't know why they don't just go out and check all this. It's that
No,
easy.
he was a special kind of fucking idiot. Pardon my French, dude, but he was aggravating me.
Yeah, but you kept it on point though, which was good.
Yeah. I mean, like what he was saying to Jedi was freaking driving me up the wall, man.
Yeah, I missed that. What was he saying? I missed that bit. I came in after that.
What was it? He contradicted himself. First he said the horizon was, what do you say, Jedi? You remember? He said the
Fucking
horizon
boats.
was. First he said it was the curb, and then he said it wasn't the curb, and then when they admit he changed his position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was quite funny. I took him to the beach and we observed the boat. No, sorry, Jim. Carry on, mate. You carry on.
So I was going to say he basically flip-flopped. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing the whole time, just flip-flopping, and that's kind of irritating. It's like, whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Yeah. And
you
then
can't
the way
prove me wrong if I take every side of the argument.
Yeah, and the way he delivers his position is like with authority, unrelenting. Like he's absolutely correct in what he's saying. Not to show evidence of it. That's the other thing. If he's so sure, show us the evidence.
I think I wish he didn't run away, because what he said at the end, right before he left, he said, everything in front of the horizon should be visible. He thinks the horizon on a flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Yeah.
That's that in his brain. That's what it is.
Yeah, big mistake.
Yeah, it took me a second to realize that that's what, because I couldn't. I'm like, what the hell are you even talking about? I assume that they understand basic facts about how vision works, and that if you're on a giant plane and you're looking parallel to it, at some point you're not gonna be able to see the surface of that anymore, whether it has an edge or not.
Yeah, that's right. But most people take vision for granted. They don't, they don't even know what the vanishing
you only have
point.
to imagine yourself like right on a giant checkerboard.
Yeah.
At some point, you're not going to see the squares. They're going to be too far away, right? They're just
Yeah,
going to.
they're gonna compress into each other. They're going to be merging in. You're not going to see it. Absolutely, a flat
Until
surface
they're
will
aligned,
obscure. Yeah.
and eventually they'll just be aligned, the horizon across your vision.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I like to talk about the manhole cover on the sidewalk. It's there. You don't see it because you're out of range. But as you walk towards it now, you see this thing, something on the sidewalk, and as it changes through the angle, as you get closer and closer, it becomes that manhole cover. I mean,
That's a good example.
Yeah, that's what I always use. There you are. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good example. I'm gonna use that one for the special ones.
Thank you very much. Yeah, because that I always tell them that we have optical illusions happening all the time. Every second you're actually alive, moving around in your house, at work. Because it's all about angular resolution, isn't it? You never see something in its actuality until you stand in front of it to get its whole dimensions. But as soon as you move away, you've changed the angle. You see what I mean? And the further you get away from it, the more that object is going to change its shape as you move away. I love angular resolution. That's why I remember myself as a child playing with angular resolution. I didn't know that's what it was, of course, because I'm a kid, at my mum's kitchen counter, and I'm looking at the crumbs and the cakes and the crumbs coming off, bouncing, rolling along the table there. And then, you know, when you stand at one end of the table, you can see the one's nearest to you, but the ones over there you cannot see. You know the angle. I used to do that a lot, and then nick a bit of cake and run off. So I remember playing with angular resolution. As a child, you are playing and experimenting with your life without even realizing it. I can remember me doing that. That's why I ask people, did you ever do that? Did any of you ever do that, actually?
I mean, there's a
Play with the
crackhead
angle,
somewhere doing that shit right now on their
There
hands
you
and
go.
knees on the floor.
There you go. There you go. And then the parallax, the flicking one eye, left eye to the right eye, and seeing the object looking at move slightly. I did all that as a kid. Still remember doing that. Yeah. Yeah.
Life was
You know.
simpler back then.
Yes, it was. That was back in the 60s, of course, 60s and 70s. Yeah. I had plenty of time to look around my environment. Very lucky I was then.
I remember I'd get in
Mhm.
trouble and they like stick you on timeout at the recess, right? And you're sitting off to the side, sit over there until
Yeah, the
recess.
sin bin.
And you sit there and crush people between your fingers, right? You
Yeah.
crush the other kids, crush the
Yeah.
teacher,
Yeah.
squishing
Yeah.
your head.
I was thinking about that when you were talking to him earlier about angular size and things hiding behind fingers and thumbs and shit. It's like,
Yeah.
squish your head.
Right. So we acquire this knowledge at an early age, but we don't know what it is. You understand? But the experience is there. You see, this is what I mean by they just take it for granted. They've forgotten. And it's only when they come to people like the flat earthers now, and we are recalling all these information and experiences that we have, and then we relay that back to them to try and get them to connect. That this information has been in your head for the longest of time, but you never hit upon it. It's there from your
Yeah,
very
I
early
think
days.
it's interesting that like he's talking about these things, right? And like I'd say purely intellectual, but nothing he said was actually intellectual. But in a purely academic way, when all you
Yep.
have to do is think from your memory, just like your experience of the world,
Yeah.
to know that what you're saying has to be wrong. But they're so disconnected, right? Like knowing things, the intellectual exercise is so separated in their mind from an actual experience of life, right? It's totally book, right? Like the book is separated from the real world. And
Yeah.
like they don't even like overlap to some of these people.
That's right.
It's
I was
very
going to ask
strange to
him.
me.
Yeah, that's why I was going to ask him. Had he stayed longer, I was going to eventually ask him, are you so far divorced from the reality of your own life and experiences? That's what I was going to ask him, you see, because that's a requirement. Your experiences are necessary. That's why we ask you, where did you see the curvature of the earth? That would be an unforgettable experience. It would be unforgettable. I'm sorry, it would be unforgettable. All I've seen is horizontality everywhere. Hence, I took it for granted without realizing I wasn't on a globe. It's wow. It's just
Well, I
one of
mean,
those
his
things.
evidence he posted, I'm sure you've seen that video of like it's like what do you call it? A cruise ship and it sails away and it's like disappearing. And but there's a obvious inferior mirage where you just see a big mirror. And it's like he thought that was the curvature of the earth. So when you ask, where have you seen the curvature of the earth? Oh, he went on YouTube and he thought an inferior mirage was the curvature of the earth, like literally.
Right, there you are. Yeah. You see? But in actuality, no human being has ever seen the curvature of the earth on the earth. Never seen it out in the big wide world, nature itself, out on the surface of the earth. No one's seen it. No one's measured it. Yeah. That's the actuality of it all. Did he ask you for the model?
Oh, I've
Was he
only been here
asking?
like maybe 15 minutes, so I don't. He was here
Oh,
a
right.
while, so ask one of the other guys. I was here
Yeah,
15.
yeah.
I was here for the ending.
Yeah. Was he asking for our model as they usually do?
Oh, that
They
guy
speak
wouldn't
of.
know a model from his elbow, man. He
There you
was.
go.
I think he probably saw some like flat Earth globe Earth debates and just thought, I'll just go in there and win a debate or something.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I thank you again for the Apollo Detectives material, because the other day I revisited the film in a vacuum chamber just to shut up a few people in other servers as to what would happen to a film in a vacuum chamber, and basically when they remove the air, the the emotion that is adhered to the actual plastic mylar part of the film, that stuff starts to gas off and blend into each other. Yeah. So I showed them that, and then showed them the results of the pictures, and then they started to see that NASA could not have used that kind of film in a much more violent vacuum of space. So that in itself got them to think, because the pictures were just too perfect.
I haven't really been following them because the Artemis thing. Artemis
Yeah.
makes me like sick to my stomach. Have they bought into that, or they do they think
Well, I'm
that's
glad
bullshit
you
too?
asked. I'm really glad you asked. One of them, by the name of Robert J. Williams, he's a photographer, an expert in photography. Guess what he said this time? He goes, "Well, you know what? I'm going to say that they went this time because the technology is advanced." So, I was very upset with what he said. Although he scrutinized the imagery and pointed out the anomalies in the photographs, but on the other hand, he's saying that they went. The other two, which is Scott Henderson, who is I think he's Canadian, and he's the radiation expert. Sorry, the gas chamber and photographic anomaly expert. And then you have the other one by the name of Gerard White, the Australian, or he's in New Zealand.
Yeah.
He's adamant they never went because of the radiation. And Marcus Allen. Those three are sure they never went, and it was all a hoax anyway. But one of them seems to be putting forward that they went. I don't know why I would say that, but yeah, they're
Like, I
scrutinizing it
don't
now.
even. This one looked worse than Apollo, dude. In my opinion.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Like the one where the moon is like, the moon is supposed to be occulting the Earth. That's so bad. That's like they're like filming it, right? But it's all blurry, right? The camera's not in focus, and they're like, "This was taken with an iPhone." Okay, yeah, cool, great. So they're filming, and as soon as they get it focused, the Earth is like, so you got the frame, right? And then the moon, and like the moon Earth part of the picture's at the bottom of the frame, and you see like water droplets, supposedly like on glass or something, little fuzzy things. The very next frame, it jumps where everything is up top instead of on the bottom, and all the water droplets are gone.
Right. There we are.
I don't know if anyone noticed that, but
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not what you're focusing on, right? Like that's how magicians work. You're not focusing on the other hand. That's what I look for. I look for what the other hands are doing.
Yeah, you go to the perimeter. I usually do as well. I haven't seen that particular image. That's what I mean by that. But
it's like a little video. It's like a short video clip, and it's supposed
I'll
to
look
be
for
like the Earth going behind the moon, right? And they're like coming around the moon or something.
Yeah. The opposite of the moonrise kind of thing. I see what you mean.
Yeah, and the Earth is the wrong size. Like they keep fucking up because they don't. This is the third or fourth time I've seen this where they're taking pictures of the Earth from the moon, and you can see the moon in it, but the Earth is the wrong size. From the moon, the Earth should look, so it should have an angular size of 1.7 degrees, I think it is.
Okay.
1.7 or 1.9, so almost 4 times bigger.
That's
than
right.
what the moon
That's
is.
right. It should dominate. It should dominate your lens. That's as simple. That's how simple I put it. It should dominate your image 4 times the size.
Completely.
Yeah. That's
Even
exactly what I
if
always
you're
say.
like really close to the moon, because I mean, you'd have to be really close to the moon for the moon to dominate, and I mean really close. You're crashing into that shit. You're not.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're on the surface of the Earth, looking at the moon rise, sorry, if you're on the surface of the moon, looking at the Earth rise, that Earth should dominate your whole lens, right? It should be breathtaking and frightening in that, it's so big, it dominates. I've never seen an image like that.
It should,
at all.
it should be like 4 times the size of what the moon looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, it should
In every
dominate your.
direction, right? So
Yeah,
it's like it's not just like the width, it's the width, the height, it's because they're circles, right? So it's
yeah.
a
That's why I
lot
said
it
it
would look
dominates
a
the
lot
lens.
larger.
Yeah, it dominates the lens. All you can see is Earth. You understand when you're looking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right. But it doesn't. I've never seen an image like that ever.
I think it's also really funny. If you look at the early NASA photos,
Mm.
they're like all clouds. You can't see any land.
Well, yeah,
Only
Robert
later
Persano.
only later on did they start showing like land in their Earth photos.
That's right. Robert Persano said it. Yeah, in the documentary he put up. The Earth is not 380,000 kilometers away. Okay, and he said you can make out features of the moon, right, with a pair of military binoculars, and he kept emphasizing binoculars, people, binoculars, and yet you're on the surface of the moon, looking at the Earth, and all you see are clouds. You can't recognize any landmass. That's what he says. You know exactly what you're putting forward. Yeah, he did that.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
worse in the past. It literally like
fine.
what moon?
Fine. Yes, I'm here.
English, please.
Yeah. Shimasen.
Qu'est-
Ego de
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
onegaishimasu.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? 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 You wanna speak with people? C'est bon, c'est bon.
You need to go in the beginner channel.
Yeah.
Suck my dick. My big
He's
Oh.
being
dick.
rude
You
now.
know?
He's being rude now. You see, you're lucky. Anyway, you're lucky you're not around here. Never mind.
I knew he knew some English.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, gutter English. That's all he's learnt.
They can always swear, can't they?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how bad their English is, they got that swearing down.
Yeah. Do you know I've been in Japan 27 years, and for 26 years teaching English, I haven't taught any student any foul language in the 26 years. Not one. Nothing. Do you know that? I haven't taught them anything. They keep asking, I said, I'm not here to teach you that, okay? That's what
They
I told
ask.
them.
That's funny.
Yeah, they do ask.
I
And I
don't
say, I'm
think
not
you
here to
should
teach you
use
that.
foul language unless you know exactly what it means in the right context to use it in. Like you
Yeah.
shouldn't teach them that because like you're just going to teach them the word and they're just going to say it, but they don't really know, I guess, culturally when to say certain swears. I'm an
Yeah. Yeah.
expert. I'm an expert at swearing, dude. I'm pro.
That's what I say to them in Gen Panda. You want insults? I'll insult you into an early grave. Try me. 'Cause you people haven't
Swearing's an
lived
art,
yet.
man.
It is. Oh yeah, it is. I'm good
You
at it.
can't just. It's not just the word, man. The word, that's fine, but it has to be the right
It has
time, the
to
right place,
impact
the
like
right
an
response,
uppercut.
and the right context for it to really
Yes.
matter.
It has to come across like an uppercut comes across. Leaves you
Exactly.
reeling. Yeah.
Or kicking the balls, one of the two.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't teach Japanese people anything profanity or any foul words. I said, I'm not here to
Shut
teach you
up,
that.
shut up, shut up, shut up. You're a
Yeah, I
little
know.
dick.
That's all you know. But your negative
Yeah,
English, your negative English is very, very good, but inappropriate here.
So Moon, it really. Oh, you want to listen? Fine.
Yeah, they're funny. They are.
Moon, you're gonna be muted in every channel you go in because you're such a jerk. That mute does not come off, even if you change channels. Now, you shouldn't have been a jerk, and that wouldn't have happened to you.
Yeah.
Lucky DJ's around because he'd deafen you, and you'd be deafened in all the channels.
What a silly ass. Yeah, so the Apollo detectives, they do a lot of scrutinization, but I mean, if the likes of you and Professor DJ Jedi and you lot were actually on a panel, you would tear them to pieces because you're going to hold them to their own standards, and they're going to be. I'm talking about why they will not cross the road to flat Earth. That's the only thing they do. Poo-poo flat Earth. Okay, they do that a lot, and that really does get my back up. Okay, everything else when they're
Yeah.
scrutinizing the Apollo missions and how it's impossible, fantastic, great work. They even go as far as doing experiments and actually using vacuum chambers. And okay, great, but they're saying the Earth is not flat. You see, and they call it nonsense. That's what I mean. I'd love to have all of them in a row, and then you guys on a panel, and then have it out. Yeah, would be a great one.
Yeah, I think they would just do what the average Glovers do. It's just too far for some people. They can't, and it's not even the facts. They can't. It's like finding out your wife of 40 years has been cheating on you the whole time, and none of your kids are yours. It's too
Yeah.
much. They just can't. It's just too much for them.
Something's up because they
It's the
know
social
that.
issue. It's social.
Yeah.
The social issue. It's not the facts. They can't accept it in their mind because of social reasons.
I don't know. Yeah, I said to Marcus Allen in an email I sent him. I said, I find your position perplexing because they never went to the moon. So in that case, they could never have taken any photographs of Earth. So how do you know it's an oblate spheroid? And if we apply the Sherlock Holmes method here, in that whatever is when you remove all the impossibilities, whatever's left on the table has to be the truth. I don't understand your position, but you're going to hold that. That's fine. Here's a picture of me and my kid. So, I'm not a troll. Okay. That's what I said. So I sent a picture of me and my kid when we're in Legoland. Okay. This is me. Yep. Yeah, okay. And here's some material that you can look at. Okay. Because I asked him, why did he not talk about flat Earth in the Nexus magazine? And he replied, he hadn't seen any information that would warrant him to put that in as the Earth being flat. So then that's when I drowned him with all the facts that we were getting back in 2016, 2017, round about that period. Yeah, I drowned him with all that stuff. Marcus Allen, yeah, and I left it at that. I know where he is. He's in Bromley. So I did say to him, if I'm ever in Bromley, I will definitely be paying you a visit. Yeah.
Yeah, take them right to the the cliffs of Dover. See that? That's fucking France, dummy.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm glad you said that because it would be on the way. Actually, we can still get to Dover from Bromley. So bang on the money there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was really perplexed, and then so I had to think it out. I thought it out that obviously he's protecting his revenue. That's what he's protecting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's probably just revenue. It's like, I think he invested so much in the moon hoax. From their point of view, they've never researched it, right? So they're trying to get people to, realize the moon landing is a hoax, and they've been doing that for, I don't know, what, 40, 50 years?
Yes,
If he comes out and he's like, the Earth is flat, he probably feels like that's going to undermine all the stuff he did previously.
That's
because
right.
people, when they hear it's flat Earth, they automatically dismiss anything you say after that.
Right.
You could say the Earth's flat, 1 + 1 is 2, and they would doubt that 1 + 1 is 2. Okay?
Yeah.
Just because you said the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So back in 2015, Boxing Day, December 26th, okay, 2015, that's when I discovered that I was in error for 48 years, yeah? And the big thing was I'd spent 14 years researching the moon landing hoax. That's how I got to the flat Earth, if you will, yeah? And the first thing I said to myself was, I suck at research because I've done all that research and I didn't clock that they hadn't, they couldn't have been able to take a picture from space because they can't go there. So that's how I knew flat Earth was like bang on the money there, because it was clearly obvious they hadn't been anywhere. So it's logical. I have never seen the curvature, right? All I've seen is horizontality everywhere. Yeah, and I felt stupid because I'd done all that research and missed that massive clue right there. So I think what you put forward is true. That all the material that they put out and their explanation as to how the moon landings were a hoax would be an embarrassment if, just like it is for me, when you find out that it is flat. Yeah, yeah, you're right. And I think that's a shame, really.
And there's something else. When I heard Marcus Allen talk about how he realized the moon landing was fake, it's because he had gone to a conference or some presentation about some spy satellite, and he's gone over this I'd seen him go over it again,
Yeah,
and that the people that did the presentation said that um that they can't take photographs in the vacuum because the film wouldn't expose right,
that's right. That's exactly what he said. Yeah,
and that
yeah,
they needed some sort. Either they said they need
yeah.
some
It was the
special
mere
film or
satellite.
had
I
to
think.
create a special environment to
Yes,
take it with.
that's right. That's right. That's exactly what he said. He was referring to that. They had to put it in a special casing, container to protect it from the radiation and the vacuum.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
And
obviously he's a globetrot if he's going to satellite presentations of his own free will. You know what I mean?
yeah, well, yeah,
He's into space and all that stuff. People just don't
yeah,
do that because
interplanetary.
they're
He's a member of the Interplanetary Organization in Britain. You see, he gave a presentation there about the moon landing hoax. You see, but he had to compromise with them in that he wasn't going to poo-poo all over the Interplanetary Society, but just highlight the anomalies in the moon landings and not a debate, just a presentation. So he was
the
playing.
Planetary Society. Oh my Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
in Interplanetary Society, yeah, or Interplanetary, yeah, Interplanetary Society that are now an organization that's just turned about 110 years old, roughly. Okay.
Is there going to be an outer planetary society when they go past Mars and people are living on Jupiter or something?
When they go to the yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they got to be past anyone that goes past the asteroid belt. You got to go past
Yeah.
that to be in the outer
Guess what
planetary
happened
society.
after he did his presentation, right? And it was sealed, solid. There was no rebuke, no rebutting that what he put forward. The host of the Interplanetary Society started to character assassinate him, stating that anyone who denies the moon landings is like denying the Holocaust. I won't say any more than that. And it went down that route. Okay. So they attacked his character more than anything else. Okay. But there you are.
I mean, I don't. Have you ever heard of Michael Parenti, Jen?
Yes, I have
Author?
actually. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he passed away recently, and
Right.
I don't know, a few months ago or something.
Hmm.
But I seen a thing where they were giving it. There was a memorial service, and Mac Blumenthal was talking about one of his books, and
Right.
it's about how corporate media, you know,
Yeah.
and the title of the book is invents reality. It literally is
Yes.
inventing reality in real time, like,
Yes. Yes. I heard
and
that.
there's
I
a
wrote the
reality that
report.
people think is reality is just an invention of corporate media. It has no connection to what actually like exists.
Yeah.
And the whole
Yeah. I have to
book is
remember
about
that
giving
word.
examples of it.
Yeah. I must remember that word because that's what they've created for all of us to live in. Eventuality. Because
Yeah,
that's what
and
they're
a
doing.
completely invented reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
complete fiction.
Yeah. I've always asked the question to our opponents and to anyone as well over the years, right? Whose life are you living? Are you living the life that the governments, and the corporate medias? I didn't use corporate media, but I meant them. Have created for you to live in, or are you actually in control of the reins of your life? I always ask them that question. Whose life are you living? Always. It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah, I've always asked that, always, because when we're talking about moon landings and other conspiracies, they seem to all follow the narrative and never think out of the box to question, right? And then I always ask them, do I not have the right to question what they're asking me? Do I not have the right to check? Can I not? What's wrong with doing that, right? Because our opponents always say we should listen to them, listen to the authorities and don't check anything. I said, no, that's wrong. I could never do that. I made a mistake already, big one, and that's related to the shape of the earth. 48 years, okay. I'm not going to ever do that ever again. Yeah.
I learned probably in my 20s, someone told me this, is that people only tell you what they want you to hear. That doesn't necessarily make what they're saying bad or that they're trying to do something, but it's pretty much a truism. People don't tell you what they don't want you to hear. You know what I mean? They just
Yeah.
tell you what They do want you to hear.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
when you
that's
think of
always been
that,
the case.
everything that you're being told, that's what people want to hear. That's what they're trying to communicate with you.
Yeah, yeah,
Why
yeah,
are they?
absolutely.
You can ask yourself, why are they telling me this?
Mm,
Why do they want me to hear this?
yeah,
Now, it
yeah,
could be a completely innocent reason. It doesn't mean it's nefarious. Well, why does the government want to tell me they went to the moon? What is their
right,
motivation? Why tell me it at all? Why even make any big deal of it?
right,
They don't
right.
tell me when they, they don't tell me when they do other shit.
Mm,
You know what I mean? It's a very selective
yeah,
information on what they tell you they're doing. But for
yeah,
certain things are, you know, they're accentuating certain things and they're just ignoring other things. They're picking and choosing what they think what they want to tell you. And
yeah,
that means if they're telling you these things, they want you to think those things are important.
right, right.
Here, this is what we're going to stick in front of your face. This is important. Pay attention to this.
That's
Well,
right.
why do you want me to think the moon landing is important? Why do you want me to think astronauts are important? Why do you want me to think any of this isn't any of that's important? Why shouldn't I be just thinking like my flower garden in the back? That's important. Why don't I think why aren't you telling me, hey, your flower garden's important? Why are you telling me this bullshit's important? How is
Yeah,
that any more
exactly.
important than my flower garden? You know
Thank
what I
you.
mean?
They've been shaping and forming our minds for the
Exactly.
longest of time. That's what they've been doing. That's what you're putting forward. Yeah, it's true.
Dude, I swear to God, the first thing ever written down was a lie. Like it's fucking the very first thing. Like, hey, we just invented writing. What should we write down? You know, I'm the king or something. Dude just wrote a straight lie down. He was like,
You
ah,
know
we
what I
can just
mean?
make shit up.
It's-
But it was the same thing with photographs.
yeah,
When the first photographs come out, the first thing they started doing was doing fake shit, right? Doing
yeah,
like making like centaurs and shit where they would expose a horse and then like take another photograph and then re-expose the plate and there'd be a person on it, right? So they're like
that's right.
making these fake photographs like right off the bat. And why not? You know
Yeah,
what I mean? They
yeah.
didn't
I
think
only came
anything
to
of
that
it. They're just playing
realization.
around.
Yeah, I only came to that realization that they've been using photography to lie from like the Lusitania. You know, when the Lusitania was bombed supposedly, yeah,
Yeah.
that brought America into the First World War. Okay, and the point is, the images we saw were all staged, and I went, "Wow, really? Wow!" So they've been lying with photography for the longest of time. Yeah, like you said, same with the print as well. There you are.
Yeah. Any written media, dude, as soon as that shit was invented, people were lying. They were probably lying on cave drawings, man. They were just straight just making crap up.
Yeah,
It's only
terrible.
modern day where we actually think that it's like important to be like historically accurate and like truthful. Because the historians all say like, they wrote these things down, but it wasn't actually true. They just didn't feel like it. They had a different attitude about accuracy. They
That's
weren't
right.
trying to be. It's only like in modern day where we're all anal retentive and everything has to be hyper accurate.
Yeah, that's true. Well, because we ourselves have discovered that there's a massive deception being perpetrated on the whole of humanity. So you're now searching for as much truth as you can, and I'm always indebted to those who have endeavored to bring that information to us so we can actually compare and use our rationale to come to some discernment. So I'm always thankful to those people. Always, always.
Yeah, but Jen, what are they trying to destroy? They're trying to destroy the rationale itself. They're trying to destroy people's ability to
Yeah,
critically think, to even
yeah,
examine information and find out what the truth is.
yeah.
Why? Like it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter what the truth is if you don't have the ability to figure out what it is from the information.
Mm,
You're fucked, right? So you're in here like this guy that came in this morning that basically said all the scientists, he made that whole argument. Why would this
yep.
all the scientists lie? They would know, blah blah blah. So says who asked this kid, name one scientist. Can you guess who he said?
What, Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Well, that was later. He said
Michio
Professor
Kaku.
Dave.
Oh, Professor Bloody Dave, who's not even a professor. Oh,
Not even
terrible.
a scientist. He's not a scientist either.
Yeah, there you
No,
go.
the point I'm making is that not
Generally.
only can he not figure out what scientists is telling the truth, he
Yeah,
can't figure out who the scientists are in the first place.
yeah, he's in trouble, man.
He can't like he
Terrible.
was trying to make an appeal to credentials fallacy
Mm.
from someone that had no credentials. He couldn't figure out that Professor Dave doesn't actually have any credentials. But he was
That's
trying to
right.
use him as someone with credentials. That's how far down it's gone. They're
Yeah,
like you can't even get to the fallacy because they can't even figure out the first step. Like that's
yeah,
bad,
they've
man.
tripped up.
It's
They've
so much
tripped up
worse.
on the first step. Yeah, they've fallen down or they've stumbled at the beginning, right at the start. You know, looking at the wrong person. You know, and holding on
Yeah,
to the wrong
Professor Dave's an
misinformation.
actor, but he portrays
Yeah,
himself as someone with credentials, and he parrots all the things that people with credentials say. So someone like him that doesn't investigate, he's like, "Oh, this guy, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. He has credentials. There's professors in his name. He makes quote unquote science content. He must be a scientist." And
yeah,
he couldn't even figure out that this dude, anybody that's been anywhere near any sort of academia as an adult, okay? Any sort can tell that guy's not a scientist. He doesn't
yeah,
work in any scientific field. He's not an engineer. He's not anything, dude. He's just a fucking guy reading his
yeah.
script off the
He's
screen.
an actor in place. That's what he is. That's what
Yeah,
we call
but
him.
it's easy to tell by how he talks, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's reading a fucking teleprompter.
What
Yeah,
credentials does
absolutely.
somebody need to have for you guys to believe them?
I don't appeal to credentials. That's a fallacy.
Yeah, no, neither do I.
Why are
It's
you
not re-
arguing that Professor Dave doesn't have any credentials?
He didn't know that this guy didn't. He tried to make an appeal to credentials fallacy and use Professor Dave as an example of a scientist. But Dave doesn't even have credentials. It's like using fucking, Elmer Fudd in your appeal to credentials. Name a scientist, Elmer Fudd.
Be very, very quiet. I
He
am
couldn't even
So he
looking.
may not
tell.
have
He
any
can't tell
credentials.
the difference. Look, to make an appeal to credentials or an appeal to credentials fallacy, they actually have to have credentials in the first place. But that guy was too dumb to figure out that he didn't have credentials. You have to be
What
able to discern
credentials
who
do
has
you want?
credentials or not.
What credentials do they need to have for you to believe them?
Are you stuck on stupid? You already asked that question and you already got an answer.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. And Jin answered.
Can you repeat it
We
again?
record this, dude. I can just play it back.
Play it back for me.
I'll just ban you instead. I'm not playing your fucking stupid game.
Sorry.
You
Just
came to the
That's ad
wrong place to
hominem.
troll, dude.
I'm not trying to troll. I was just asking a fucking question.
Okay. I don't do appeals to credentials. Credentials are not what decides the fact of a matter. The personal qualities of somebody making a claim are not what determines the truth of a claim. They can have credentials, they can frickin' walk on water, they can spin on their head, they can do whatever. That doesn't determine whether a claim is true or not. What determines whether a claim is true or not is the evidence to support it. I don't care who said it. Hitler could say it. If Hitler's got evidence, then it's true. If Hitler has no evidence, then it's not true. I know it's tough. It's tough not just going, "Oh, you're a scientist. I'll just believe anything you say because I'm a
Fair
fucking
enough.
bootlicker."
No, I was gonna say true. I don't know why you were arguing that Professor Dave didn't have credentials.
He doesn't.
Yeah,
He's
it
not a
was the young.
scientist.
It was the. Hang on. It was the young
Well,
man.
you wouldn't care anyway.
Hang on a minute, please, please. It was the young man that India was talking to, appealing to Professor Dave's credentials as a scientist when he doesn't have any credentials and he's not a scientist, you see. And the other thing is this: we only deal with the facts of the matter. So you could have 8 to 10-year-old children give us a presentation that the whole world would understand. Such is the simplicity of this topic matter. It's not high academic. It's not necessary. Okay? That's the thing you must understand. Proving that the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid doesn't require a very high intellect. It's not necessary. You'd be overqualified. You'd be smashing a nut with a sledgehammer. Okay? All right,
Yeah,
I'll
you don't
stop
have
there.
to be a scientist to do science. So
Yeah, and we're not doing
Well,
science in
this
this
isn't a
case.
scientific question. It's not a
Thank you.
scientific question.
yeah, it's a measurement question, right?
Yeah. So the point is that people have all sorts of ideas about science, scientists, what they do, what they know, what the consensus is, like all these things. They have ideas that they made up in their head. So his argument was
What do you
all these
consider a
scientists, they
scientist?
must hold on a second. He came in and said all these scientists must know they'd have to be lying or doing some other thing. And I'm like, no, dude, we talked to scientists in here many times, talked to probably 500 people that are actual scientists that actually do science professionally, and they've never tested whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And then says who I think was not it was another person that was in here this morning, asked him, like, can you even name one of these scientists? And he named Professor Dave. The point we were trying to show him is you basically made up a whole narrative about reality in your head and then base your worldview on it. You imagine there's scientists that do certain things and that they would know the Earth is a globe because of what they do on a day-to-day basis. And then when he came to naming a scientist, he don't even know who the scientists are, much less what they do.
Yeah, I'm guessing most scientists don't try and prove the Earth is a sphere on a day-to-day
They've
basis.
never tested it.
So that might be kind of hard to name one. What do
No,
you
they've never.
consider a scientist, though?
A scientist is an individual who tries to understand the natural world around him, right? Using the scientific method to understand the phenomena that he's presented with. Pseudoscience, on the
Fucking
other
all of
hand,
us, brother.
right, yeah. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, are scientists who give us mathematical formulas, scientific imagery. They look scientific, yeah. And then when you closely scrutinize and examine, can't be proven. You can't do any experiments. You can't test it against the scientific method. That would be pseudoscience, and there's a lot of that out there. So be careful. Thank you.
Okay. So if they use mathematical formulas, they're definitely not a scientist.
As long as those mathematical formulas relate to the reality we live in, that's fine. But you will find that pseudoscientists live behind formulas. Okay,
How do
and
you
you can't
determine what
prove any
mathematical
of them
formulas
in the
determine our
practical. I
reality?
am trying to explain, and you're cutting right through me. Scientists are using mathematical formulas to the point where these formulas do not match reality. That's the point I'm trying to say to you.
So when the mathematical formulas don't match reality, that's when they
That's
stop being
pseudoscience
scientists.
completely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Gotcha. Which scientists are those?
Oh, you've got like Michio Kaku, for example, and Lawrence Krauss, Hawkins. There's a whole load of them. Oh yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
What
Because nothing
mathematical
they do,
formulas do they have?
hang on a minute, let me explain the reason why. Nothing they do is scientific. Michio Kaku admitted it himself. He says, I don't know anyone in my field, right, which is cosmology and theoretical physics, that uses the so-called scientific method. That's Michio Kaku telling you the truth right there. We do it by the seat of our pants. It's all guesswork.
I don't know shit about Michio Kaku, who the fuck that is.
Yeah, he's a
like
theoretical physicist, Japanese-American theoretical physicist, very prominent out there in America at the moment. Yeah, been there the longest of time. He's actually aging now, but he's been there a long time. Okay.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay.
I don't know anything about his.
Well, yeah, that's only because you haven't looked into it. That's all. You haven't looked at it. In this field that we're in, he comes up because lots of people are under the impression that when we're talking about the shape of the Earth, we're talking about science, and we're not. We're talking about measurements, geometry, geology, topography. That's all we're doing, and measurements in particular, observations.
So who is a scientist? Can you name one?
I just named a couple of a pseudoscience. Good
No, an
scientists.
actual, not a pseudoscientist, an actual one. Name
Yeah,
one.
yeah, let's have a look. Okay, Nikola Tesla. I can say he was a scientist.
Tesla.
There you go.
Okay.
I wouldn't say Albert. I wouldn't say Albert Einstein, although he's been put up because he did a lot of pseudoscience. Okay, some of his stuff was good. So Isaac Newton, some of his stuff was scientific, but then again, he delved into the realms of pseudoscience as well.
Right. So all the fellas that delved into gravity are all sort of cool, but bullshit at the same time.
Yes, they actually are pushing pseudoscience. Yeah.
Yeah, Isaac Newton, he invented calculus, but at the and gravity, but
well, gravity
gravity
doesn't
shit is
actually
bullshit,
exist. You
but the
see.
calculus is okay.
Yeah, the gravity. Yeah, the gravity is just very moody, not good at all.
Not good.
He disagreed, and he actually stated it himself that he disagreed with the theory of the mass attracting mass, and yet he didn't want to be ascribed to the theory. He never proved it, and yet upon his death, it's ascribed to him. You know, they said he discovered gravity because the apple dropped on his head, and that story never actually happened in reality. No apple dropped on Sir Isaac Newton's head. No apple, actually. Turns out.
Yeah, I think that's just a story that people tell, but he did sort of discover the acceleration that objects with mass fall to the Earth.
What does that have to do?
No, he didn't. Galileo did.
What does acceleration have to do with gravity?
Good question. You see?
So if I speed on a highway, does that mean gravity is doing anything? Like what? What are you on about?
Exactly.
I have no idea.
So, are you saying that if I put like a magnet to pull me like more towards the Earth, I'm going to be faster, or what?
Do you have a magnet that pulls you towards the Earth?
I don't know. That's the magic force that gravity is.
I think you're something.
This invisible magnetic force. Yeah, this invisible magnetic force that has the magical powers to pull everything: cotton, nylon, plastic, metal, paper, stone, everything. It can pull everything to the Earth. Yeah, that doesn't exist.
Of composition and mass. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but that's not true. That's not true at all. Never been proven.
Prove it.
Yeah, it's never been proven.
Hey, have you ever heard of gas pressure?
Hold on, I'm talking to this guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, but it's actually an open. This is an open forum, and I can always step back to let him ask his question. So please ask your question. Go ahead about the gas.
Okay.
Yeah, I was asking if he ever heard about gas pressure.
Yes. Have you ever heard about gas pressure? There you go.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Then why is it? Yeah, go ahead. You ask him. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Do you think that gravity has anything to do with gas pressure, or what do you think about it?
I think gravity keeps the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth, or it holds our atmosphere in place. I do believe that.
So gravity for you is a container.
I think
that is not what you said.
Sorry.
So what you're correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is that you're saying that gas pressure for you, no, that's not gas pressure. Sorry, gravity for you is a container to contain gas pressure.
What do you mean by container?
No, because you say that gravity has something to do with gas pressure. So the only thing it might have, the only thing you might suggest is gravity being acting like a container for gas pressure.
What do you mean by container?
Is that your premise?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah. You know that gas pressure requires a container? Requires a container?
How do you know that?
Science, bro.
Science? Is that
Yeah.
your
It's
explanation?
the definition of gas pressure, dude.
Yeah.
The force exerted on the walls of a container.
Yeah.
You guys are using science. You guys can't use that science reference
Why?
So what? So
because there's so many other science references you guys deny.
Like what?
hold on, real quick. What do you mean? So you
Like
mean
what?
gas
Hold on.
pressure?
Like what?
No. We're going back to the same topic. Just
Like
don't use the
no.
word
Like
science.
what? What science reference do we deny? We're not gonna have a heckler, dude. Okay.
It's
What
not a
science
heckler.
reference
It's
are we
just
denying?
correcting your words. That's it. That's it. It's not a
There's
heckler. It's
no
correcting
science
your words
reference that
or
we're
terms.
denying because the claim Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim. It
Dude,
is
if
a
you don't have a
geometric
premise,
claim. Just
if
if
you
they
don't have
said Earth is a cube, that's a claim about geometry. It's not a claim about
It's a
science.
scientific claim that the world is a globe. So you
No, it
saying that
isn't.
it's
It's a
science?
geometric claim.
if you don't
Science
have a
deals with
flat
look,
Earth,
science. The natural sciences deal with phenomenon. Phenomenon. Cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. That is what science does. That's what we apply the scientific method to. You don't know anything about science. It's just a buzzword to you.
I thought you guys were talking to me. Orville,
No,
what?
midwit fucking knuckle dragger has to enter the chat.
what's
Yeah,
up?
not to you,
Relax.
Corvo. Corvo, what's happening here is that sometimes we get a few hecklers coming in, interjecting, and we have to tidy that up. And also, you can ask as many questions as you like. That's brilliant. But you will you'll be engaging with all of us from time to time. That's all, okay? You carry on
Yeah,
now.
I don't have a problem with
I'd
that.
like
Yeah.
to correct. It wasn't heckling. I'd like to correct that word.
My
Go on
question
mute.
was,
Just
what do you
zip
mean
it.
by container? That was my question.
Gas pressure requires a container. Without a container, there is no gas pressure.
Okay, what does a container do?
Contain gas.
How does it hold? How does it hold gas pressure?
Well, I don't. Okay.
You don't know. Okay, that's fair enough.
Dude, no. The thing is, there are some things that for me are so obvious that I find it a little bit hard to explain from scratch, like I'm educating a child, you know? I'm sure somebody else can.
Whoa, no need to be rude.
No,
India,
he's
do
not.
you
He's
know
not
this
being.
guy?
He's not being rude.
Being
He's not being rude. He's
I'm
not
being
being rude.
honest.
What it is, it's a surprise because I'm surprised that you don't know what container and pressure means. Because surely when you picked up a Coca-Cola can as a kid and you shook it up, the pressure in there increased, and then you went pop, and it shot out everywhere, didn't it? Pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure
Yeah.
within built up. Come on.
Wasn't allowed to drink
You know,
I
soda.
just
He
wanted
had
to
Yeah,
to
but
find. I just wanted
you
to
know the
find.
rocks that fly into our sky, you know the asteroids that fly into our sky, how do they get into our sky and how do they fall
Asteroids that
into
fly
this
I
dome
don't
you
know
say?
that as such. I've never accepted the idea of asteroids actually flying around. I think that's a man-made event at this point, okay? Because none
Oh,
of us have actually
I didn't
witnessed
know that.
it. Witnessed it in reality. I haven't had that opportunity. And what with all the deceptions going on, I don't think rocks are falling from the sky. No, I don't accept that. Sorry.
But
They're not asteroids.
their composition chemically is different. So if you put them under a microscope, it's not like an ordinary rock that we could have over here, such as the most craziest one is obsidian from volcanoes. But meteorite is completely different. So I'm just curious, how did that get here?
They're made of
I've
metal.
never seen one. Never seen a
That's the
meteorite to
difference.
examine it. Yeah.
And completely different doesn't ipso facto mean it came from outer space. You know that cats and dogs and fish and shit fall from the sky. They don't come from space.
You
Rain of
said
animals.
dogs and cats came from rain? Or what?
Yeah, they
What was
rain
the
from the
terminology?
sky.
Is this some Greek mythology?
It's not mythology. It's a
Or
known
what do I have
natural
to Google
phenomenon.
search?
Yeah, type in reign of animals.
Hold up, Indio. Can you answer my question? Like, what is a container? What do you mean by container?
A hollow object with gas inside.
Hollow
Gas
object.
has a yeah.
Yeah,
It's
like a
sealed.
Coke can. Like a Coke can, yeah.
So the
But it
Earth is the
says
hollow
reign of.
object.
Oh, sorry.
Like a plane. You know when you take off, the cabin pressurizes. So the cabin, the airframe of the plane acts like a container for the gas that's inside.
Let's start at the beginning. Okay, there's 3 types of thermodynamic systems. Okay, there's open systems, there's closed systems, and there's isolated systems. The isolated system is theoretical; it doesn't exist. Closed systems and open systems do exist. When a system is open, all the gas, in this case, will go out of that open system into it to try to find the lowest pressure area to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. In a closed system, like a container, as long as there is no energy input, right, from externally, like a heat source that's heating up the walls or something inside which is an energy source, then that will reach thermodynamic equilibrium, meaning they will all have the same pressure, temperature, and density of the gas. Now, if the Earth is inside a giant vacuum, which is supposed to be 90 billion light years across, which has it's 10 to the negative 13 decimal point fucking torr, all the gas that's on Earth should fuck off into the vacuum, but it doesn't.
Unless
And
there's
you should not be breathing right now.
Unless there's gravity. Unless there's
Gravity has no effect on the
like a Big Bang.
thermodynamic properties of gas, not either in experiment or theory.
And why isn't this in science books?
It is. It's in the kinetic theories of gases. If you look for the
Have
little
you
g or big G in any of the formulas, you won't find it.
Do you understand the concept of density? Hello. It's okay. Take your time.
Are you asking me or who?
You or the other guy, whoever said that. Oh, why isn't that in the science books?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, it
But
is.
You said there were 3 different things, and one of them is theoretical.
Isolated, closed, and open thermodynamic system.
And could I see the reference of where you learned this?
Dude,
one of them is theoretical?
any 7th grade textbook, dude.
I same. I thought everyone knew it was a globe. I thought it was 7th grade textbook, but apparently not. That's why I'm just asking for a reference.
Everybody doesn't know it's a globe. How do you know it's a globe?
I'm just asking, why didn't everyone say it's flat?
No, it's a globe. You believe.
Why
That's
doesn't
very
everyone
different.
say it's flat?
Because it's a Western tradition to think the Earth is a globe.
Okay, well,
So
if
the Chinese
I'm in
say
Europe,
it is flat. It is a flat
then that has
surface.
nothing to do with it.
They're
The
saying
Chinese
Western.
said it was flat into the 20th century.
And
by
why
the
they
way.
say
And how about the
it is
Russians?
a flat round?
Because there was a Chinese revolution and we killed the emperor and the Western powers
And
took over
where's
China
that
and now they
reference?
say the Earth is a globe. The
Oh,
historical record,
I thought it was earlier than that, but okay,
dude.
sorry.
I'm not here for your education. Okay, it's very
Well,
simple.
you're
You were
teaching
told the
us.
Earth
I
is a
just
globe
want to
by
know
people
where you
that
get
don't
it
know
from.
it to be. Well, look, bro. I'm not playing this game with you.
We're talking.
This is called the sea lion troll.
I don't know what that is.
Dude, that is true.
Yeah, even
Like
though
the
you're
ancient
doing it.
Greeks actually proposed he was like not flat. So what do you mean?
Okay,
about
so what? That was some of the Greeks, not all of them.
Actually, a lot of them, the majority of them.
You're just making that
majority
up. Yeah, you have
I'm
no
not
idea
making
how
that up.
many of
Like
it was.
Eratosthenes, Pythagoras, like 500 BC. What do you mean?
Pythagoras, yeah, Pythagoras.
Aristotle,
What about Thales, Anaximander, Anaxagoras, Democritus,
But you know what
Epicurus?
happened after
All
that?
those people, all those people were flat earthers.
And you know what happened to them, right?
What happened to them?
They were disproven. They never got a prize or an award, no
They-
nothing.
You use Stale's theorem whenever you calculate the height of a triangle. What are you talking about?
You listed like 5 names.
Sales is also the first person to ever predict an eclipse to the day. He was a flat earther. You guys are just making shit up,
But
and all that's
an
going to do is
eclipse,
get you
how
fucking
does an
muted,
eclipse
dude.
occur on a flat Earth? Actually, that's a good
Because it
question.
has nothing
because
to
you
do
say
with the
it's
shape
both.
of the Earth. Has
That's
nothing
right.
to do with nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Didn't
Nothing.
you guys say that the sun and the moon are on the opposite sides constantly? How does an
Who
eclipse
said that?
happen?
Who said that?
None
A
of us
flat
said
Earth.
that.
No,
Nope.
you're a liar, and you're gonna get banned if you
That's
do it
what
again. Yeah, you didn't hear anything like that, you fucking liar. Piece of shit.
Right. And India, can you
Now
talk
that
him
is ad
through the
hominem.
Aristophanes?
That
I
is
know
ad
we
hominem.
know it
Like,
inside out.
you're talking
Can we?
about like having good arguments, and you're now putting like ad hominems.
No, hang on a minute. We're
He's
tidying that
lying.
up.
Nobody
Yeah.
said that shit, Sebastian. Stop white knighting for a liar, or you'll be muted next.
Yeah.
We've played this
But
game before.
you're putting
We've
actually ad
played.
hominem
Listen,
fallacies.
stupid. We've played this game before. This little fucking ping pong game that you guys are doing. We've played this game before. It's not new. It's not fucking clever.
Right.
Really funny
So
hearing you.
yeah, hold
like,
on a
how
second.
stupid
Shut
India,
up.
hold on a second.
Shut up,
Because
dude.
yeah,
Shut
because
your
you're not
fucking
coming with
hole.
any. Yeah, you're not coming with anything positive. I'm trying to get India right to actually address what you guys put forward. Aristophanes, can you show them the flaws in their rationale there? Because we're talking about angles. So what did Aristophanes actually measure? That's all. So they understand it, especially those listening. Go ahead. I know you've done it many times, India. Could you do that again for us? Just walk us through the Aristophanes.
I'm gonna text mute the trolls first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because the idea they keep bringing this up that Aristophanes measured the curvature of the Earth. Now this is a character 300 years or 500 years ago. Where's the modern man? Why are we always going back to Aristophanes? And the guy never measured the curvature of the Earth at all. That's why India put him up as a flat earther, because that's what he was.
Ooh. Don't start talking about a model, brother.
Again, what use is a model if it doesn't exist in reality, ladies and gentlemen? Can you use it?
Don't start talking about a model. Why would you say something like that?
Yeah.
Because I think you guys are sort of against models. I don't know.
No, we're not against models.
We're against
the heliocentric
reifying
model.
models.
Yeah.
You know what a reification fallacy is? When you take an abstract concept and propose that it's real.
Okay.
I'll give you an example of this. Have you ever heard of Maxwell's equations for electricity and magnetism?
Definitely have.
Okay. You know what that models?
Electromagnetism.
How? How does it model it? In the formulas itself. The formulas itself. What are those formulas modeling?
I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Modeling electromagnetism.
Yeah, that's what we use the output for. But the formulas themselves are calculating something. They're calculating the rotations of spheres. So Maxwell's model of electricity and magnetism is a mechanical model of spheres that rotate against each other.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, that the ether. He had a mechanical model of ether that he used to make his equations, and that's what the equations actually model.
I would have to look up the models again, brother. I can't.
I'll show you a picture right from Maxwell's book.
Okay, go ahead. I can't rattle off Maxwell's equations offhand. But I mean, you use Maxwell's. So there's 3 different equations. One of them models magnetic magnetic flux, I believe. One measures the electric field, and then the other one measures, I forget. I would
Okay,
have to
well,
look at the equations again. But brother,
Look,
I
look,
okay.
don't.
Now, Corvo,
look. The
just
equations. Look, that's look. Maxwell's
Piece of
equations
shit.
were 20 quaternion equations, which are rotations. They didn't.
Post
In vector calculus wasn't invented yet, so those doing 20 equations in 4-dimensional space is cumbersome, especially at the end of the 1800s. So a guy named Oliver Heaviside and William Tate, Dr. William Tate, invented vector calculus in order to vectorize his equations and simplify them for use. But you can reverse all that and get the quaternion values out of it. The point is that his model is this. It's what I posted in the chat. This is his diagram, Maxwell's diagram. He's modeling how the ether flows. Now, nowadays, nobody even believes in the ether. But if I could make the argument, even though it would be a reification fallacy, I'd say the ether has to be real because his model models the ether and his equations work. So if his model works, then the elements, the mathematical elements in his equations, in his model, must be real.
Hold on, India. You just posted a picture.
Yes, it's a diagram that he drew. This is Maxwell's handwriting.
Yeah.
Okay, what does this have to do with his equations?
This is what it models. It's a mechanical model of these little balls rolling against each other. The
You
flow
say
of
that. That's
ether.
not what they model.
Yes,
Post
it
the
is.
equations.
Maxwell's quaternion
Post
equations?
the equations. Yeah.
Do you know what a quaternion is? Do you know what a
No,
quaternion is?
I don't.
Okay, so I'm going to post equations that you don't understand?
If you post the equation, I'll probably understand. If it's an
So
actual
you understand
equation, yeah.
four-dimensional rotations.
Okay, yeah. Are you talking about like three-dimensional calculus?
4-dimensional
5 plus 3?
rotations. No, it's the complex numbers in 3 dimensions, dude.
I know a bunch about complex numbers. I'm an
In
electrical
3
engineer.
dimensions?
So usually complex numbers are in 2 dimensions, at least in the
Yeah,
electrical
yeah.
sense.
So Alexander Hamilton discovered the 3-dimensional version of that, but it's a 4-dimensional equation.
Post what you're talking about, because I don't know what you're trying to talk about. Quaternions, I mean, I think I've heard this before, but I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
They're rotations.
Okay, rotations of 3-dimensional objects?
Hold on, dude. I'll get them for you. It's a 4-dimensional. No.
Take your time.
Yes, rotations of 3-dimensional objects, spheres in this particular instance.
Okay.
Okay, but you need a fourth dimension in order to be able to do it. An imaginary dimension, an imaginary number.
So it's not imaginary technically. I mean, mathematically, it's
It's a mathematical imaginary number.
sure. I agree.
Trying to find all of them.
Again, I don't know what this has to do with the there.
Because I could use a different example. Epicycles. You know what epicycles are?
If you don't know, just say no.
You don't
be
know
just-
a lot of things, but somehow are going to tell us how things work, which is crazy,
Yeah, if
dude.
you don't know something, be honest about it, bro.
Have I been dishonest before? Told you I don't know something. I don't know it.
Okay. Do you know what epicycles are?
Fuck. I said no already.
Okay. Epicycles were the methodology for predicting the positions of planets before the heliocentric model. And it works. It works fine. They just didn't like it for philosophical reasons. because they had no physical reason how it would happen. But you could reify that model. There's no ultimate reality in these models. You understand?
Wait, are we still
That
talking
you can
about
make
Maxwell's
mathematical
equations or
models
what?
that describe the world that hold no ultimate reality in them. You know this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can make mathematical
Okay,
models that
then what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
so the
don't know.
point
You
is
started this
that you
conversation.
said we don't like models and that we don't like reifying models and claiming they are things that they're not. For instance, the current model that you think exists about the Earth, you think such as, I'm sure you think eclipse times, when they happen, where they happen, use a globe to make that prediction. They do not. You probably think that the positions of planets use a globe to make those predictions. They do not. Okay. You probably think sunrise, sunset, and solar noon and all those things that they use a globe to predict when those events happen. They do not. If you look at the mathematics, the actual mathematics, there's no globe of a 3,959-mile radius in any of those equations. The model is observer-centric, meaning it is calculated from your eyeball. Your eye is at the origin of the coordinates.
Okay, so you have an actual calculation that you use? You post it?
Which
You just
one?
said that they're not. So calculate me the next eclipse, I guess.
It's the Saros cycle. That's the coincidence of three years. There's the animistic year, the draconic year, and the
Show me
eclipse
the
year.
calculation that you used to determine that.
You just hold on. I'll get the PDF.
What calculation did you use that you just told me that you?
It's the coincidence of 3 years, dude. When those 3 years, when their end or beginning ends on the same time, then there's an eclipse.
Okay, so there's not a calculation. You're just using time. That's very.
No, it's a
just
kinematic model.
okay, then show me the model. You said model. Show me your
Yeah,
model.
it's called a kinematic model, dude.
Show me the model then. If it's a model, you should be able to graph it out. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I gotta find it, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Take your time. I can be here all night.
How did you think they did it?
So in previous times they did use the Caesarean cycle to determine,
The Saros cycle?
what happened. Yeah, Saros cycle. Sorry, did I say it wrong? They did use that in old times, but now can you tell me the exact like where it will cross on the Earth? Like where will the where will it be like in
I
max
can't,
value?
but Shane can.
Who can?
Shane St.
Shane?
Pierre, he took a bet with a Glober that said he couldn't predict when the next eclipse would be using a flat Earth, and he did, and won $1,000.
He won
So
$1,000.
that's right, from Mordawand. He's an anti-flat earther. He actually paid up amazingly. It's just projection of the graticule, dude. You don't understand that the coordinate system's not the ground, it's in the sky. Okay? And if you know the sky coordinate, you know the ground coordinate. Where are latitude and longitude located?
What does that mean?
Where are latitude and longitude
system
located?
is not in this. It's not on the ground.
The
It's in
system
the sky.
is the whole coordinate system's in the sky.
What does that mean?
It means that the sky is the coordinate system. It's based upon the sky. Latitude and longitude. Longitude's based upon the sun. Latitude's based upon the position of the celestial equator above the horizon.
Okay.
Those two things determine the coordinate.
Okay. show me this
You sound
mathematical model
confused.
before. I am a little bit, sorry, but I'm because we're switching to multiple different topics. Like we're going from topic to topic. Show me what the fuck you were gonna show me before.
No. You are the
Mathematical
one.
model.
I'm
You are
looking for it.
Hold on,
rest of the
brother.
conversation.
I would like to see what India was gonna show me before.
I can't find it on my stuff. I'll have to find it where I originally got it from. Yeah. How did you think they were predicted? What do you think they did? Okay, I think I may have found it.
Excited.
What?
I said I'm excited, you fucking idiot. Sorry.
Okay.
How did you
Okay.
think they predicted eclipses, dude?
Yeah, back in the day they used just, based off time.
What do you think they use now?
I think if you wanted to guess just like what day it was gonna be, you'd use the Caesarean cycle. But
Sort of.
if you wanted to
Sarah.
actually predict the path of it, which I'm
How would you
hoping
do that?
what you're about to post is gonna show me, where it can predict the actual path. I think you have to use a little bit more sophisticated model. I don't think your flat Earth can do that.
Why?
Because it doesn't work.
Dude, how does it? You're just throwing
I
words
don't
into
think
the air.
your flat Earth would do it because it doesn't work. How do you know
Yeah,
that?
I guess I don't. So I'm waiting for you to
So
show
why do you
me.
say you do?
Then why don't I just go get Shane shit if that's what you want to see, the prediction of the position?
This is so.
I'm waiting to be proved wrong. I can prove me wrong right now.
Dude, you have no evidence of what you're saying. Why do you need what's to prove wrong? What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
So they use
what did you present that it doesn't work again?
I haven't presented anything.
Exactly. Proven wrong.
You're making us do all the hard work, and you're just saying, "Oh, it doesn't work because it doesn't work," without saying
on,
anything
I'll
relevant.
just find
You
it
don't
for
have a
Shane,
premise.
dude.
You don't have. You just have buzzwords and beliefs.
Okay.
So how is it predicted now again? You won't say. I know how you think it's predicted, but you're wrong. Whatever you think, it's wrong, 100%.
Okay. Prove me wrong here.
There's nothing to prove wrong, dude. You presented no evidence. Just me saying "nuh-uh" proves you wrong.
Just show
It's
me
your
what you're
word
about
against
to show
his.
me.
It
No,
was
so I'm
your
gonna prove you wrong right now. Nuh-uh. See, that
Wait,
did
are
it
you not gonna
because you
show
presented
me
no
what you're
evidence.
about to show me?
Yeah, I'm still am, but you presented no evidence, so I presented no evidence that you're wrong.
Are you
And because
furiously
I got the
drooling
last
right
word
now
and I win.
or what? Congratulations, brother. You win. I'll concede right now. I just want to see how you predict like where the eclipse is going to be.
Yeah.
You use something called bazillion elements, dude.
Use something called
You know what that is?
I don't.
Dude,
Never
you
heard
keep
that.
asking the answers for questions that you don't, even if I tell you the answer, you won't understand it. Why?
What do you mean? Sorry, that
you didn't
just said a
understand the
term that I have no
quaternions.
idea.
You didn't understand what those are. You didn't understand what epicycles are. You don't know what a container is. You don't know what gas pressure does. You don't know anything. But you want answers that you don't understand. This
me
is
what you're
literally
gonna
the sea lining troll. You're literally doing it right now.
What?
I'm gonna read it to you. Sea lining troll.
No, show me.
No, shut the fuck up.
Show me.
No, shut up, troll. Sea lining is a type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence, often tangential of previously addressed, while maintaining a pretense of stability and sincerity, or feigning ignorance of the subject matter.
Is that not what
It may
you
take the
do?
form of incessant
Asking
bad
for
faith
evidence
invitations
constantly?
to engage in debate. This is like, can I get this conversation? Do you think that this fits this conversation? Yes, it does.
Did you ever say to the Globers, just show me?
Yeah, what evidence did you ask for the Globe?
How do you
I
know
was
it's a
asking,
globe?
I was asking you, brother.
No. Don't
Crazy.
dodge the question. Do not dodge the question. You've been asking us questions this whole time, and we ask you one question and you don't answer it. That is pretty. That is not very. That's not very positive of you on a conversation, man.
I've answered
You
at
want,
least
want,
4 of your questions. We just gave examples of the answers. You don't even understand the answers. So what's the point? This is
bad.
like
We were talking
shoveling
about Copernicus.
shoveling gold into a bottomless pit. It's pointless.
Okay, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want to.
Well, what do you understand?
Thanks for the permission.
What do you understand? Maybe we can talk to you on that level.
Yeah, he's not acknowledging anything
I'm
we're
just
telling
asking.
him. You acknowledge everything we've explained to you. You haven't digested and acknowledged it at all. You know nothing of your model here, okay? And it's because of you that we're changing the topic matter all the time, because you're changing the topic matter by asking different kinds of questions and leaving things undone. So let's go all the way back to the beginning where you started from. Do you understand my colleague's question about gas pressure and containment? Do you understand that and its ramifications? Please, let's go back there first. Fucking hell. That's where we were originally. Do you understand that? What we mean by gas pressure being contained on Earth? Wow. Come on, Corvo.
That's not Corvo, it's fish.
Gas pressure.
Yeah.
Is,
I asked the question. This guy Fish is the one that has to answer.
Go ahead.
okay, so gas pressure is due to a force pulling molecules together with an equal and opposite force.
That's not right.
That's not the question. I asked you if you do understand that in order for gas pressure to exist, there has to be a container.
What do you mean by container?
Dude. Oh my god.
A restriction in volume, right? A restriction in volume. Right, so your cup for your water restricts the volume of water that's going to be poured into it, right?
Thank you. That is a good answer. Yeah,
Yeah, I just posted in the chat the eclipse prediction. In this post is all the formulas and the calculation.
Wait, from what we were talking about before?
For the eclipse, dude. You playing stupid again, dude?
Indio, bro, we were talking about gas pressure. Now you're talking about eclipses, bro. Just fuck with me.
He posted the evidence you were asking for.
I understand. Jesus Christ, dude. This guy.
Are you high?
Somebody banned Corvo. He's a fucking idiot.
No. Dude.
You're just trolling, man. He's just trolling at this point.
I know he is.
Indio, you know I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you're trolling, dude.
Okay. Don't shut up. Talk to somebody else.
You do that every time. Look, we all know why you think the Earth's a globe. You saw it on TV. Why don't you just admit it? You come here just to give a shit for entertainment.
It's kind of fun.
Nothing would change your mind. Literally nothing. Even if NASA said the Earth was flat, you wouldn't change your mind.
What would change yours?
Measurable curvature over the surface of the Earth. Really
With your
simple.
eyes?
Is it my eyes a measurement?
Are they? That's a great question.
No, they're not.
Good question.
There isn't little freaking little dashes and dots with units in my eyes. So no, they aren't measuring devices.
So what measurement do you need? What device?
I
guess?
just told you. Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What device? A laser? A ruler?
Fucking you pick, dude.
Okay.
Laser, microwave, radio, fucking mechanical, fucking pick one. Now, what could falsify the globe for you? Let me guess. A picture of the flat Earth from space, right?
Boom. That would be one.
But you just said that eyes are not measuring.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so it's okay for you to just gawk at it and draw conclusions, but it's not okay for me.
Well, so
But,
sorry, I should clarify.
Yeah, you got a double standard, which means you have
respond.
no standard, which means you're fucking zealot cultist.
So wait, hold up. Before you,
You're in a cult, dude.
Yeah, he's a religious fanatic.
Before you claim that like pictures won't do it, I can just claim what you claim, that they're all fake. So obviously that won't do it. So
You know how I know they're fake?
mathematical
How do
theorem.
I know they're fake, dude? How do I know that all those pictures are fake?
How do you? That's a great question.
Because
I would
what they
like to know.
depict is not possible to exist.
How do you know that?
Because I've measured that there's no curvature. And I know
did
that
you do
those
that?
images show curving water, and I know from measurement that water doesn't curve. So I know all those pictures that show curving oceans are fake.
You know water doesn't curve. How did you know that?
Water does not curve. No. Large bodies of water, like the ocean, are not curving on the surface. The Great Lakes aren't curving. The fucking Atlantic Ocean isn't curving. Lake Vostok isn't curving. The Caspian Sea is not curving. None of these bodies of water are curving, dude.
That is a great example because water takes on the shape of the recipient it's on.
Shut the fuck up,
So
Corvo.
it is, have you ever measured curvature on water?
Indio, are you gonna let this guy dick ride you this whole time or what?
So no answer.
What was your question there, little bro?
I already asked it.
I wasn't listening.
He asked if you ever measured curving water, or
Yeah, I've seen curved water before. What do you mean measure curved water? What the fuck does that even mean?
Oh my god.
I've seen curved water in raindrops. I've seen curved water in literal levels. So there's a curved.
That's not water. Those are mineral spirits.
What do you mean that's not water?
They're mineral spirits. Water's
Okay.
not, it's too viscous. So you used to
Okay,
call
well,
them
it's the
spirit level
liquid.
back in the day.
It's still liquid.
Let me ask the question another way. Is any ocean on this earth, or any sea on this earth, to that matter, curving?
I mean, it's all water is perpendicular to the surface of the earth. So.
Yes. So?
No.
Oh, so what's the surface of the earth?
What is the surface of the earth?
Yeah.
Look at your feet, I guess. I don't know.
Dude, you made the premise. You tell me what you think the surface of the earth is.
Indio, get this fucking idiot out of here. He's making you guys look bad.
Well, wouldn't be perpendicular to the surface of the earth if it's a sphere.
You're making yourself look pathetic because you can't even answer a question.
The surface of the earth is the thing under your feet, I guess.
Yes. So what shape is it?
What shape is under your feet?
So, dude, I asked you if any ocean or any sea on this earth is curving, and you said water is perpendicular to the surface of the earth. What is the surface of the earth?
Wait, water's perpendicular to the surface of the earth? What the heck?
That's what he said.
Water is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. I'm not sure if you understand what you're saying. You sure? Do you know what you're saying?
No
So
response
water
again.
formed. I'm about to respond. Relax, brother. Water.
Google first, yeah, I know.
Okay. So water is normal to the surface of the Earth due to gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but that still doesn't answer my question now, does it, genius?
Maybe not to you.
No, not to you, not to me, not to anyone.
I gotcha. Sorry about that. If you don't understand, that's not my problem.
Okay.
So Corvo, what sticks us, or what makes everything fall to the ground at 9.8 meters per second?
Density.
Density. Okay.
Yep.
What about density makes us fall to the ground?
Do you know what density is? Why are you asking that question? Why are you asking that logical question?
That's a great. Yeah. What is density? That's a good question. So density. Do you know the mathematical formula for density?
There's a few.
You know what it is? It's mass divided by volume, right?
Yeah.
So where in there is a vector that gives a direction?
A
Have you
vector?
ever yes. Have you
Why
ever
are we
taken
talking about a vector? We're talking about density. Do you think so?
Yes.
Picture this. You put you put an apple on a surface of water. What's going to happen?
Sorry, say that again.
You put an apple on a little lake. What's going to happen?
Put an apple on a lake?
Yeah. What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Is the apple going to sink? Is the apple going to float? What's going to happen?
The apple will. That's a good question. Actually, it might float. Maybe it sinks. I don't know. Is it more
Why is that?
dense in the
Why is
water?
that?
You
Exactly.
never been apple bobbing?
Question answered.
Right. So why does the apple sink?
Because if the apple sinks, is because it is denser than whatever is below it.
Wait,
So what is
apple
the
Yeah, but
force
apple doesn't
acting on
sink
the
though.
apple?
The apple doesn't sink. The apple does not sink in water. It floats.
Apples float
Yeah.
because there's air particles within the flesh of the apple.
Thank you. Yeah, and then the skin
So look,
makes it waterproof,
density is
so the
not a
water
vector.
can't. The apple
It's a
will not
scalar.
absorb the water due to its skin. Okay. Now this line of discussion is very boring at the moment, and the reason is,
Hold on, Jen.
Cordoba. Hang on, let me speak. Don't interrupt me. Yeah. Thank you. Now, Cordovo is not, ladies and gentlemen, conceding along the way. It's been put to him a number of flaws in his position. He's not acknowledging the information we give him. He's not addressing these things properly. He's not conceding when he needs to, and it makes for a very boring discourse at the moment. Okay, and you're playing a little bit coy and you don't understand. So please, can we get some more integrity on your side, Cordovo? Okay, because you're acting a little bit as a troll.
Not Corvo, fish. Not Corvo, fish. It's fish.
But he keeps riding up. Sorry, Corvo. Someone's
All right.
okay, whoever you are, anyway, please.
So,
Look, all
hi
I was trying
guys.
to say is that
I just got
density is
here,
not a
but
vector.
where are you guys from?
Density is a scalar value. It has no direction.
He's not saying it does.
Who claimed it had direction?
You did when it said things that are more dense sink to the ground.
Yeah, that's true though. That's true.
True.
What does that have to do with direction?
Density, if it's a solid piece of substance, like, so technically oxygen has a density. Oxygen will sink to the floor if it had a pure density. But the thing is, oxygen doesn't have strong particle dispersity, so it floats, I guess. Like like why
Well, it's a
do
gas.
yeah, so it's about the particle density, and like in comparison to our own atmosphere, it floats if you put it isolated in
Well,
like
I'd say
a balloon.
oxygen is part of the atmosphere.
No,
Yeah,
I'm saying
exactly.
I'm saying if you isolate it in a balloon, we're talking about like balloons, why they float, helium.
Yeah, it'll just expand to fill the volume.
Yeah,
Why do
but
more
like technically, helium and oxygen, and hydrogen, they all have a like atomic density.
It makes no difference to the amount of pressure or volume.
Yeah, so it's exactly like you have. I don't know. I'm just fucking rambling. Whatever. What's up,
Formula for
guys?
density, it's mass divided by volume. It has no
It's like I don't care enough to even fucking talk about this shit. It's like,
So
bro,
fish,
didn't we escaped high school? Do we really have to like pretend like we care?
well,
I say
fish is
we
trying to.
all. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So fish, always just pointing out the observation of what happens. So you can manipulate the density of the medium and cause an object to float or or sink, right? To rise or sink.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you can manipulate the density of the object, or to
Yeah,
cause it to rise or sink.
there's a lot of different variables, 100%. But I think at the moment, everyone just kind of wants to like. It's kind of like fun to argue or something. I don't know. I literally.
No, actually, that's not the case. We were moving in a coherent direction until, is it Fish? Because I don't see his name come up. I see Cordovo, I see Lamar. I don't see Fish, whoever his name is. But came in and started acting strange. He didn't understand container and pressure. I mean, how could you not understand that relationship? And that's when it
So
started going downhill.
he was just being a bitch then. So fuck that
No,
bitch.
but
He wasn't being that either.
Thank you for confirming.
You've been asking me questions, Fish, about density and about a lot of stuff. Now I'm going to ask you: do you believe that density exists? Yes or no?
Womp womp.
So yeah,
Let's just
density
make
is
that
a
clear.
mathematical value. I guess it
Okay,
exists.
perfect. So you agree it exists. Okay, perfect. So there shouldn't be any doubt about anything relating gravity or anything like that ever again, especially also having cleared out the gas pressure thing.
It's a fucking stretch. How'd you get to that? What?
So you did not understand anything about gas pressure nor density.
Can
Okay.
you lower your mic volume, by the way? Your shit's so loud.
Oh, me?
Yeah, it's just like
Okay, let me.
a little bit.
You are a little loud, dude. I had to lower you already.
Yeah, it's like you're in the bathroom or something. On a megaphone.
Is it better like this?
Yeah, that's good.
Actually,
Yeah,
a
gotta
little
turn
bit
you up.
lower would be great.
Just
No,
being-
don't listen
being
to fucking
completely-
fish head.
No, you're fine, bro.
All right.
Yeah, so Corvo, you're a fucking idiot. So I don't know what else there is to say. Density is not a vector. Density.
He never said it was.
Goes down.
Keep claiming.
Can I finish
You
my
keep
sentence?
saying. You keep
Can I
saying
finish my
things I didn't say,
Can I
as
finish
if
what I
you
was
were
saying? Can I
disproving
finish
me
what I
in
was saying?
any way.
Can I finish what I was saying? So density
No,
is
not if you're going to straw man him. Not if you're going to straw man him. No, you
I'm gonna
can't.
finish it.
No, you're not going to straw man him.
Yeah. So can you start conceding on all the anomalies that are in your position, Fish? Okay, because we presented at least 10 of them. Okay.
Gravity ain't a vector either.
Yeah. Thanks. and you haven't addressed anything at all. You've gone from one question to the next without actually admitting, okay, there's an anomaly there. Let's discuss that so I fully understand why that anomaly is there. You haven't done any of that. You're just jumping, gish galloping all over the place, no concessions, and it's made for a very boring discourse thus far. Okay, it's got to the point where India was exasperated because you just kept chopping yet, and he found material painstakingly. They found stuff for you. Again, it was just a waste of time. So can you get a grip of your position and admit that you are carrying a lot of beliefs? You've confirmed nothing regarding the globe model. We don't accept models that don't exist, of course. What person would with their logical mind intact? So the Earth as a heliocentric model doesn't exist. That's a model of no use. It's like a cup with a massive hole in the bottom. You pour out your hot water for your cup of tea and it's boiling, yeah, and it's just going right through. Okay? Yeah. So let's try. Thank you.
Yeah, and everything you asked for, by the way, if you want, you can look in the side chat. It's all there. Clips, quaternions, epicycles, all that crap. But gravity's not a vector either, because vectors have a magnitude and direction, but gravity's so-called magnitude is not a scalar quantity.
Gravity's magnitude is not a scalar quantity.
Nope.
Is that what you said?
I
Yeah.
literally.
It's not a scalar quantity, so it's not a vector either.
Magnitude in itself, it fundamentally
Magnitude
is
in a vector
scalar.
has to be a scalar quantity, otherwise you wouldn't be able to do vector matrices.
A
It wouldn't even make sense.
I literally don't even know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't be able to do vector analysis. You wouldn't be able to do vector calculus. You wouldn't be able to do any of that shit if vectors weren't a scalar quantity.
So what's the definition of a vector?
Yes, vectors.
A vector has a magnitude and a direction, but that magnitude has to have a value that's set. It can't be variable.
That's not true at all. What the fuck? No. So vectors have a magnitude and they have a direction.
That's right.
If you do two-dimensional calculus, right? You have two variables in calculus. Each of these have to be vectors for you to be able to do to integrate along them, create a shape.
Okay. Just to use an example, I take a rock. It's 2 feet off the ground. I throw it. What's the
You admit
magnitude?
that you were wrong right there.
What's the no? I'm going to
was
give you an example to demonstrate that you're wrong. What's the magnitude of the gravity for a rock 2 feet off the ground?
So it doesn't have
It's
to
a
do
1
with
kilogram rock. What's the
Okay.
magnitude?
The magnitude.
What's the magnitude of the gravity for a rock 2 feet off the ground? Are you dense?
What is it?
9.8 meters per
60,
second going
yeah.
up to the surface of the Earth.
What's the magnitude of a rock that's 1 kilogram that's 2 feet off the ground?
Isn't it
The
like
magnitude of the gravity.
98 meters per second.
That's not a no. Look, that's an
No, is it-
acceleration. That's not a magnitude of the gravity.
Magnitude of
What do you mean
gravity
by
is 60.
magnitude?
Isn't it 60? Is it 60 or no?
You're the one saying vectors, dude, and you don't know what magnitude is?
No, that's not me,
What?
bro. I'm fucking an outlier out here. Like
No, I'm talking to fucking fish.
I thought it was so baseline gravity is 60, right? 60 miles per
No,
hour. or
okay,
something?
let's not, like, you guys are trying to
don't
fucking
remember.
muddy the water. This is very simple. This dude says, density's not a vector, as if that was some sort of fucking win.
Here, let me
Gravity's
Google
not a
this shit,
vector
but-
at all.
So I remember baseline gravity being 60 miles per hour until it actually like accelerates and then it gets into full free fall.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. So
Indio, look, magnitude.
Gravity.
Magnitude of a rock. I mean,
gravity force. He said
the
a
gravity, the magnitude of the gravity of it.
He
For
said-
gravity
he
to have
said
a vector, vectors
1
have two
kg. He said 1
Okay,
kg.
dude, you're just interrupting. Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. Control your mic. So, look, Vectors, all vectors, to be a vector, you have to have a direction and a magnitude. So I'm asking you for those two properties. For a rock, 1 kilogram is 2 feet off the ground.
9.8
What's its
meters per
direction and
second.
its magnitude?
9.8 meters per second is its magnitude. Normal to
That's
the
a
surface of the
magnitude.
Earth is direct.
That's a magnitude.
Normal to the surface
The
of
ma-
the Earth is its magnitude.
A magnitude of what exactly is it?
Magnitude?
What quantity?
What does that mean?
Yeah, magnitude of what quantity is it?
9.8 meters per second.
Is a magnitude of what quantity?
Acceleration.
So the magnitude and the direction of the acceleration.
9.8 meters per second magnitude. Normal to the surface of the Earth.
It's
Direct.
9.8 meters per second
you go.
squared, dude.
Okay.
Right, that's of the
There you go.
acceleration.
That's the
Where's the gravity?
magnitude of the gravity. So how does that fit in the formula? G times M1 times M2 equals divided by R squared. How does that fit into that formula?
So,
Because that's the gravity.
Oh shit!
You're talking about the
The
attraction
universal law of
between
gravitation. The reason you think things are being pulled to the earth.
a little g is 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, so what?
He's
How did you
stuck
get
on
the little g
repeat.
from the big G, dude? And you were giving Corbo
That's
shit.
the
When your
that's
idea is
the
gibberish, like it ain't even your idea. It's somebody else's idea that you're parroting. It's just as shit as the fucking density one. No one thinks, Paul. Not you, not anybody else.
So wait, are you trying to argue that density is a vector?
Nobody's
All I
saying
know
that.
is that from
Saying
experience, no, density is
Corvo,
not
you
a
were definitely
vector.
trying to do
Density is a
that, dumbass.
relationship between two things, right? It's a relationship. It's not a vector.
You can say relationship. All the vector means is direction and magnitude.
You're trying to
Okay.
strawman.
If you want to say relationship, that's fine. But
So what's the cause of little g?
what's the cause of little g?
Yeah, what's the cause of your vector?
Okay, so we'll get into like Einstein's, general relativity.
What is the cause? Just say what the cause is.
Don't just say random fucking words, dude. You don't know the
So
cause.
the cause
He's
isn't
saying
gravity
density is the
because
cause.
you've said gravity is the 9.8 meters per second squared.
He's saying
Just said
relative
things
density
fall
is the
down.
cause. He's saying relative density is the cause, and the question of cause is different than an empirical fucking statement about the direction. They're
Not
two
what I'm saying.
different things that you're trying to conflate.
Incorrect.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that objects of mass fall to the Earth at 9.8.
What's mass?
Mass is an object's resistance to inertia.
So, objects with resistance to inertia fall to Earth.
Yes.
Okay, that's the cause.
I mean, huh?
The causal
That's
mechanism?
the causal. I mean, I
How
don't know what
much?
you're asking me.
I'm asking you
Yes.
for the causal mechanism for falling objects. Why do objects fall?
Because of gravity.
Oh my
But
god,
the
man.
falling is the gravity, dude. You're
You've
saying
already
the
said
effect,
that
the
it
cause
is.
is the you're saying the cause is the effect.
Yeah, you attributed gravity as having a magnitude and direction of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Correct. All things
That's an
with mass
effect.
fall to the Earth.
That's an effect. We want to know the cause.
I don't know the cause. We haven't figured it out yet.
Could it be density?
No, it couldn't.
How do you know that? How do you know it can't be density?
Because gravity is formulated into the calculation of things with density. If you're gonna calculate that
Gravity is
something's gonna
formulated into
fall,
the calculation of things with density. That's your answer?
if things are gonna, if something is more dense than another object in the calculation, if you're gonna calculate this, you have to have gravity
No,
in
because
the
G
calculation.
cancels out, so that's false.
That is not correct.
G cancels out because both objects would have little g and it would cancel out because it's the relative value. So they
Just show
would
me.
cancel out. They would cancel out. There's nothing
Show
you can
me.
do about it. You guys' shit argument about this is
Write
specious.
it out.
It has been wrong for decades. Wrong for a decade. And this used to be on Wikipedia, but some fucking globetard deleted it. You specifically say there's no reason to use little g because it cancels out. It
Write
cancels
it out.
out, dude. Because both shut up, dude. Don't even do that again. You know, I'm doing like you already did it 4 times. We're not going for 5. Okay? You didn't even look at the other shit I posted. Did ya? Really simple. Object 1 has 1 density. It's in a medium 2, which has another density. Both of those things would have G. But since it's the relative density, those G's, when you divide them, will cancel out. They would cancel out, dude.
He left the VC.
Of course he did. He's fucking wrong and he knows it.
He was trolling the whole time. He was not bringing up any points. He was just saying you're wrong because you're wrong. And he doesn't even understand the concepts he's bringing up.
Well, he conceded they don't know the cause. So that rules
No, that's
out
the W
the
right
Earth.
there.
Yeah, the Earth being a globe, not the cause. They don't know if that's the cause or not.
Define container. Frickin' Neanderthal. I'm gonna unmute Vat Douche or whatever his name is. Even though this is probably a bad fucking idea. Bardouche. What a name. Hey, what sound do you hear when a water and vinegar truck smashes together? Douche.
But mass isn't a vector either.
Good point. Neither is resistance to acceleration. Because his vector was the acceleration. So the resistance to the acceleration creates the acceleration vector.
Right, but not density. Right.
Yeah, Corvo. Sorry, I mixed you up with Fish
worry about it.
because you kept lighting up. You know what I mean? So I thought Corvo was you. Sorry about that.
I think it was
Yeah.
my mic. The mic was too loud. I usually use headphones. I'm not using headphones right now. So yeah.
So every time he spoke, you lit up all the way. So I thought, oh, it's Corvo. Okay, like Corvo, you're
Yeah.
getting it wrong. Must have thought I was attacking you there. Sorry. Yeah. How could he not understand container? How could he not understand that? How? Come on, man. Ridiculous.
So I guess when he says like mass is involved in gravity, so that rules out density times volume. Then you can't use density times volume in the equation.
Does the apple sink in water? I mean, come on. What's going on here?
Yeah, yeah, dude's never been apple bobbing.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, poor life. Didn't even get to do apple bobbing as a kid.
Exactly. Was introduced to elementary school.
Yeah, it's like a pauper's game, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's all the pauper can afford is an apple. Might as well play a game with it. Let's see who can grab it out of the water with their mouth.
Yeah, it was all part of our fun and games at school. That was, yeah. Summertime.
No matter how much I try and push it down under the water with my face, it keeps coming back up.
Yeah. Then he went to the eclipse and its predictions, and then Indio put him right on that. You know. Yeah, he just didn't concede anything. That was hard to see. So he wasn't learning, wasn't here to learn, and wasn't here in good faith. Oh well. Yeah, I thought we should press concessions out of certain characters. Otherwise, just mute them then, or highlight that they're not conceding when they know they're wrong, and make a note of it, and then yeah, just count how many times they're not. Each one we debunk and prove that they're wrong. Then and they don't concede, just mark it down, and then at the end of the day, tally it all up and say this is your position currently. Yeah, we should do that because it's terrible. Purely because we don't want the listeners to think that the fact that they don't concede means that they could be right. They're not right at all. They're completely wrong. The fact that they don't concede that point is quite telling. Yeah. Yeah, and then he made that point. Well, he tried to make a point that we don't like models as such, and you know, and that's wrong in itself. You know, obviously we contest the heliocentric model, right? Okay, yeah, that one we do not agree with that at all. It doesn't exist. So clearly, that model that they're so proud to have. I mean, they carry this model like, you know, it's the best thing since sliced bread. Here's our model. Yeah, but your model doesn't represent the reality we live. That's what we're saying to you. You know, can you go and why is it you don't have the desire just to go and check it? You're carrying the model in your pocket, but you haven't confirmed that it's actually real. Most models we have are representations of real things, scaled down. Okay. So as a child, when you have a toy Lamborghini in your pocket, you know a real one exists. You've got a scaled down model of it. So you feel good. You understand as a kid. You're carrying a ball Earth and it doesn't exist on Earth at all. And you haven't been bothered to go and check that. I don't understand where the desire to go and check is lost on these people. Wow, man. That is terrible. It really is. Because I'm sure when I was told we weren't living on a ball Earth, yeah, it made sense quickly. Because you look back to your own experiences. You have to. And then you realize, wow, man, I've missed a lot in 48 years. Okay? Right. That's a big mistake. Right. So then you double down on your scrutinization now. You shed the belief jacket for a jacket of individual knowledge. So now you have no jackets until you acquired the knowledge for that topic. Okay, I can put that jacket on because I know it. Zip up. Nice. Feeling good. Let me acquire some more jackets. Rather than having a whole heap of beliefs that, you know, that are weighing me down. Yeah. That was my problem. Believing everything. Mistake. Which is what Fish's problem was. All beliefs, no confirmation or validation. And that is a very dangerous position to be in because you can easily be fooled. And that's what I was. I was fooled for 48 years because I trusted the heliocentric model, that model that doesn't actually exist. Wow. In reality, that's what I mean. Yeah. You may have it on your desk, but it doesn't exist in reality. It's an embarrassment.
Bow.
Okay, guys, T-Dub and the gang, Indio as well. I've posted a mathematical formula in the side chat that was given to me by a black African American from a server called Black Heaven. And he's saying that's the formula we should be using if we want to measure the curvature of the earth, right? And I said to him, how do you apply that? Because I gave him the 8 inches per mile squared, the Pythagorean theorem, spherical mathematics formula with the globe there and the chart next to it, you know, showing our work. That's it. That's all you need, right? And I said to the people in that server at the time, this is what we use. Now, can you show me how you apply that mathematical formula? Show me how you would do that. So can you use that formula that he's put forward is my question in the side chat. At least I did. I hope I posted it in the right place. Okay, let me try one more time. Maybe I posted it in the wrong place. Hang on.
No, I
Didn't do
see
it.
it. I don't think that that's the right formula.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I asked him,
Okay.
how do you apply it? Now, our professor here asked us, how did he get the radius? And I asked him that question. He wouldn't answer it. How did you get the R value? I asked him. Where did you get that from? And then I said, please show us how you use this to measure the surface of the earth. Because the formula that I gave you with the chart helps anybody to see that there must be X amount of curvature between point A and B, a drop value there from the horizon, from the horizontal. There should be a drop. Okay, so come on. This show me how you apply the mathematical formula. And he wouldn't do it. So I just had to make sure in that server, because it's full of black African Americans, I said, you see, now as a brother, I said, I'm trying to show you that your colleague here isn't actually telling us how to practically apply this formula. Okay, but yeah, I posted what he's saying is wrong. that you can use, and you can Google it for yourself. This is the maths that and the formula you must use if you want to measure spherical shape of the Earth. You have to use this formula. Yeah, but you're a flat earther. That's correct. After I couldn't find the curvature, yeah, because we're finding flat Earth. Okay? So when you look for the globe, you will find a flat Earth. This is the problem. Why are you not looking? That's what's annoying you. You're not looking. And then you're not asking your colleague, how do you apply this? How do you use this? Can you show me how to use this, please? Show me. Yeah, I got muted. By this time, I was shouting because everyone's trying to talk over me. Only one flat earther in there. But I'm like a nuclear bomb, so I'm just going to let them have it. So they had to mute me. Yeah. But I kept the formula because I had it out with him the other day. You still haven't explained how to use it on the Earth. Please go ahead. Yeah. And Professor Triangle said, yeah, ask him how he got the value of the R. I said, yeah, thank you, I will. Yeah. Didn't answer. Didn't answer at all. See, these are the problems we have when we try to introduce the truth. You actually give them the template. The tool that they would need is given to them. Can you now go and check? Why don't you have some desire? Maybe make a plan for the summertime. Let me go to a high vantage point. Let me see what I can see from a high vantage point. Make a note of that. Check the calculations and see if I should be able to see that or not. That's fun to do. Why do you not have the desire to do that? And at the same time, you're going to prove to yourself that you know the Earth is a globe. Because currently you don't know that. Okay, you haven't done any measurements. You're just shouting out what you've been taught. I'm telling you because I know it's not a globe. I know it's flat, you see. There's a difference. You don't know, but I do know. Right. So stop fighting me and deal with the problem you have. None of you can claim to know you're on a globe. It's an embarrassing position, I'm afraid. That's your reality. That is the integrity of your position.
Okay,
You are
it
carrying a
is a
belief.
formula for drop gen. It's just like there's two formulas. It's just the one he's using
Mm.
doesn't measure the drop straight down. It measures the drop at an angle if that line went to the center of the Earth.
Ah,
So
right,
it's a tilted line instead of a drop straight down.
right,
Which
right.
is the differences would be what? Fucking half a
I just don't believe you,
dec-
man. I really think they're flat. They're for sure flat, man. I don't believe you.
Why would you interrupt me right
No,
in
it
the
doesn't make
middle
sense
of
because they obviously
yeah,
have
why me talking?
bitch.
And then he
Oh, I'm the
insults you on
bitch.
top of that. Wow. Come on. What is this? Mute him for the rest of the day. No manners, just insulting people.
Yeah, so if you drew a line to the center, like say you had a line that went out from your feet straight, right?
Down. Yeah.
Yeah, if you dropped a line straight down perpendicular to that line, that's the common formula that's like used in the graphic. You know what I mean? You know what graphic I'm talking about, right? The one that
Yeah.
they ate it just per mile squared.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen the line going straight through. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so the one he's doing is calculating that if there was a line that went from the center of the Earth and intersected that line that went out from your feet, that tilted line, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah. It's convoluted.
And this is
Is
why
what
it's
it is.
stupid for a simple reason. Because say that your distance was 3,900 or one quarter of the circumference, right? So
Yeah.
that means you're on the North Pole. Now,
Yeah. You're at 90 degrees.
what's the drop to the equator from the North Pole? Right? It's the radius, 3,959 miles.
9 miles.
Well,
Yeah.
you couldn't calculate it using their formula because there's two parallel lines, and the drop is nowhere.
Right. Exactly. So you can't count. That's what I said to him. How do you apply this to measure the curvature so we can see? But you won't if you use that. That's my point. You won't, because I couldn't see where the curvature would be revealed using that. That was my problem. It was very empty. So I've got a formula that I can't actually apply in nature properly. Can I? There you go.
Yes. May I ask?
Yeah, you go ahead.
So just you just right now mentioned saying the curvature. Let's just talk about the beach because we say the beach is flat. If I'm at the beach and you are sitting on the boat and the boat is going in a straight direction outwards, what do you see happen to the boat? Because what I see is the boat slowly disappears, but it disappears in a way where the bottom disappears first.
You've
That
never
shouldn't
seen
make
that.
sense.
You've never seen that.
I'm just asking. Well, actually, fine. I will give you a proof. For
Yeah, but you've
example,
never
Los
seen
Angeles.
that. Don't say that you've seen it because you've never seen
I will
it.
tell you how to
I
see it.
live by the ocean. I've never seen it.
Okay, let me tell you how you
I
will
watched
see
the
it.
boat
For an
sail 30
example,
miles away and never do that.
okay,
So you're
sir,
gonna tell me, so
let me
why are you
explain it to you.
I
If you're,
understand
for
your
example,
claim.
if
We've
you're
been
in
doing this
Los
a decade,
Angeles
bro.
and you
I'm
look at
telling
the
you,
beach of Catalina, you don't see the dock at Catalina,
why would
right?
you?
Why don't you see the dock at Catalina?
There's waves.
You only see the top half of Catalina. You don't even see most of the distance of the beach when you see it from Los Angeles.
That's fantastic, but that would happen on a flat surface too. You just don't
No,
think it
because
would because you're ignorant.
okay, why don't I see Tokyo from LA?
Because, dude, you're
Let's
being
go
stupid.
further.
Of Tokyo from LA.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Oh,
really
when
don't
you
know.
look, you're on the West Coast. So why don't you go on your weather app and look up what the visibility is? It isn't 8,000 miles, dude. It's like 11 miles or 10 miles.
Okay, you're gonna believe that. Well,
I'm
how
gonna
am I
believe
gonna argue with that?
the weather app, the visibility that the National Weather
Okay,
Service
I have another
measures every day.
example. Let's say you know those big boats that have that red line at the bottom, which mention of like if the boat is too heavy, then that line goes overboard, and most likely that boat is going to sink. If that boat goes too far, you don't see that line
So what? That happens on a
because the
flat
Earth
surface.
curves.
Did you not hear me?
Why does it happen on a flat surface, if I may ask?
Doesn't matter why, because it does.
It matters because it happens.
It happens on a surface that we've tested. You can do this that you know is not curved and replicate it. Right? So you
No,
do an experiment where you eliminate curvature as one of the variables and see if you see the same thing happen.
but
And you
I
do.
did, such as Los Angeles and Catalina, but you don't believe it. I'm just
So,
trying to think
no,
of another
it's not
example.
whether I believe it or not. It's that can this only happen on a curved surface? That idea is wrong.
So you think on a flat surface, the bottom will still
What is
disappear first?
That's right. And we've demonstrated it
Because?
experimentally.
Because? I'm
It
curious, actually.
doesn't matter why. It does happen because we've
Well, you have to
demonstrated it
explain it because you're trying
experimentally.
to.
I don't have to explain it. All I have to do is show that it happens experimentally. You
That doesn't
understand
prove
that
Earth is flat,
science is
but
about
yes.
so the experiments aren't what proves shit, it's the explanations. Listen to yourself.
Okay, I'll think of something else.
So
Oh, well, I
science
did mention
is
meteorite,
science based
and you
upon
said
experiment or is it based upon stories?
what? Say this once more. Say this once more.
Is science based upon experiments or stories?
Are experiments stories as well?
Experiments. So I'm telling you, doesn't matter what our story is about why it happens. The only thing that matters is we can replicate it in the physical and natural world.
That's another good example.
In the claim that it can't happen on a flat surface, we can demonstrate experimentally that that's not true. How would
I
we
know
do
that you
this?
guys try to.
So we would take a
Yeah.
lake that's too small to have earth curve on it, where there should be no horizon at all. So let's say the lake is 1,000 feet long.
That's
And
too
my
short.
camera's 1.5 inches high. How far
That's too
should the
short.
horizon be away in this scenario? This should be
If I remember
2,400 feet away. Why don't you
if I remember
listen?
correctly,
I'm going to ask you
what?
I'm going to ask you to repeat what I said when I'm done, because I'm not going to have
8
you wasting my
inches
time.
is a degree or something like that?
No. The horizon distance. The
Or okay.
horizon's what blocks the
What's your
boats, right?
question?
And the horizon's what blocks the boats in Catalina Island and all these things. The horizon.
Yes, but what's your question?
Okay, I don't have a question. Okay, I'm telling you what it is. The horizon's what blocks these things. So if I go to a body of water where there should be no horizon at all, big enough, right? So if it's 1,000-foot lake, inch observer height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away.
Wait, I'm confused. What does horizon have to do with what?
Horizon, Horizon, horizon.
Yes.
The dividing line where the water appears to meet the sky that you think ships are going over, that you think the sun sets behind, that.
Oh, now I know why you okay. Sorry, I think okay. Now I know why I'm
That's what
confused.
the boats go behind, right? You think that's where the curve starts, right? The horizon?
No, they don't. They they go behind the water because Earth curves.
Yeah,
They don't
you
go
keep
behind the
saying that.
horizon.
Yeah, you just believe
Oh,
that because you're
is it
ignorant.
called the horizon? Am I wrong?
Yeah, the
Okay.
horizon where that water appears to meet the sky. The horizontal line that goes across your vision.
Yes.
Now we got one
I'm
doesn't
wrong
know what a
then.
container is, and now this guy doesn't know what horizons are.
Actually,
You
on
think the
Wikipedia,
horizon is the Earth curve. That's where you think the water ends is where the water starts curving down, right?
if you go to Wikipedia and you type in horizon, you're going to
Mhm.
see a few pictures, and they are a
Mhm.
perfect example of what happens.
So you think the
And
horizon is the
those
Earth curve?
pictures, no,
No.
no.
Then what is it?
Uh, why the wait? What is what? Why the Earth curves? Why the
The
boat
horizon,
ends up
dude.
behind the water? Because Earth curves.
Okay, where does the water end?
It doesn't. It's a globe. It's a sphere.
Dude, I don't know. Are you stupid or something?
Just
Where does the
relax.
water
Just
end? What do we
continue.
call that? Where you stop seeing the surface of the water and then the curb is on the other side of it. You know where the boat is?
Well, how far can
That's
we
the
see? That's
horizon,
what you're
dude.
asking.
That's the
Sorry,
no, I
sorry,
am not.
sorry.
You straw
Did you
man me
want to
one more fucking time, I'm gonna mute you. That's like
Relax.
6
We have
times in a
thinner
row.
here. Relax.
Listen
did
We
you
have
what is
carefully.
thinner here.
Listen carefully.
3 miles, apparently.
No, the horizon distance is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observed height in feet. That's what it's supposed
If
to
you're
be.
6 feet tall, it's 3 miles.
Yeah. Do the calculation. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Take the square root of the 6 feet, multiply it times 1.22, and that's the horizon distance. 3 miles.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the boat doesn't disappear because of the horizon. The boat disappears because Earth turns.
No, that's not why it disappears. Then why does it disappear on a flat surface like that?
But when you look at the pictures, the dimensions are off because you could see a mountain in the back, but you can't see the boat, for an example. Like the dimensions you're explaining are off. I think that's
What are
why.
you talking about?
So, for example, if we move that Catalina Island 3 times as further, you will see the top of the boat, maybe only the
How
antennas.
much smaller will Catalina Island be if you move it 3 times further?
60. Hold on.
How much smaller will it look if you move it 3 times farther?
I'm Googling.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, so Catalina from LA
You're
is
gonna tell me
22
how fucking
miles.
shit is supposed to look, and you have to Google it.
Relax. I'm trying to answer your question. You don't have
No,
to
you
say
don't know
derogatory words.
you don't know anything.
Oh, I'm trying to answer your question, dude. Okay,
No, you're
so
trying to
going
get
back to the
Google to answer
topic.
my question. You
Relax,
can't answer my.
relax, relax.
No,
I'm
I
going
am
back to the
relaxed.
topic.
I
Let's go
am
back to the
relaxed.
topic.
I
Don't change
am
the subject.
relaxed, dude. Stop trying to talk over me.
Dinner.
You're not gonna bully me, okay? It's really simple. You're not trying to give me the answer. You're trying to find the answer.
No,
And then you're
I
gonna
have the
parrot
answer
whatever Google
because I have
says
math.
as if it's a truth. You don't know what the truth is.
I
You're
will
just
tell
parroting
you if
shit.
you'd stop interrupting me. Sinner, can you help out over here? I
No,
would like
nobody's
to
gonna help
explain it
you.
to you.
I don't need it, dude. You don't know enough to be able to explain anything to
Okay,
me.
let me
You're the
tell you.
one Googling stuff.
Catalina Island is 22 miles away. How high is Catalina Island?
There's photographs of Catalina
How
Island from 80
high
miles
is
away.
2000?
You know that, right?
How high is a crane boat? Or not a crane boat. What are those big boxes?
Look,
How
I
high
personally
is
watched a
a
container
boat?
ship
It's
sail
talking about
30 miles
container
away.
ship. Why
Container
don't you just
ship.
say container
Container
ship?
ship.
Come on. Well, what's
Thank
the
you.
matter with you, man?
So it says
You
only
haven't you got a
75
clue, have
feet.
you?
So,
What
for
about it?
example, if there is something that is 60 miles away and it is 2,000 feet high, you see the tip top that is 60 miles away. But if there is something that is 30 miles away and it is 75 feet high, you don't see it at all,
Well,
technically speaking. You could do the math right
Bullshit.
now because I just
Because
did.
I've seen a fucking container ship 30 miles away, dude.
there you are.
But I'm saying
There you are.
60. I'm saying 60. And it's
So
75
30
feet
miles
high.
away,
It's right here.
30 miles away, the drop of the earth, the hidden height is 420 feet. Okay?
Okay.
Yes. And a ship is
So I
75.
watched a
So it would
ship,
be
a
gone.
container ship, go sail out of Boston Harbor, which was 6 miles away, and sail out the 30 miles. And I could see it the entire time.
That's
Why didn't it
debatable.
go over the curve of the earth?
It did. You just didn't do your math
It
right
did?
because
I got photographs of it, and I'm gonna post them in the chat. So it did,
but it's not 30 miles
because you're
away.
a
Well, it
religious
could be
zealot,
30
so it
miles away.
did.
Let's see how big the boat is. And what was your formula again?
Okay. For the horizon distance, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Look, it doesn't matter how. There's no boat in the world that's 420 feet tall. The tallest boat in the world is 280 feet tall. Okay, so it doesn't matter how big the boat was. That's a fucking cope.
Actually, that's a good question. Why is it that some things you won't be able to see if you do the math of your 1.22 times square root of just 5? Like there's a certain
Because the
point where
horizon is
there's
not the
you
physical.
won't see.
I'll tell you the reason. The horizon is not the physical edge of a ball, okay, that blocks things. It is
But
created by the meteorological conditions of the day in the slow grazing angle that you're looking at it. You know
but you
how we
guys
know
are
this?
using
Because I can go to the beach and I can observe the horizon for 4 hours and watch it move around. Now, if the horizon is the Earth curve, that would mean that
not
the Earth is changing size.
you're using a Glober formula to prove why Earth is flat by looking at the beach. You realize what you're
That is a
saying, right?
crazy, specious fucking argument, dude.
That's what you just said.
Oh, yeah? No, I falsified the globe with it. You're obviously not paying attention. You're the one who came in and said, this is the curve of the Earth, the horizon. I didn't use it to prove a flat Earth. We have measurements for that. We use lasers for that shit.
Well, I just gave you a few numbers. You just don't want to put it in.
He's giving you the same numbers in reverse.
Which numbers?
Come on, Bennett.
60, 3,000
Yeah.
feet. 60 miles, 3,000 feet. And if there's something 30 miles away, 75 feet high, you don't see it anymore.
Yeah, but I did.
But if you do the math right now, you're going to be like, oh, shit. I'm sorry, VD. That's it. That's what I'm trying to
I
tell
am going
you.
to post you a screenshot of the fucking calculator, dunce.
Man, I don't talk like that. Why you have to curse?
So I
Because
posted in
you're
the
full
side
of
chat.
shit, dude. Look, dude, I don't do this passive aggressive. Oh, I'm gonna play and pretend to be nice, dude. You're a dick. You're trying to pretend to be nice like you're fooling somebody. You know, you're a
No,
dick because you're
man,
dishonest. You straw
I don't
man
talk
me.
to you like
You're
that.
pretending you
Do
don't
I
hear
say
fucking what's
you're a
being
dick?
said to you. You talk over people. You're actually listening. I could ask you, hey, dude,
That's incorrect.
what answer did I tell you? And you wouldn't be able to tell me because you're not actually listening what's being said to you. Are you? I've been doing this a long time. I know when someone's not listening. You're not
But you
listening.
know that you're interrupting me so many times, and instead of entering the numbers, you start saying, "Oh, I'm the troll.
I
I've been
already
doing this for
did
so
this
many
5
years."
fucking years ago, dude.
And instead, you're
Enter the
just
numbers.
screaming. We know who's mad here.
Look in the side chat. There's the numbers right there. There's the position of the ship.
Where are you posting this? Where are you posting what?
In the side chat. In the English hub. There's the ship. Here's the full photo of the ship. I got compass settings too. Here's the ship.
How are you calculating Earth's radius on a flat Earth?
What are you talking about?
It says 34 latitude. How are you calculating that on a flat Earth?
Because the latitude longitude coordinate system's in the sky, dude. It's not on the Earth. How would you find your latitude and longitude using nothing but the Earth?
But you just said that's in the sky.
How could you
The
find your
people who
They
put
are
it
in
in
the
the
sky. They
sky,
are in the
who
sky.
are
The
the
whole
people who
coordinate
put it in
system.
the sky? The people who put it in the sky are not flat earthers.
So what? That's an all or nothing fallacy.
But you're
Yeah, that's an
relying
all or
on the
nothing
truth
fallacy.
to lie.
So
You're
you wonder
relying
why
on
I
the
was treating
truth
you
to
like this
lie.
because you're sophist. This is the third sophistic shit you tried.
Sophistic? What?
Sophistic.
Man, just stop. Just let's talk like normal people. Don't bring up
We are
other
talking
things.
like normal people. People that
I'm just
like
surprised. I'm still looking at the photo. I'm just surprised you're using latitude. That's it. I'm just
because the
surprised.
coordinate system's in the sky.
Just makes no sense for a flat earther
How do you
to use
find
it.
your latitude? How do you find your latitude and longitude if you can't see the sky? Tell me how.
Well, if you
Tell
were
me
a
how to
flat
do it
earther, you
using.
wouldn't
Tell me using
use the
just the Earth
sky,
how to do it. No,
satellites.
tell me how to use. Shut the fuck up. Tell me how to do it using
Jeez.
just the Earth.
Jeez. Well,
Tell me how to do it
if I was
using
a flat
just the Earth.
earther, I would tell
If
you.
it's a if it's
But
a
I don't know.
ground based coordinate system, you should be able to use just the ground to find your coordinates. So tell me, how do you find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth?
I mean, for example, the horizon formula used is for globers. The satellites, the latitude you're using
It's
is
called
also for globers.
dude. This is a very
You
specious
use
because we're doing hold
radius
on.
and also an angle.
We're doing an internal
I'm not
critique.
finished.
Genius.
You just
Genius.
interrupted me. But
No,
okay, I'll
dude.
let you talk.
Your objection is nonsense because we're doing an internal critique.
Could we acknowledge you interrupted me though?
Do you know what an internal critique is?
Okay. Let's change the subject again. Say this again.
No, we aren't changing the subject. This
What?
is exactly on the subject. Your objection is we are using globe formulas. Well, we're doing an internal critique. How are we going to do an internal critique using not globe formulas?
You're supposed to prove that it's flat. Don't use
Well, I
globe
wouldn't use this.
facts. That's
No,
it.
because you made a claim about ships going over the horizon. That's not our evidence for a flat Earth. That's your evidence
okay.
for a globe. So we were doing an internal
Sinners here.
critique about the globe.
We have a
Shut
server
up,
admin
dude,
in
and
here,
listen.
and he's
Okay,
reviewing you.
last sec.
So
Listen, I'm going to
he's
ask you to
reviewing
repeat
you.
what I just said to you, and if you can't, I'm muting you. Repeat what I just said to you. I left.
Yeah, well done, India. Well done. Yeah, he left again. Another one's leaving. Man, you're knocking them out into the ballpark there. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just explain something quickly. Don't be under the impression that we don't have the rights to use the Pythagorean theorem of spherical mathematics, because we're using that to try and find the globe. That's what happened. Then we discovered the flat Earth. Okay? So any idea that we are using the globe maps to prove flat Earth? No, that's not what we're doing. We're using the globe maps to disprove the globe, revealing the horizontality of the Earth. That's what's going on. Okay, please. So don't get that
Exactly. An
mixed up.
internal critique. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
He brought up the globe. Okay, if it's a globe, then this. Okay, so let's examine that. What were we supposed to use? Not globe mathematics and straw man his position? No. We're going to use what he says exists, and that's what we're going to use to analyze his claim.
Yeah. That's what we've been doing for the
I
last
mean,
11 years now.
I mean, if he can just say like, if he can say, well, I see the boat go down, and it looks like it's getting cut off, therefore it's going over a curve, right? I can just say, well, it's not. That's and he can say then that and the water looking flat is an illusion, but that part, the boat going over the curve and getting can't see the bottom of it, that part's real. That's not an illusion. That's going over the curve, even though the curve looks flat, right? Well, I can just as easily turn it around and just say, no, that part's the illusion, and the flatness is the real part. That's not the illusion.
I know, right? All the flat part leading
yeah.
up to the boat is an illusion.
Yeah. Just silly, really, at the end of the day. And when you look at, like we said, angular resolution and our perspective, as the ship's moving away from us, it's heading towards the vanishing point. That's the point where which our eyes can no longer resolve and see the object. Now it's gonna disappear bottom upwards from the sides as well. But unfortunately, when you're at the beach looking at it, there's more to the side and more above. But the ocean itself that the ship is sitting on, that's receding quickly because the ship is moving away from us. So clearly, we're not going to be able to see that bottom of the ship. It will be disappearing. And that's natural law, that is, of perspective.
Well, I said to that guy that was earlier, not that last one, but the guy earlier, I showed him,
fish.
not fish, the one before that. I showed him this, right? Hang on. And then I showed him this, which was like a second later in his video, right? And I said, what happened to the little rectangular, like, windows or whatever they are, those rectangular markings on the back there? Where'd they go? And he was like, oh, well, it's the light reflecting, it's trying to say it's so bright that it's just reflecting like it's white. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, cool story, bro. But yeah, like, what? Because that's a good question. Like, where did they go? They wouldn't be that like that's not hasn't sunken enough that they'd be below the curve. You'd still see them. They'd still be there, right? Anyway, it's like in the video. It's just like a couple of seconds later. So where'd they go? Should be able to still see them. And if you watch the video, right, they just fade out. Like they just disappear. They don't. It's like, what the heck is going on there? Yeah, he didn't like the idea of it being a mirage. I'm glad you came in with that, Indio, because you know, I brought that up at the start of that. I was trying to point out the miraging. I couldn't remember if it was inferior. I always forget which one's which, inferior or superior. Yeah, you cleared it up. It's an inferior mirage. Yeah, going into the Ask a Christian chat really turned me off wanting to even go and explore other channels, because I went in there to genuinely just to listen to what they were talking about, and specifically because of the room topic, right? But they saw my flat Earth mod roll and just jumped on it. Just wanted to talk about that. They weren't being hostile or anything. They're pretty cool, but even told them I just answered a couple of questions. So this is why I came in here, you know. But yeah, they wanted to continue on about it.
Yeah, the other day I hit them. These are our opponents with the truth there that all our leveling tools that we use in industry came because of the flat Earth. It's because of flat Earth we have all these leveling tools that we're using. By the way, honestly, people just don't know that, and you can be forgiven for that bit of information. But there you are. You know, just go and check to see if the Earth is curving. That's all you got to do. Think back to when you saw it last, wherever that was. Go back there and make sure it's still there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, when you're trying to level something, you want it to be like the horizon, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's amazing that the children already have that locked in their head. I proved it with elementary school children from the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, okay, and in junior high and high school students, okay, and they all drew, the seaside scene where you've got people swimming in there, sailing, sunbathing, seagulls in the sky, yeah, clouds, the sun, everything, the seaside scene, right? And they all drew a perfectly leveled horizon. None of them drew a curved horizon like my one that they laughed at and tried to shame me in the class because they were laughing with the teachers. Okay, me being an African in Japan. Okay, born in England. Okay, and I drew a curved horizon. So you can imagine how that went down, giggling and sniggling behind my back as I was drawing mine and whistling away. Getting it right. A bit like Rolf Harris when he's doing his paintings and that. Okay, yeah, but they all drew a perfectly leveled horizon, even the teacher. So they all know, the Earth is flat, but that's through their experience. It's already been recorded. Yeah, and when I told them that we're living on a globe, aren't we? And I pointed to the globe on the teacher's desk, they went completely silent. They stopped laughing like that. Boom. And then I said, yeah, you children are correct. Jin Sensei is wrong because the horizon is not curved. And then I rubbed my picture out, you see. Yeah, because they were sitting there perplexed. I did that deliberately to see what they knew or not know. What did they carry as knowledge? When they carry a level horizon, all children do. And the other one was, how do aeroplanes fly in the sky? Okay, I asked my children, I asked school children's. I've got the aeroplane in my hand. Does it fly like this? And I showed the curve. They said no, and I gave them the plane. Show me. And you see them running with the plane, you know, level. There you go. So they know. They know. It's there, already recorded. Hmm. That's all we have in our experiences. Horizontality everywhere. The brain and the body likes to be horizontal, vertical. Doesn't like leaning over in any angle, in any direction. It notices it, wants to correct it, starts to compensate. Okay, you know when you're not level, you know. The sensors are there for.
What? Oh, you know what the Romans used for the aqueducts and other constructions for level, Jim?
Yeah, I thought they used water, didn't they?
They could, if they wanted to. They did. Like if they needed to, they had like this table. I can't remember the name of it. A Carabades or something. I can't remember how to pronounce it or spell it.
Yeah.
But it's like this table, like a four-legged table, and they had plumb bobs hanging from it, right? And
Yeah.
but on top was a little trench, like a cavity for an amount of water.
Right.
So they knew that, like, so they could like get the table plumb, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then they knew that if they filled that water, like that cavity up with water, it was just going to be level, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
top of the cavity, right?
Yeah, I was right.
And but
Water, yeah.
if at any time that they like had trouble with the plumb bobs, they could just fill that trench up and just use the water. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The table
To get
in
level.
England, they had that. They called it a plane table, which is similar in itself, but it's called a plane table.
Right.
Okay. Right. Yeah. And they have a plumb bob. Yeah. A ruler. Yeah. And then they try to level that table with a protractor as well. It's a really good one. You look it up. The plane table. That's what they were using back in the day of Captain Cook. He discovered some guy using it, and that's when he started to make more accurate maps with the plane table. Yeah.
And surveyors, right? Like back in those days too, that you're talking about, they'd also like put the stakes in the ground, like these stakes, or and then get down with it, literally with their eye, and look across the top of it, and get another guy to walk along and put another one in, and then lower it down until they were level in the guy's eyesight. That's just the way they were doing it.
Exactly. You need your eyes. Yeah, that plane table is like the precursor to the lights. Wood. They were made of wood back then, wooden ones. Very good. Very, very instrumental in making. What is map making? Is that cartography? Where they're making
map
maps.
making, cartography.
Yeah, cartography. Yeah, right. So they were making maps with that, and Captain Cook saw this guy using this plane table, asked him what he was doing, and then the guy said, "I'm making a map here." And what is this instrument? And then he explained it to him, and then he himself made one up, right? Got one made for himself, and then he started to make his maps more accurate as he was traveling around. Apparently, there you go. And when you look at the maps he made to the ones we're using now, there are some subtle differences there, but he was pretty accurate with with the instruments playing table. Yeah. A ruler. Yes.
Hmm.
You had the ruler. You had a plumb bob, and then the table itself, which is pivotable, pivot, and then you have it all leveled off and locked
I
down
actually
with
think
screws.
that actually don't think that some of those 1500 maps, or earlier even were incorrect. I think that they were correct for the most part. Like not every map's going to be correct, but I think that they were doing their best and they got it pretty good, not way
Yeah.
off, like it is suggested by some historians saying, look at the evolution of the maps, and because these continents haven't changed, right, over thousands upon thousands of years, then those earlier map makers were just, uneducated in the art, right? They were like less
Yeah.
skilled, right? Bullshit. They were crossing oceans to find this shit out. They must have been doing something right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So a lot of those, so whatever methodology they had, like, yeah, Captain Cook may have thought he was doing it more accurately, but I think that at that point, right, that's a major shift, a change had occurred in the land masses and the sea levels, right, and so that whole era of like Captain Cook's era was like a rediscovery, a remapping of the changes, right, that took place not long before that.
Right.
That's my personal opinion, because I just can't see that people that were capable of navigating vast distances of ocean, right, and exploring other lands that they didn't even know existed yet, like just
Right.
like going out and seeing what was there, got it that wrong, and then made it home safely, right? Like, well, a
Yeah.
lot of them didn't. I know they didn't. Like, look at freaking the Magellan expedition and all that. Like, a lot of people didn't make it back, but was like 16 ships or something. I don't know. Anyway, some of these were huge ass undertakings. Like we imagine these like one single boat like doing this thing. Like no, they had fleets. Like they were
Yeah. They had
navies,
propellers, didn't
right?
they? Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. People don't think about that.
Yeah. No, they
And
were
a lot of
doing.
them didn't last
Yeah.
long voyages.
Yeah. I think it would be a great experience to actually experience traveling on the ocean in such a vessel. You know what I mean? More so than the modern one. With all your sails and that, you've got to
Yeah.
start running around. Yeah, I think that's more of a challenge, right? Because you can see how they had to work to keep that ship moving in the direction they wanted it to go. Requires a lot of manpower, a lot of work, lots of
Oh
using of
yeah.
the telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, huge piece of machinery, and you got to be skilled in being able to like get those sails correctly to
Yeah.
catch those winds, and
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm
then
talking about.
to know which way you're going
Yeah.
and
The guy in the
everything.
crow's
Like,
nest shouting out directions from the crow's nest. Yeah. Yeah. I think that for me, I like that. I would prefer to sail on such a ship as opposed to a modern one. More of an adventure.
yeah, yeah. It's like my son just said. He said to think pirates used to like operate them.
That's right. Oh, Jim lad. Yeah. Hey, you poppin' G. Exactly. Yeah, I think it would be good. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more of an adventure. Ah, I don't know why they don't offer such traveling. I think it's modern. We get no taste on. It would really drive home what these sailors were experiencing. Yeah, wood everywhere, complete wooden boats. Yeah, and rope, wooden rope, ladies and gentlemen, wooden rope.
Maybe a chain anchor.
Oh, of course, a chain anchor, of course, and then you've got your canvas for your sails. Yeah. And they made it to Antarctica. That's the other thing. Right.
Yeah.
And back. Right. That's why it would be such
Yeah.
an adventure.
But I think by the time Cook, was doing the rounds, things had changed a lot. Like he was probably sailing over areas that were once land and had been submerged in water. That's what I think. Of course, that's what
Yeah, but where did the water come from?
science so called says, right? Too, but just a lot longer ago in time than what I'm suspecting.
Yeah, where did all the water come from, though? That's it. If
It's a
more
good
water because
question.
you're losing land, where would this water coming from? The melting of the
It's a good
glaciers?
question.
Yeah, that's,
Possibly, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know.
See,
Or
the
from
engineering side of my head, the engineering side of my head says that the ice that's supposedly there, what I call the ice wall, all right, I haven't confirmed it. If it's there, is regulating the temperature of the Earth. That amount of ice mass is going to control temperatures, and then the sun and the moon are going to upset that slightly to create our weather system and to keep us hydrated. But the ice is like a mechanism, a regulator to keep a certain temperature. Do you understand? That's what I think. So I can't see the ice diminishing and water level rising. It would upset that balance, and I don't think that's going. That's why I don't accept the word global warming or climate change, etc., etc., because I don't think that that's going on the way it's been described. And I see that the ice as a mechanism as a regulator of temperature to keep everything in its place. Beautiful design, I think.
Apparently there was a mini ice age,
So we were told, yeah.
Yeah, but just like in the last few hundred years, right?
Yeah,
Like there was
right.
like a mini one, and they say that it only affected a certain region, like
yes,
Europe and stuff. And yeah, I think it was all over. I think it was everywhere. And
could have been, yeah, could have been.
Yeah.
Again, we can't validate that story. That's the problem. Although they do take what's known as ice cores. Okay, but again, is that reliable? Is that a reliable method of looking to the past? Because the carbon-14 that they use for rocks, for example, and isotopes, that's not working. That's failed dramatically. So can we actually ascertain much from these ice cores as they slice them down and supposedly measure the air pockets with their instruments? Is this an accurate method of knowing what happened back then? That's why I question everything, and the so-called ice age. Yeah, it would mean that the creator who created the earth didn't create it quite right. Then I don't know.
Well,
just
you know what? It
question.
could have been just that things were very very icy, right? Up until like relatively recently. We could
Yeah,
have
but why? Why?
things could have just been a bit icier, right? And it was still I don't know, more cloud cover, a change in sun intensity. I don't know. Just whatever reason, it could have been that things were just simply icier than they are now, right? Just a little bit more, right? And really, and it was just something that people just lived with normally. It was just normal, wasn't like a disaster for them. But then the climate started getting warmer, and all that ice gradually started melting, and that probably melted at a rate, maybe eventually got to a point where it melted quite quickly, even started slowly and then built up and got quicker and then exponentially, and causing what would have seemed like a bit of a worldwide disaster, like a bit of a flooding, maybe. Some
the raising in sea
changes in
levels.
changing in right, and changing in weather and stuff like that. But it's just a theory that I've thrown out there. I mean,
Yeah,
there's a little what I looked into. There's a little bit of evidence to suggest that these old maps, like these 1400, 1500 maps,
Yeah.
we're talking 15th, 16th century maps, depicting land masses like that just simply are not there now, and they've depicted land masses and named them like Terra Australis, right?
Yeah.
The southern land, right? The southern
Right.
earth, southern land is on some of these really old maps, right? And so it's like, okay, so Cook didn't come up with that name, right? Like that was way before him, so it was
Yeah.
already known about. Cook didn't discover Australia at all, like, and
Oh.
it depicted Australia as being a much larger landmass, like spanning, like double, maybe even triple, or even like a size like that was like depicted. You know how like the ice ring is depicted. Well,
Yeah.
that was sort of like depicting a land mass that was like that, not ice, right? So the icier regions could have been icier, and the landmass regions just could have been less covered in water, right?
Right.
And so whatever's happened has like caused, like you said, a melting of ice or some other reason why sea levels rose. Maybe a surge from some sort of reservoir that's underground that was previously separated and breached or something. Who knows? I don't know, right? Like I don't know.
No, we
I'm
don't
just saying
know
it.
it. I mean, yeah, I'm just going
Right.
for. I'm just going by
But
God's creation would have been perfect, right? And it all operating because that's what we see. I see perfect harmony on the earth, even though we do have different weather systems across the earth, but that's part of the balance of the earth, as it were. So if things were icier before, to what
well, there could
extent were
be.
they icier? That's the thing.
Right. Well, there could be these larger weather cycles, right? These larger
Yeah.
seasons that occur. We've got our seasons. Well, there could be seasons within larger seasons, right? So so many thousand years we experience um, you know, we still have the normal 4 seasons, but they could be more intense or less intense, or
Yeah.
or these other cycles cause major shifts to happen. Who knows? But all I'm saying is, like, if those old maps are correct, then the land masses they depicted are no longer there, right, at the coordinates that
Right.
where we depict those coordinates now. There's no land where they say there was land, right? So it's just interesting. And this is the thing: historians have either got to say, well, something geologically significant occurred in the last few hundred years, or those guys were way off and very, very, very wrong and inaccurate, right, with their
Yeah.
depictions of land masses and
What
oceans.
would happen to those land masses? What have they been eroded away and turned into sediment at the bottom of the ocean? What's going on?
Right. So with a lot more water, there's a lot more erosion, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
right, too. But even if that didn't happen, the sea level only has to rise by like 150 meters to cover huge portions of some of the continents.
Yeah,
A lot of
150 meters is
a
a
lot of
whole
the
kilometer.
shelves.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So a lot of the shelves are very shallow, right? So then it wouldn't take much to cover that up, right? But some of it, like the South American East Coast, the South American West Coast is much steeper in grade, right?
Yeah.
So any sort of significant
I think
sea
someone's got a
levels.
question for you, mate. Someone's got a
So
question.
just want to just quickly finish that point.
Yeah.
If sea level significantly rose, right, it's not going to affect for example, the outline of the coast of South America as much as it is on its east coast. The west coast will be less affected than the east
Well,
because of the grade of the slope on either side, right? So
okay. Yeah. Yeah.
and that's what we see on the maps, right? What we see on the map for South America is a larger portion on the right side, on the east side, and while the west has almost remained the same, exactly the
Yeah.
same,
Untouched, like,
right?
yeah.
Untouched, right? And you look at it, okay, it's got a steeper grade of land shelf, right, sea shelf,
Yeah, it's mountains, isn't it?
than the other side. So that if the sea level did rise, all that on the east side would get covered and cause a new coastline, while the west remains pretty much the same. So there's that sort of speculative evidence that exists to suggest that those maps were actually right, and we've had a significant sea level change or geological feature change at least in the last few hundred years.
Yeah. Excellent bit of a speculative conversation there. Sorry, someone did have a question, please. I think it was a young lady. Go ahead.
You still here? Sorry about that. You still here? We might have dropped out. Sorry about that.
Yeah. That's okay. But yeah, fascinating stuff, this. It really is. And your son going on about wanting to be on those ships. Well, he's an adventurer. He's a buccaneer. Yeah, hey. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to get more into boating when I was younger. I loved kayaking, and I'd been on a couple of like smaller boats, ferries, a couple of speedboats, but nothing like no big yachts or anything. But I always sort of like thought that'd be cool, right?
Yeah,
just to get out there.
Yeah, my first experience was on the Regent's Canal on the Jenny Wren, which left from Camden Town. And we went to the school in Regent's Park, so it wasn't far. Everybody the teachers took us on a bus, went to Camden Town, got on the Jenny Wren ferry, and then we went off. Yeah, lovely along the Regent's Canal. Experienced the locks, which I used to observe quite a lot because I lived in Camden as a kid, but I actually got a chance to be on it. Yeah, that was my first experience, and then that was it. I've loved it ever since. So yeah, from there, canoeing, I went sailing. I belonged to the Islington Sailing Club. Yeah, me and my brother, we loved that. And then joined the Army Cadets. I joined first, he came afterwards. And there was more boating there as well. Canoeing, yeah. So I know what you mean, kayaking and everything. Love it. Loved all that. Still do today. I've got my own. I've got 2 kayaks here. 2-man and a single. Yeah.
If it hadn't been for the fact that it was going to get dark and cold, right? Like I would have just stayed out there, right? Kayaking that day. Like, I got to go kayaking. I was just having so much fun, man.
Yeah.
It's
really
awesome.
It is. Yeah. Good all round body conditioning as well. And then you've got the heat. And if you get too hot, you can just jump in and then jump back out again. Sorry, jump into the ocean and then jump back out, back into the kayak and carry on. It's just wicked, man. And I hope people get out there to enjoy that, because that's one of the best sporting activities that you can do.
Yeah, I've been highly sus about a lot of like the fields of study, modern fields of study like archaeology, geology, and all that stuff. Like
Yeah, paleontology. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. Very, very skeptical now. Yep, definitely. Because when you look into it, there's a lot of deception going on in those fields. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. I was going to say,
It's just that-
especially
go on.
in the we keep clashing, especially in the area of aging rocks, carbon dating rocks. That there, right there. How do we know how old the Earth is? Nobody knows that. We cannot give you a number. That's an unknown. Somebody says, "How old is the Earth?" The answer is nobody knows, and that should frighten you a little bit. In that, when I say frighten you, what I mean is should shock you at least, because you know something more powerful than you as a human being created this earth, and you don't even know when it was created. You have no way of knowing. No way of knowing. Should make you think. Make you think. Right,
Yeah,
how was this
exactly.
earth made? Look at the mountains and everything. Wow, I tell you, humanity, if it doesn't change course, we're in trouble as it is now, right? But individually, I'm talking about your individual looking into yourself. What is the reason for your existence? Where is your integrity in your existence? Because what's going on now is due to us. We are failing ourselves as we speak. We're trying to repair, right? A sinking ship at the moment. Humanity, that would be. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. The programming worked brilliantly. Okay? They programmed us, man. Yeah. That's all I'm saying, you know. Sorry, you were going to say something, Tito.
Yeah, no worries, man. No, I agree. But yeah, I was just going to say, look, I noticed a long time ago, even before I started looking at flat Earth, that there's a lot of confirmation bias going on, and probably just pure fabrication of data. I mean, like when it comes to like archaeology, for instance, like when something doesn't, you know, fit the narrative, they instead of considering possibly that the narrative is incorrect, they it's just like the globe. They just patchwork it, or they'll sweep it
Yeah,
under
they
the
affirm
rug.
it.
It just goes unaddressed, you know, or whatever. Like, yeah, yeah, and it kind of makes me a bit angry because like this is like our history that, you know, what if there's something majorly significant about our history that we're not understanding simply because there's an incredulity based guardrail up against investigation
Yeah,
of anything like that, right? Because it
yeah.
goes outside the walls of a narrative that they don't want to deviate from. If anything conflicts with that narrative, it usually gets squashed. You
Well,
know,
yeah.
like,
And think of all the industries that have been built up from that false premise that's been erected. Okay. So you've erected a false premise. Now industries are making their money from that. You can't shut it down because jobs are going to be lost, blah, blah, blah. You know, and it reveals the deception. So obviously they're going to protect it to the hilt. That's the problem with the life we're living at the moment. So many lies are being told. And from the lie come all the industries, satellite industry, for example. Look at that. That's making lots of money. And they're not putting
yeah, well,
satellites into space as such.
no, and I think that started to become really apparent, and
Hmm.
you know, so they had to kind of do something about it. Oh, hello,
Someone's
how's it
come in.
going? Oh, yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, Ali, welcome in.
Yeah. Welcome, Ali. How are you today? Okay, he's coming in intermittently there. He's not clear. Well, I hope you are well anyway, and your family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is my
You're,
voice
you're,
clear?
oh, I'm very well, thank you very much. I'm having problem hearing you clearly, by the way, okay? You're not coming across clear
Yeah,
at all.
you guys have a talk. I've got to mute up and do some work.
Okay. Okay, so Ali, I can't hear you very well. So can you please speak better into your mic, okay? And if you do have any questions, please go ahead and ask. Okay, questions from Ali.
And Ali's gone deaf, and what the heck? Oh, I might have a call or something.
Yeah.
Who knows? That happens sometimes.
Sounds like you're doing the dishes there. I heard a little bit of water and some dishes knocking against each other there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, there you go.
My
Yes,
mic,
I've got
so
very good eyes. Sorry, Ali, go ahead.
I'm having problems to link my mic to the computer, so I'm gonna restart the computer and rejoin the voice call.
Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, I can hear you clearly now, though. Funny enough, you're coming through beautifully there.
I
If you have any
restart the computer to do better.
okay, if you have any questions, please ask. We're here to help you out.
So I am somewhat new to Discord. I don't know how it works at all.
Okay, well, welcome to Discord. I had the same problem. You know, it takes a little while to get used to it. Yeah, that's okay. But do you have any questions relating to the topic matter of the flat Earth versus the heliocentric ball globe ball Earth that most people believe they live on?
I don't have.
Oh, you don't have any. Oh, okay, well, if I ask you what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know, what would be your answer?
Okay, all the. Just wait a minute.
Yeah, no problem. You're setting up. That's okay. Setting up, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us. But the question has been fired. Boom! What is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? Now that's sailing across to wherever Ali is at the moment. Horizontally, of course.
Okay, I had a problem translating this word, but it is spherical because I don't guess this should have a reason. Everybody knows it's spherical.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, right? You said everybody knows that. See, this Ali is speaking from his education, of course, and what everybody else knows. So he thinks. Now, my question would be, do you have any proof? You said everybody knows. Okay. Do you have any personal proof?
Personal proof?
Yeah, yeah. Any personal knowledge, any experience of the globe. For example, you say everybody said it's spherical. Have you seen the spherical curvature of the earth in nature ever?
No. No.
Have you?
But it have many scientific explanations.
Okay, yeah, it has many scientific explanations. That's what you believe. Can you give me one scientific explanation that you know? One?
Okay, like traveling. You can't travel if the Earth is really flat.
Why not? Why can you not travel if the earth is flat? What's the problem?
Like you can go like from Iraq to USA from both sides of the Earth. You can go from east and from west. You
Okay,
get me?
let me explain. Let me explain to you the misconception there. First and foremost, where you live in your neighborhood, you can leave your house and go in a circle around your neighborhood and come back to your house. That doesn't prove that it's spherical, does it? That's a flat travel, yeah? You've traveled horizontally in your neighborhood. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so traveling around the earth from Iraq to Los Angeles, or for example, doesn't prove that the earth is a sphere, does it? Does it? Does it?
So can you give me proofs for the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I can give you that in just a moment. I will just trying to make sure you understand that you have no proof that the earth is a globe. Do you agree or
I have
disagree?
no proofs because. Okay, I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the honest answer. The way you're going to get proof now, the way to acquire proof is to try and measure the curvature of the earth. This is what we did. We tried to prove the Earth by the curvature by trying to measure it. And what happened was we discovered that there is no curvature. We're finding horizontality everywhere, level. Okay? Does that make sense to you?
So the gravity curves with the curvature of the Earth, so there would be no curvature if you
Okay,
would try to measure it.
Okay, you've mentioned the word gravity. Now, gravity itself doesn't prove a shape. Can you explain to me how gravity makes a shape? How?
So when the gravity is from the center of a ball, it would attract each point of the ball equally. All right.
Okay.
When
No. That's
gravity
not
is
right.
at the bottom.
That's
Why
not
not
right because can you actually prove that? You see, you've already said that you don't have any proof from the globe, okay, and you conceded that, and we said thank you. Now you're moving to gravity, and I ask you, can you prove gravity? You haven't proven the ball. Now you've got to prove gravity now that it can do what you said. How would you prove that, please?
If you try on a magnet, for example.
Okay, go ahead.
A ball-shaped magnets can attract like ions from all sides.
Yeah, but that's a ball-shaped magnet that's been made, machined to do that. I'm talking about the Earth. Can you prove that the Earth is doing that? That's what you've got to prove. Not a magnet that's already been made. That's got its magnetic property. You see, we know that. So let's
So
put that.
now
Hang on.
your
Let's
problem.
hang on a second, please. Let's put that magnetic ball away now. I've locked that in the cupboard. We have no magnetic ball. How do you prove that Earth is magnetic? Please.
So what's your problem now? Your problem is with the shape or with the gravity itself?
It's the shape, it's the gravity, it's the rotation, it's everything
So
about the
now
heliocentric model.
you think gravity is not existing or what?
Correct. Yeah, I personally, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot prove that gravity exists. So for me, the
So
reason why
you are
something.
not flying, right?
Sorry?
Why you are like not flying, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. He's asking me, why am I not floating around? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to ask yourself, where did you get the idea that if gravity doesn't exist, you'll be floating around? And remember this, when I hold a tennis ball in my hand, in my left hand, a tennis ball, and then I have a helium balloon in my right hand, and I let them go at the same time, the tennis ball drops to the ground and the helium balloon rises up to the ceiling of my room. Now, how could that be happening if the tennis ball goes down? The helium balloon is lighter than the tennis ball, right? So it should drop down, but it doesn't happen like that. It's because the helium balloon is lighter, so it rises up. Okay, and the tennis ball is heavier, so it drops down. So that's what we call buoyancy and density. The tennis ball is denser than the air, so it cannot be supported. So it must drop down to the floor. And the helium balloon is lighter than the air in the room, so that rides up to the top. Okay? Simple. Okay? Nothing to do with gravity. No magic force pulling down. If there's a magic force pulling down the tennis ball, ladies and gentlemen, that force must pull down that rubber balloon with my air or helium in it, because there's no weight there. It's light. It must pull it down. But it cannot do that because the helium is a gas that is lighter than air. Tennis ball is heavier than air, so that drops down. The air cannot support the tennis ball. It is more dense. Okay, do you understand that, Ali?
I can't understand without the idea of gravity. Like
No.
air
Listen again. Listen again. We have a tennis ball. You have your helium balloon. The tennis ball is heavier than the helium balloon. The reason the helium balloon goes up is because it's lighter than the air you breathe. Helium is a lighter gas, and the lighter gas always goes up above heavier gases. The tennis ball, on the other hand, is not a gas. It's a solid object almost. Okay? Yeah, tennis ball. Okay?
Why it goes up? Why it goes up? Because there's a
because it's
gravity
lighter.
pulling it, and So
Go on.
when you are in the space,
We don't go to space. You're jumping now. You're jumping too far. Remember, let's take it step one. You cannot prove your globe. You have no proof of globe. Now you're appealing to gravity. I've explained to you that gravity doesn't exist because the helium balloon goes up and the tennis ball goes down. So you agree that my explanation is correct, isn't it? My explanation, isn't it? It's more logical. Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
logical. No.
What do you mean it's not logical?
Like
Please
the lighter
explain
thing doesn't
explain why my my explanation is
when
not
you say
logical. And hang on a minute, let me give you the criteria. And you cannot go to space. Okay, you cannot go to space because you can't go there to prove what you put down. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I said at the very
okay,
beginning,
put
I
space
let me just
on
finish, please. Hold on, because I don't want to shout. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I actually said that I personally cannot prove gravity, but I gave you my explanation of what I observed. Okay, now Ali is going to make an attempt to say why my explanation isn't correct. Go ahead.
why you are angry right now.
I'm not angry. Sorry, if I appear to be angry, I'm not. I'm not angry with you at all. Not at all, sir. Please carry on.
Well,
I'll change my
he'd
tone.
be
I
he'd
apologize.
be arguing with his own side. Even his own side agrees that what you're saying about relative density is true.
Yeah. So go ahead, Ali, and I'm not
So
angry with you.
when
Sorry
you
about that. Go ahead.
okay, when you say something, when the something is lighter going up, so when the thing is heavier, it goes down. All right.
Yeah.
When you say the heavier thing goes down, that means that there is a force that takes the heavier things down, and this
No,
force cannot be.
that's not my position. No.
So how the heavier thing goes down?
Well, because it's heavier than the air around it. The air that we breathe cannot support, so it must drop to the floor. Remember, in the very same room that you said gravity exists, the helium balloon is going up. How can that be? How can the helium balloon go up?
I think he's asking you particularly why that direction, why down.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's trying to say. I want him to understand fully what I mean first before I answer that question. But I know that's where he's going, of course. And the answer is God created it, not me. I didn't create the downward or the upward. I can understand that the up and the down is there so that we ourselves can orientate ourselves on the earth so we can move around. Because if we didn't have up or down, life on earth would be very chaotic. It would mean you put something down and it may go diagonally somewhere. Do you understand? Can you imagine if things weren't going straight up, but they were going in diagonal vectors as well? We'd have a hard time getting around the earth, I would have to say. We'd be colliding into everything. So up and down is to maintain natural order on this earth. Okay? And
Well,
man
it'd sure make a mess of baseball anyway. Let's put it that way.
certainly would, wouldn't it? Thank you. Exactly. Exactly. And cricket as well, for that matter. Okay? So that's why things go straight down, because we have to have order on earth. If things were going in all different directions, earth would be very chaotic. You know, you'd be ducking and diving all the time just to get to the shop, to go and do a shop on your bicycle. On your bicycle, you go to the corner shop, you're ducking and diving as things are just coming at you from all directions. But if things just go up and down, then there's order. Okay? Do you understand, Ali?
So I have to go now, but I'll ask last question and I'll go.
Yeah.
If the Earth is really flat, why
Mm.
every organization and every scientific explanation try to let us know that the Earth is spherical? Like, why? What will they benefit from proving
Okay,
that
well,
Earth
okay.
is?
They benefit in many ways. One, they've got control of humanity across the earth, across the flat earth, because the education system is teaching the same thing. So that's the whole of humanity is under control. Then they have industries that are making money that the governments are benefiting from: space travel, satellites, etc., rockets, and etc., ladies and gentlemen. And main point is humanity is under control. Okay, that's the best answer I can give you. I could go into that a bit more, but as you have to go, I'll keep it that simple. Okay, we are being controlled by the
I'll try
government.
to.
Yeah.
I'll try to
Go ahead.
come here again and have a chat with you after I make some researches and talk to my family about this thing. And thank you for
Thank you very
this
much,
beautiful
Ali,
chat.
for your honor, your integrity, and sorry if I sounded angry. Please come back. Please come back, okay?
I will.
Thank you. He's
Goodbye.
going to talk to his family. That's good. There's a young man now going to discuss. Yes. But I think we handled that very well, ladies and gentlemen, didn't we? Yeah. It was clean. Didn't get too embroiled. Yeah. So yeah, no, you couldn't prove gravity. From the moment they can't prove the globe, that's the end there. Right? We entertained the gravity and we explained to him that, you know, the flat earthers don't accept the way gravity's been explained because it doesn't match our observations and experiences on Earth. Hasn't been proven, Newtonian or Einsteinian, whichever one you want to use. Yeah, and that's how we went there. So I think we did quite well. Kept it clean. Yeah.
You know how apparently Newton, right, figured out that the moon is falling at a rate of 0.00272 meters per second square. Okay, now how he did that, right? I don't know. How he figured that out, I'm still trying to understand it.
There you go.
Apparently,
How would you work that out?
Well, I said you'd have to know variables, right?
Yeah.
And he just used his equation, right? But he knew variables. He knew the distance to the moon, right? And he knew that it does a complete orbit in 27.3 days. And I thought that's very similar to 0.00272. You just have to move a few decimal points and you've got that 3 difference there with the 7. You got 272, 273. Close enough. I think that's too much. What's going on there? Did he just take that from a full lunar cycle? And it's like, no, actually lunar cycle's 29 days and the orbit's 27.3. Yeah, and I'm like, hang on a second. You're telling me you're going to use circular reasoning on me and tell me that you already know that the Earth's a sphere and the moon's going around it, right? Anyway, anyway. Right.
Yeah.
They're saying that takes 27.3 days for the moon, right, to do a full orbit. That's like from one point, and it's gone all the way around the big globe Earth and come back up around the other side, back to where it started.
Yeah, and that would be in a month.
27.
Yeah.
But that's not even our month. That's not even a lunar month. That's shorter than a lunar month, right? So it's like
days.
Right, so it's done a full orbit. So when I see it in the sky, right, and then I count to 27.3 days, it's not back in that same spot.
It's not. No,
it's not. It can't be. It can't. I'm going to have to test that, man, because that can't be, because that means that it would have done a full cycle. Oh, hang on, but no, because it goes a bit faster.
Been in England. He would have been in England as well, because your geographical location is going to play a little part in that as well. He was in England, wasn't he not? So Isaac Newton, you're talking about, aren't you? Hello?
Was he? Where was he?
So
was
Isaac
he British?
Newton, he's British. So
was he
Isaac
British?
Newton. Yeah.
Right,
so
right,
Isaac
right.
Newton's
Yeah,
British. Yeah. He's British. Yeah. That's why it's called Sir Isaac. You see, only British people get the Sir title. Okay. So no, he's from England.
Yeah.
So he would have been in England,
of course.
Right. So he'd been in England and looking at the moon from England. It's going to be slightly different from Australia, I would have to say, or from Africa. You know, it's going to be different times.
So how did he know his formula for gravity was right? Because it says that he knew it was correct because it predicts the moon, right? And I'm like, well, how did he know what the moon values were and all the variables values? And he didn't need to. It just apparently just
But he
need the
never proved it, though,
ratio.
did he? He never proved it.
No,
Remember, there is that citation where he disagrees with the idea of the mass attracting mass thing, right? So with his formulas, he never proved gravity with his formulas. He never did. Yeah, he didn't prove anything. It was just I call it pseudoscience mathematics there because it doesn't prove anything.
He thought, if I'm right about the apple, right,
Right.
then this must mean this and that about the moon, right?
Right.
I can use this
Crazy.
to get the value of 0.00272 meters per second. That's what I was wondering, because he didn't get it from like using the apple. Like
That's right. An observation.
He said, if I'm right about the apple, then when I apply it to the moon, I should get this value that we already know. It's like, wait a second, what?
Yeah, you see the assumption right there. The assumption is clearly evident, and not only that, he's made up these figures from thin air. And in actuality, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, the apple didn't drop on his head. That was a story. That's fabrication. It never actually happened like that. Hence, we can't prove gravity today. So if we can't prove gravity today, all the words that accumulate to make that story up of the apple is fabrication. Process of elimination right there. Okay? We can't even prove gravity ourselves. We can't prove it. And we're in the modern times now. We've got enough equipment to use to bring to bear. We're not able to prove gravity the way it's been described by Albert Einstein or Sir Isaac Newton with those formulas. Okay, that's the problem. And it was clearly obvious that they needed some magical force to keep things on a spinning spherical ball, you see. So they created that. They evoked this mythical, magical force that's putting everything to a central core. There is an anomaly there as well, because it's meant to have this magnetic core that's molten metal. Well, we all know, those of us who've done the research know that when you melt a magnet, its magnetic properties are lost, given up. So there's no way there could be a magnetic core, not on a spherical ball. That's an impossibility right there, right? Then we're not measuring curvature. Two, the gravity proponents, Einstein and Sir Isaac Newton, never proved it. There we are. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Stories after stories, formulas after formulas after formulas. Don't match reality.
It is. When you ask, like, okay, that's circular reasoning. So, oh no, we escaped circular reasoning because in 1312, Alexander Pompipicus or some shit, right, did this other thing, right? And you go, all right, that's circular reasoning as well. You look at that and you see its holes and go, well, that's circular reasoning too. Oh, well, he escaped circular reasoning because in the year 500, it just keeps going on and on back in time to the first person who begged the question. And then they're just like, where are they at then?
Yeah. So what every individual who's listening in the live stream now, welcome all of you lot, and thanks for listening, is that you've got to ask yourself, can you prove gravity? What do you observe when something drops to the floor? And then you try to work out why that's dropping. And if you're going to start saying magnetic, you've got to prove that that magnetic force actually exists. There's a kid with a balloon. He rubs it on his jumper chest and then sticks it to the wall, and it's stuck to the wall. Static electricity. Now, why isn't gravity pulling it down? There you go. See, ladies and gentlemen, be careful of what you're being told. Check, because what you see sometimes is what it is. Buoyancy and density. Something that is buoyant is going to be lighter than air, and it will go up to its equilibrium, depending on the volume of the gas that's within the balloon. Okay, the more of the volume, the faster it's going to go up, and the further it will go, the more buoyant. Something heavy, yes, that will also drop. A pea will drop right, drop down at a rate, and then a tennis ball will drop down at a faster rate, and then a metal ball will drop faster than a tennis ball. Okay, so things don't drop at the same rate, whether in earth, air, or in a vacuum chamber.
What about an 8-pound bowling ball versus a 16-pound bowling ball that are the same size?
If they're the same size, the heavier one will still be dropping faster, no doubt about it.
Like twice as fast because it's twice as heavy, or how much
It
faster?
may not be twice as fast because you have to remember that you've got air that's going to have a negative effect as you drop them, but it will drop faster. And the thing is, you have to conduct those observation tests to prove that. Okay, in a vacuum chamber, again, depending on how high you drop it, you will see the drop rate increase. But the heavier object will always drop faster. The heavier one
Okay,
always
but
will.
so how much faster would the 16-pound
I can't
bowling
give you
ball
that
drop
number
in the
because
vacuum?
I can't give you that, ladies and gentlemen. We have to conduct that. How would I know that sitting right here? How would I know? How? Can't do it. Okay, we can pretend with the maths, but like I've said, it's okay having the numbers. Can we now apply the numbers? Let's create a vacuum chamber the size of the Twin Towers. Let's say 110 floors. That's what we're gonna need to actually be able to see something, to get a good,
Well, I think if
honest
you dropped it
effect.
from 10 feet high, you could probably tell if they hit
Not
the
enough,
ceiling
ladies and
fan.
gentlemen. Not enough in my book. Not enough in my book. Nowhere near enough. Nowhere near. You haven't begun to make it even. That's why I say 110-story high building, that height, then there's no room for doubt. You see what I mean? That's what I'm about. Let's make a vacuum chamber that big and then watch this thing and actually experience it. It'd be a great spectacle. Okay? But we do know this. Objects of different weights do not drop at the same rate. No way. Okay, that goes against
I think
natural.
they do.
Well, you don't think they do is one thing. I know they don't. That's the
Yeah, I
thing.
would say like if you dropped those two bowling balls off of a 2-story parking structure, let's say 20 feet or something, I think they would
It's
hit the
not
ground
high
at
enough.
the same time.
Not high enough, ladies and gentlemen. I know that much. I can tell you already, not high enough, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I'm giving you, again, 110 floors. Because there's the more time we give the objects to drop, the better evaluation we're going to get. When we shrink the height, the drop height, then they will appear to drop at the same time. That's why that's not good. Because we have to allow the heavier object to reach its maximum drop rate. And if you reduce that, then you're falling in line with the lighter one. That's no good. So if you have a 110-story high building, then you can observe both objects and you will see how they will level peg at first, but eventually the heavy one's going to keep on going because it has more inertial mass. I'm an expert at this.
Because its terminal velocity is higher. I see what you mean. You need to
Thank you.
let them get to their terminal velocity.
Right, exactly. Right. That's why I'm an expert at this. 2-story high building, I wouldn't even get out of my bed to come and watch your experiment. Sorry. Yeah. You know, we're on a bowling ball size, yeah? So okay, that's a big object now. Good. Let's have a big tower and drop it and film that properly. But I love it. Love to watch that. That's what we call a test. Yeah. But we don't have vacuum chambers that big. The biggest one I think is in Ohio State, and that only pulls 10⁻⁶ torr. And what's his name? Brian Cox, a British astronomer, ex-pop star, driving around in a Rolls Royce. Yeah, and then you have the feather and the bowling ball test. And when we scrutinized that video properly, we noticed that the drop height was just not sufficient to allow the bowling ball to reach its maximum drop velocity. Plus, the drop height wasn't at the very top of the vacuum chamber. So there was several feet away from the ceiling. So it was a flawed test from the very beginning. Useless, no use at all. Okay?
But you can see that they did drop the same speed for the distance they did go, though, right?
Like I've always said, though, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you drop something of different weights, the heavier one will always land first. But if you shorten the drop height, it would mean that they're going to be level pegging because the heavier object hasn't reached its maximum drop velocity. So of course they're going to land on the floor at the same time, but that's a flawed experiment because if you increase the distance in height that the balls and the feathers have to drop, that ball is always going to drop faster because it's got more inertial mass. Feathers don't have that. It's an impossibility. Okay, it flies in the face of natural law. It's a joke, sleight of hand, or in this case, sleight of eyeballs. They're cheating. Okay, so it was a flawed experiment, totally useless.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't done that experiment myself.
Yeah.
But standard physics says that they will hit at the same time.
Yeah, you can, again, standard physics through the equation. Ladies and gentlemen, you can make equations tell you something, but then let's now take the equations and bring them to life in a practical application and usage of the numbers, and you're going to find something different. So there are such things as pseudoscience mathematics, and then there are mathematics that adhere to the scientific method. Remember that, yeah?
The mathematics that adheres to physics says that the heavier bowling ball will have twice as much weight, so it has more force pulling it down than the lighter bowling ball. But at the same time, it has twice as much inertia, and those two things balance each other out, and they both hit at the same time.
No, that's pseudoscience language.
No, it's
right?
standard physics.
It's still
like
pseudoscience.
first semester physics.
No, that's pseudoscience physics.
Semester physics at this point. I
Wait,
mean,
you're calling
in a
standard
normal
physics
scenario, you have
pseudoscience?
atmosphere and air resistance, which will not give you the appropriate result. But if you do it in a vacuum chamber,
Yeah, if you
can
do it
get
in a
a
vacuum chamber, they'll
Let
hit
me
at the same
explain. Hang
time.
on, because everyone is getting out of hand here. When you put it in a vacuum chamber, the heavier object, provided it has enough room to reach its maximum drop velocity, will always hit the ground first. Like you
There
need
is no
air to
maximum
breathe.
in a vacuum.
Let me finish, please. Like you need air to breathe. That's how sure I am. Okay? I'm prepared to bet my life on it. Carry on.
Oh, don't do that.
No, but
Don't
I'm
do
that
that.
confident.
It's a
I can
bad
do
idea.
that. I'm that confident.
Right. No, you're
I know
incorrect.
that the
though.
heavier
But you're,
object will always hit the ground first. Always. Doesn't matter what you say.
but respectfully, I don't think your confidence will change the laws of physics.
Right.
Again, you're going what you put forward as the mathematical formula goes against natural law. Okay, that's what you're fighting against.
And
where do
You're
what
not
do you
fighting
mean
me,
by
you're
natural
fighting
law?
natural law. And the natural law states that the heavier object will always hit the ground first, whether it's in Earth's air that we breathe or in a vacuum chamber. The reason being, the masses don't change, just the medium, okay? And the heavier object will always hit the ground first because the heavier object has more inertial mass. That's why. Simple as that. That's natural law.
More inertia means it's more tending to oppose motion,
No,
which means
it's
when the
not when
gravitational
you
force
drop it.
acts on it.
Not from free falling. We're talking about a free fall test. Which one's going to land first? We're talking about that. So there's no restrictions except for the air, of course. So that's going to slow down the time a fraction, right? Milliseconds perhaps. And then in the vacuum, it's going to accelerate even quicker to get down. But the heavier object is going to hit the ground first. So what you expect to observe, ladies and gentlemen, that if you drop two balls of the same size, one is heavier, in the air, you're going to see them at first level peg for just a short one, and the heavy one leaves the light one behind. In a vacuum chamber, what you're going to see is they're going to be level pegging for a while because there's no air in there, just for a little while longer, and then the heavy one starts to leave behind. That's all. It's that simple. Yeah. I'm confident. I lay my life
What you
down
describe
on it. No problem.
is very simple.
Sorry?
What you describe is simple. It's sort of like maybe what your intuition thinks might happen.
It's correct. That's why it's natural law. Natural law doesn't do convolutedness. It does it simple. The heavier object will always land on the ground first. Always. Now, that's natural law. You can't cheat nature. You can't say a pea and a cannonball is going to land on the floor at the same time. That's stupid.
But it can.
It cannot. You
It's
have to prove
physics.
that. You would need to prove it,
Eh?
sir. You need to prove it. That's what you need to
You
do. You have to
haven't
prove
seen
that.
the experiments they did on like YouTube or something?
I've seen the experiments on YouTube that I've got that show that that is absolutely not possible. And then I've seen on YouTube the fiasco that the BBC did in the Ohio State vacuum chamber, which made a mockery of natural law. Okay, that's what I witnessed. Okay.
Wait, so
Yeah.
experiments make a mockery of natural law?
Experimenting?
The experiment that was done in the Ohio State vacuum chamber with Brian Cox and the BBC, that was a fiasco. It was a joke. It was an insult to anyone's intelligent who has intelligence and natural law. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't fooled for 1 second. Because natural law, God's natural
And
law.
what I have yet to like understand what you mean by natural law actually.
Well,
Because
natural
it's
law is
clearly
the
not the
law.
laws of physics because you are clearly like advocating against it.
I'm only advocating against physics when it goes against natural law. When you give me formulas,
No.
hang
Okay.
on a minute. Look, I'm talking, and then you want to no me. Can I finish, please? When
No,
you put
I'm
forward,
asking. No. You are
yeah, but
asking a
I am still speaking, sir. So you need
but
to
you're
wait till
answering
I'm
something
finished.
different from what I asked.
I'm still
That's
going to
what
talk. It doesn't matter how fast you talk. Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying. Have some manners here.
Okay.
Now, when you put forward, when you and your friend puts forward something that goes from physics that goes against natural law, you're in the realms of pseudoscience, pseudophysics, if you will. That's my position. Okay. Thank you. You may now speak.
You have yet to like define what is natural law.
I've already told you what natural law is. Already, I just defined
is
it. The law of nature.
That's like isn't that
That's what physics. That's what physics is there to do.
You're saying
Physics deals with the physicality of natural law and natural observations that we make. We try to make an understanding. Okay, the physical aspects of life. But sometimes physics can be used to misrepresent natural law. Okay, which what goes up must come down. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and then in a vacuum it boils at 37 degrees Celsius in a vacuum chamber. That's all natural laws. They're God's laws of nature, not laws of physics as such. Okay, so you want to talk about physics is another thing, but and the mathematical formulas. Okay, we're talking about objects falling at the same rate of different sizes. This is falling at the same rate and landing at the same time. That's an impossibility. It goes against natural law, because in natural law what we observe is the heavier object always landing first in nature. That's the law of nature there. That is, the heavier object always lands first. If you shorten the drop height, then they will appear to land the same. Of course, when you shorten it, when you extend it, the heavier object hits the ground first every time. Every time.
Every time except if it's too short.
That's separate, isn't it? When it's too short, it lands at the same time. But then that's not a just.
So how high do you have to go?
I gave you my standard. My standard would be a tower of the height of a 110-floor tower skyscraper building. That height, let's have a great observation. That's what I want. That's the standard. There's no doubting what's going to be happening there. Clear, visible from miles around. Everyone can see it. Zoom in. Yeah, we watched it. Clear for everybody to see. Okay. Yeah. Don't want these little tiny little 2-story building things. Yeah, nah, I'm not satisfied with that. That's not good enough for me.
Here's what would happen if you had a 120-foot tall, 120-story building that with a vacuum chamber in it, and you dropped a bowling ball and a feather at the same time from the very top. What would happen is that they would both hit the bottom at the same time.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
Okay, then how do you explain like a parachuting?
What has parachuting got to do with hitting the ground at the same time as a?
If I jump without a parachute and someone jumps with a parachute having the same weight as me, I have the parachute, I have more weight than him in totality.
You're not going to.
I'm going to land.
Hold on. You're not going to land at the same time as an object that doesn't have a human being without a parachute. Obviously, the guy without the parachute is going to hit the ground first. You are riding on
Yes.
the air with your parachute, obviously. Come on, man. I parachuted, so I would know.
So, yeah, am I not heavier than the guy who doesn't have a parachute?
Again, you're trolling, I think, yeah, because you're not
I'm not
really.
trolling. I'm just asking you a question about
You
air
know, your
resistance.
question
You
is
are failing
one
to
of a troll,
considering.
sir. It's a silly question,
bruh,
really. At
if
the end
I
of the day,
ask a
a
logical question
human,
to you,
ladies
you're
and
putting this
gentlemen,
to
a
a troll.
human being without a parachute and a human being with a parachute, right? And they drop, and the parachute is deployed. Clearly, he's not going to land at the same time as the guy without a parachute. Now, is it? Come on, please. Thank you. Can we stop this silly behavior? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they can't prove gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. We're talking about buoyancy and density, and that's it. Okay. The reason why the balloon goes up, it's lighter than air. The reason why the balloon drops on the floor, sorry, the tennis ball drops to the floor, is because it's heavier than the medium. That's it. And you will notice that a tennis ball, when you throw it into water now, floats. Suddenly, gravity doesn't work through water now, because now we've got a different medium, water. Okay. And then we throw the tennis ball into the water and it's floating. But yet I take a tiny little pebble, a tiny little pebble, throw it in the same place and it drops to the bottom. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Gravity is not the thing that's
You
doing
do not
anything.
believe in density and buoyancy.
That's not a
Well,
belief, is it? That's something we acknowledge. We acknowledge density and buoyancy. That's what I'm describing. Don't try and confuse the listeners. People are listening,
What I
great
think is,
to what's going on here. Yeah. We're
sorry,
live,
just
we're
want
live
to
streaming this, and people are listening.
what I think is interesting is, so two objects of the same, let's say just say same mass, right? You throw one horizontally and you drop one vertically. They both hit the ground at the same time. I think that's fascinating.
I don't know if that would be, again, that's controlled, isn't it? I mean, if I fired, depending on the velocity, that would be. That's not proving anything, because I could fire a horizontal ball, let's say a ball horizontally at Mach 7.6, right? And then have it drop from the same height to, let's say, 20 feet, 30 feet, even 100 feet. They're not going to, it's not going to land at the same time. No, it's not. No, not possible.
Well, apparently they say that's what happens.
Yeah, I know. It's silly thing to say. Ridiculous.
Does it though? If you like fire a bullet at the ground and fire a bullet horizontally.
Yeah, never seen it. Never seen that done, and I was in the army. So no, again, I don't accept that. Don't accept that.
No, not if you fire a bullet like straight down. If you drop the bullet straight down and fire one horizontally.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you're not going to land at the same time.
But
Sorry.
you're giving velocity to one and just
Yeah,
relying on.
The reason why is that the velocity is going to delay the drop. The velocity of the bullet going horizontally is going to delay that drop because it's moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, but yet the other
I
bullet
got your
is
point.
just dropping down, no velocity. Come on.
Come on. Okay.
Right. Come on, man. That's quite obvious. Again, the engineering brain of mine is not rusty or cobwebbed up at 64, fully understanding what's going on around me. Saving grace is when you know the basics of natures and natural laws, you'll never get confused. You can sniff out pseudoscience immediately.
So
Or
natural
pseudophysics.
laws is what the nature follows.
That's what every human being does, naturally, instinctively. It's actually out of your control. When you go against it, things happen worse for you. When you go with it, then you're in harmony. It's just that simple, man. All right. So bullets, landing at the same time as you fired one, you drop one. That's nonsense. That's a deception to keep you on the in the world of pseudoscience. When you believe in pseudoscience, you're leaving natural law, natural science, and real science. You're leaving all that behind. You're in the twilight zone, topsy-turvy. where the weight of an elephant and a green pea can land on the ground at the same time in a vacuum.
They do seem it does seem to work. I mean, so I got two pawns here, glass pawns from a chessboard, right?
Chessboard, yeah.
And I throw one horizontally, but at the moment I let go and trying to keep them as level as possible, right? I throw one forwards from the same level as the one I'm holding in my other hand, but I let them go at exactly the same time. They hit the floor at the same time.
Do they?
Well, I don't know that it's exactly right. It's not a perfectly controlled setup, but they seem to. They seem to hit the ground at the same time. I don't know. I just find that interesting.
Well, imagine you fired one at 7.6 times the speed of sound. That thing's going to hit the ground before the bullet ends up on the ground, because that horizontal velocity is keeping it going. It's almost flying.
I know, but they say that it loses altitude at the same rate as the vertical thing. It's weird.
Can't.
I know it's weird. It's weird.
No, it can't do that because of the inertia that it's got within it traveling horizontally. That's an impossibility. No way. No way. Nah, never going to accept that at all. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It seems to work over short distances. Like, yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know
Yes.
about like a rocket, but
And that's what I'm saying. Maybe over a very short distance, that could be possible. But again, that the velocity of the projectile, that's, come on, man. No, that's not dropping like that, because you've got a forward motion. So it cannot drop. No way, man. You've got forward motion. You've got a motion going horizontally at 7.6 miles per hour. Sorry, Mach 7.6, which is 5,600 miles per hour. Okay, that's not going to hit the ground the same time as a projectile launched at the same height. Let's say 100 feet, to be fair. Yeah, now that projectile is going to keep on going. It can reach 120 miles in 6 minutes. So it hasn't hit the ground yet. Okay, no way, man. It's not going to take 6 minutes for the same object to hit the ground, is it? 100 feet. No, that's been debunked. Silly, that is. Get out of here. Work it out. Two projectiles, same weight. One's fired horizontally at 7.6. That's 5,600 miles per hour as it leaves the muzzle, and you're dropping it all at the same time. So when you go bang, right, that projectile is going to hit the ground in less than 2 seconds or thereabouts. But you've got 6 minutes and it's hitting a target 120 miles away. There you go. That's been debunked right there. 120 miles. Hadn't hit the ground yet. No, man. Silly. Yes, we must be very careful, ladies and gentlemen, of the pseudoscience dogma that comes in from time to time. Because
I agree.
Yeah, you can fall foul to being deceived. Yeah. So, final analysis, ladies and gentlemen. Gravity can't be proven. because it doesn't exist. We're not a oblate spheroid rotating through the universe, traveling currently, if we were, 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year, and we're still looking at the same stars, and all the constellations are in the exact same place. Okay, that would be an impossibility. Yeah, there you are. Welcome to reality. Welcome to the Flat Earth Truth on the English Hub, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub. Yeah, you're listening to Gin CBR1. A real flat earther. So, if any Glober's got any other questions or queries, please go ahead. We've debunked the gravity thing. Anything else? Rotation. Are we spinning? Yes. Are we actually spinning? So let's have a look now. If you were living in the UK, you'd be currently spinning at 600 miles per hour. If you move over to the west, to Alaska, that's what I said, it was 500 miles per hour. If you drop down to the west coast, California, you're moving at around 870 miles per hour. Then you move to the equator, 1,037 miles per hour. All these different speeds, ladies and gentlemen, how do you prove that they actually exist? How do you know we are spinning at these rates? Yeah. It would mean that military men and aircraft pilots who are flying the aeroplanes would have to take that into consideration. The moving Earth underneath the aeroplane. Yeah. Especially when you go against the spin. When you go against the spin, it would mean your destination would be coming towards you as you're moving towards it. Now, if you're going with the spin, then it would mean that you may not, if you don't get the correct velocity, especially at the equator, your destination is eluding you. You can't keep up because an aeroplane travels at 600 miles per hour max. These are the passenger jet airliners that we all use to go on our holidays. If you're on the equator heading eastwards, then your destination is moving at 1,037 miles per hour. Yeah. So you're 600. So you're 437 miles per hour in deficit. How do you make that up? You don't, do you? Right, exactly. And if you're going the other way now, it's coming to you at a dramatically fast time because you're doing 600, it's doing 1,000 and what, 37 miles per hour. You're going to get to your destination much quicker. Yeah. You could use the spin, in fact, to save time and money. Yes. There you are. So no, we're not spinning. The problem would be landing as well. You know, especially if you're heading from the north to the south. You know, you're heading south from London, right? And you want to land, and you're near the equator, moving at 1,037 miles an hour, east to west. You're heading north south. How do you land? You've only got 600 miles per hour. As my
No,
friend,
it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that it just so happens to be that the way physics is, and the way that the Earth is so big, and the way that we conserve momentum and all that. It just happens to be that planes just fly as if the Earth is flat and motionless. Come on, what are you, a conspiracy theorist? Come on, man.
well, if that was the case, then I would love to see an aeroplane traveling west on the equator, right? Moving forward, but yet flying backwards because the Earth's rotating. I would love to see that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love to see that.
Yeah. No one's got that image or that video. Would be fantastic. And the recent Artemis mission, there they could have had an opportunity to capture all this stuff, but nah, they didn't capture any of that. Yeah, they're using their mobile phones. Wow. I thought they would have had cameras strategically placed so we could all enjoy and witness our lifeboat in space. Because Earth, planet Earth, you're a crew.
Oh, so fragile, sitting out there all alone in space. Oh,
Yeah. And then suddenly communication breaks down. Uh-oh.
that was a pause. That was a moment of you know,
Reflection.
reflection. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Refraction, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely awful. You know, yeah, NASA failed miserably. The Apollo missions were more exciting, even though they were hoaxed. There you go. 1960s technology trumps modern technology. And I tell you, the arrogance of us NASA these days, their arrogance has grown. Okay, because the Artemis 1 mission, which I think was in 2022, right? 2022. The heat shield that they had was reported to have cracked during re-entry, apparently cracked, yeah, and they never improved that shield. They used the exact same type of shield on the Artemis 2. This is coming from Michio Kaku, and he was putting forward that NASA took a bit of a risk. And then what they said was, in order to overcome any risk of it cracking, they changed the angle of re-entry. Okay, still taking a risk. Yeah. But that's their arrogancy there now. And they're trying to make out that going to space and that's so easy now. It's as easy as going from England to New Zealand, from New Zealand to Australia, from Australia to San Diego, South America. We can fly around, we can go to the moon. Come fly with me, come fly and fly away.
I bet it's as easy as just getting on build an app and saying, I want an app that's going to build, build me an app that's going to produce, periodic footage between cameras of moon journey.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what they're doing. And they're working it all out in a studio somewhere. Blue screen, green screen, big screen. That's what they're doing.
Who's going to know the difference anyway? Like half the time, people come in and DJ says, "Look at this here. Like, do you think that's pretty cool? What they got from Artemis?" And they're like, "Yeah, I know, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's AI. That's like I had AI make that. like."
Yeah, yeah.
And they're
See,
like,
they're
oh,
already
and then he's like,
programmed.
okay, so what about this one? Do you like this one? How's this one? And they're like, no, that's fake. And he goes, oh, well, that's actually supposed to be from the live footage of Artemis 2. And they're like, oh, well, that's so easy to trick people,
Yeah,
right?
they try to defend it, don't they? Yeah, but they can't. Sorry, the clanger's already dropped. You dropped a clanger right now, unfortunately. Pick it up. Yeah, I love it. That's why this is what I love about this topic matter, that we can actually bring all the anomalies and then the psychological repair job they try to do with it. Make you laugh.
Yeah. Do you remember Dave Weiss on that podcast? He did that guy with the cowboy hat. There was another guy in the back and on the sidelines. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think I remember that one, but carry on. Maybe I've seen it, I've forgotten. Carry on.
Well, and he's there, and he goes, look at this footage here. Like he's like showing them footage, and he's like, why aren't the clouds changing or something like that? He says like to redirect their attention, and they're like, and because it's got like this arm of like a satellite, solar panel or something sticking in front of some blue with some clouds that looks like it's looking down towards the ocean above the clouds, right? And then he's like says something about the clouds. Why aren't the clouds moving or something like that, right?
Yeah, why
and
aren't
they're
the
like,
cloud
oh, well,
formation
that's because such and such. And then slowly the screen pans around and it shows that it's just someone holding like a solar panel in front of the camera while the camera's pointed up at the sky, not down. Like it's just looking at a clouded sky, and it pans around. You see the whole thing, the whole setup, right? And Dave's just like, gotcha, and the guy's just like, oh, shaking his head, just going, yeah, you did, you got me good. Like that's how easily people are tricked.
Yeah, because we don't know, do we? We're at their mercy. We don't know. We're not there. Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. That's why you've got to scrutinize and not just accept on face value. A little bit of an investigation can reveal a lot. And when you start to accumulate anomalies, then the doubts that the thing is happening begins to increase. Sherlock Holmes method, process of elimination, step by step. Yeah, come on, that's how he solved his crimes against his nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Yeah, I love Sherlock Holmes and his methods. Yes, yes, Watson. When you removed all the impossibilities, Watson, whatever's left on the table, no matter how improbable it may be, puff puff on the tobacco, on the pipe,
Right.
has to be the truth. Yes.
And
My
thanks to
word,
Logical
Holmes.
Observations, he posted the video of what I was talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, brilliant. I love it when it all comes together like that. Well done. Ah, there it is. Yeah.
No. So, No Mike Matthew is commented in the side chat regarding what we were talking about earlier. He says, I could be wrong, but I think of it kind of like acceleration. Two different cars can have a slight speed capacity difference, one at maximum speed. However, if the speed of the two cars is only tested for a distance of 1 centimeter, then the two cars will reach their destination of 1 centimeter at the same time. It would be illogical to conclude that therefore the two cars have the same speed.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Because you're only doing that over 1 centimeter. It's good, isn't it? It's very true. I love that. Love that very much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And someone came into this server. I think it was 24/7. It was on the English Hub, from what I remember. And he tried to offer up his gravity drop test of 12 inches. That was it. Yeah, 12 inches. I said, how are you going to get your camera down there? What did you drop? I mean, come on. Is that a valid test? 12 inches? Everybody laughed. So, well, I'm new to all this. I don't think you even did that test. For you to offer that up means you haven't got a clue. You didn't do that test. No one offers up a 12-inch drop test as anything to be proven by. Sorry.
12 inches. I don't know, but I mean, the military is saying that they use it. I mean, they're saying that, so like, you know, like the cannon pointed horizontally and fired, they just calculate how long it would take an object to fire from that height, right? That to predict how far it's going to go, like based on the velocity, and how long it takes, like, you know, with the 9.8 meters per second squared. They throw that in, so then that they angle it at a certain, you know, they angle it, you know,
So
in the
innovation,
vertical.
yeah.
Yeah, so that it will remain aloft for longer to go further with the same velocity. So, I don't know, like, it seems to work in those. I just don't know how, like, over what distance it might not, like, be very predictive. But I mean, it seems to be a rough, you know, a good enough rule of thumb, you know, for me. I mean, I don't know.
No.
But that's
honestly, look at the railgun.
denser and heavier objects.
Yeah.
I can't
Look at the
imagine
railgun.
firing a feather out of the cannon to see in a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum would be a different thing. A railgun traveling when they fire the projectile, it's fired at around it comes out of the muzzle at 7.6 times the speed of sound. Like I said, 5,600 miles per hour. Yeah, and they predict that it will hit a target 120 miles away with a velocity of Mach 4. So it's still, Mach 5, still traveling at 4,000 miles per hour as it slams into a target 120 miles away, 6 minutes and so seconds after being fired. So it's clearly not hitting the ground there. but yet the
But at what?
projectile dropped at the same
But at
time.
what angle? Like, so because they might have accounted for this, so it wouldn't have been fired horizontally, right?
It's fired slightly elevated, but when it leaves the muzzle, it comes out and then levels off because you're talking at Mach 7.6. It doesn't take a curved trajectory. That's a horizontal linear targeting, and then it's obviously losing altitude, isn't it? As the time increases. But that's 6 minutes of flight there. Okay.
It's not. Yeah. Okay. If it's not.
Yeah, that's
It's not,
6 minutes of flight, 120 miles away.
And it's not jet fuel assisted or anything.
No, none of that at all. It's just like it's a giant bullet. That's what it is. There's nothing to propel the projectile. Only the kinetic energy coming from the magnetic railgun. Bang, and it leaves the muzzle 7.6 times the speed of sound. And if you look at the slow motion on the videos of it, you see it go through two black parallel lines, and it's gone through there horizontally. Okay, on a hurry up to its target. I love that railgun, man. There's no way you're going to drop a projectile the same as the one you fire, and you fire and bang, and it's going to no. That is a debunk right there. The one you drop is going to hit the ground.
It takes 6 minutes.
Yep, it's 120 miles an hour. Sorry, 120 miles away. Traveling at 5,600 miles per hour. And the Japanese, I think this year, have improved on that railgun. They're shooting it at shorter distances because the forces generated when they fire before the previous models was warping the rails. Okay, so this one they can do like several dozens of shots before things start to break down. So the Japanese have recently this year improved on this railgun. They're shooting at 60 miles, so they've shortened the distance as well.
So they can't put any kind of like anything to like prevent it from. They can't build it in a way that prevents it from warping.
Yeah, they've done that. They've reduced the warping of the rails greatly, dramatically. That's why they're able to get several, dozens of shots out before things start to break down. And they aim them right up. Their aim is to take out different projectiles coming from the air, airborne coming in. Yeah, and with their computer they can just program and it just fires out to all those targets coming in. Wow, the Japanese have really got this under wrap at the moment with the railgun. They've improved it. Okay, they've taken it further than the US and India and other countries who are working with it. Okay, and they decided to shorten the distance and improve materials all around it. And now they're the only ones that have actually mounted it on a ship and successfully fired several dozens of rounds from a ship. Japan is the only country to have done that this year. Or was it last year? Yeah. I'll say this year because it was this year I found out. But interesting. So yeah, no, the idea that you can fire something and then drop a bullet and it lands on the floor at the same time, that might work. Like you said, short distances. But what is that proving? It doesn't prove gravity exists. It's just silly. That's what I mean. What does that prove? That's why I say it's deception.
I don't know. Maybe they're saying that the projectile has fallen the same amount of distance, right? Has reduced the same amount of distance that something would have that had been dropped upon its departure, like vertically, but because the Earth's curving, right, it reached that point. There was no ground there because it had curved down away from it, so it continued on.
Right, yeah, there you go. There you go. You see, this is what they said, right? When I first learned about their railgun, guess what the title was? Railgun proves flat Earth. That's what got my attention back in 2016. Railgun proves flat Earth. I lapped onto that immediately. I thought, yeah. And I looked at it. I never heard of the railgun before. And then I was using that in all the chats. Yeah, in all the chats, when the Globe Live tour was on, yeah, I was really hitting that hard. Hitting them in the head with that. Railgun proves flat Earth, yeah. I think it was 2017. Yeah, and I tried to find that newspaper heading, weren't able to find it. But that's what got me my attention. Railgun proves flat Earth. Wow. Yeah, let me have a look at it. And from time to time, I do a little research, a little Google search and that, and search from other platforms to see if I can find it, but I haven't been successful yet. Yeah, but you've got to admit that anything traveling at those speeds, 7 times the speed of sound, isn't taking a curved trajectory. The velocity alone won't allow it to do that. It just won't, you know, because there's just too much forward horizontal linear velocity. Okay, 7.6, 5,600 miles per hour. And the thing is so streamlined shape that it just cuts through the air. Yeah,
Guess what? Guess what, Jen?
Hello.
I'm correct. I'm correct.
What are you saying?
So it says here. So I said I just put it into Google. Projectile traveling at 5,600 miles per hour will hit ground at the same time as dropped object. It says, yeah, technically no, right?
No,
But
yeah.
a projectile traveling at 5,600 miles per hour or 2,503 meters per second, is it? No, is that meters per second? No, I know what. Maybe it's made a mistake there. Will hit the ground slightly later than a dropped object due to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's the X, isn't it? You see, you
I
were right to
nailed
say it
it.
because I've heard that explanation before. You see, so that's true, but that's not the truth as such, though, ladies and gentlemen. In actuality, yeah. So we've got to be very careful there. You know, you see, this is a clear case of you Googled it, pushing out misinformation because we know the Earth is not curved.
Well, do you know what it says after that? It says, even though standard physics textbooks often say they
Speeds like that.
hit at the same time.
Yeah, that's absolute rubbish. But ballistic speeds don't really lend themselves to curved trajectory. They don't. The SR-71 Blackbird traveling at 3.2, right? That's 3.2 times the speed of sound, 2,000 odd miles per hour, right? Those speeds don't lend themselves to a curved trajectory. Horizontal, definitely. Because if it starts to take a curved trajectory at those speeds, torsional stresses would apply to the surface of the aircraft itself. It would break up in flight. It'd be very hard to control, even with the best computers, because you couldn't control it with a pilot. Definitely not. Not at 3.2. And you're trying to take a curved trajectory. You know, imagine that speed. Frightening speeds. And then they're up at 90,000 feet off the Earth's surface when they're doing that. And one of the pilots said he could see the whole of the west coast of America, California, all of that, all in his view, was flying across Washington to New Mexico, clearly visible, he said. When by rights, there should have been curvature there, blocking his line of sight from the altitude he was at. But yeah, now I'm never going to accept that you drop a bullet and the other one that you fire lands at this. No, sorry, impossible. The very fact that it's moving across through the air is delaying its drop. The other one is just dropping straight down. Okay, the other bullet's dropping straight down, whereas the other one is traveling along horizontally. No, sorry. What's the weather like where you are, T-Dub?
It's cool. It's not very
Yeah,
warm. It's getting
same
colder.
here.
Yeah, but it's
Same
bearable.
here. Yeah, we got cool temperatures here as well today. Very cloudy. Although it says 15 degrees Celsius, it says it's saying 15 degrees Celsius. Well, I think it's more like 12. It's been cloudy, no sun at all. 100% cloud cover all day today. What are your temperatures where you are?
We're getting like 19s, I think, 19 tops.
Okay, yeah. It's perfect autumn weather. Autumn temperatures. A little bit below par. You should, by rights, you should be experiencing what? Maybe 25 degrees Celsius. Isn't that not right? Isn't that not the standard temperature you'd be experiencing this time of year? 25, 28 degrees?
For this time of year, I'm not so sure.
All right.
Not for where I am. Probably, yeah, this is probably not this
Okay.
higher up, a bit higher up.
Yeah, I didn't think that the summer temperatures dropped off so sharply. I mean, what's your maximum temperature in your summer?
It varies.
Maximum temperature.
For Matrix, it's up to 40 plus, but for us it's like 38 max. Like
Yeah,
on a good
okay,
heat
yeah.
wave day, you know.
Right.
You're soft. We lick 45s for practice.
Yeah, is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? Celsius, obviously. Yeah, obviously, yeah. So basically, you're now just entering autumn. So I don't think the temperatures drop off that dramatically, do they? Do they?
Bullshit. Where I live, we go from full summer. We get about a 3, maybe 4 week autumn, and then we bomb into winter, and we get like this weird spread of autumn/winter. Then we get nasty cold, and then we get about 3 or 4 weeks of nice weather, and then it just goes back into summer again.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, our nights and mornings is
Super
where
fresh.
the sharp drop off is. Yeah, like the days will warm up. You know, like I said, you know, we can probably nice steady 19s. You know, like
Okay.
kind of thing, 18s, 19s, which is kind of like, you know, you can go out in a shirt. You know, it's not gonna
Yeah, you can
bother
go
you
jogging,
today.
cycling, perfect weather. You can even do a
Yeah,
picnic. You can even do a picnic and all
yeah,
that. Yeah, of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in the evening, the mercury drops to what? 9
What's it
o'clock.
right? See, what is it right now? Well, it's trying to say it's 15, but that might not be refreshed. Um, uh, 13 now. We're looking at 10 degrees Celsius at 9 p.m.
Okay, right.
Whereas I'm still
Yeah.
21.
That's
You're
right. There
still
you go. Yeah, you're
21 right
21.
now.
Yeah,
Wow.
lovely.
So 5 to 6 and it's 21 degrees. So.
Yeah,
Nice.
top at 18 for us midday tomorrow. It'll hit the peak at 18. Saying.
Yeah, very interested in the temperatures that people are experiencing on this beautiful flat Earth that we live on. Yeah.
Look at that! I haven't even been following the weather, and I was just like ballparking it. And tomorrow's top 18. Monday. Today's top 18, tomorrow's top 19, Saturday 19, Sunday 19, Monday 21. That's going to be and Tuesday 19, Wednesday. So an average of 19, you know.
Yeah, quite steady there for you.
Just going off the feel, what I've been experiencing with, you know, just using my body thermometer, you know.
Yeah, it's nice when you're in tuned in that way. It really is nice.
Well, we're preparing to get some wood now for our fireplace, you know, because of the harsh colds that are coming in at night and in the mornings.
Okay, so you use firewood to warm your place up, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty much standard over here, unless you can afford, you know, a $5,000 a month power bill.
Oh, that's silly, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, wow. $5,000 a month.
I'm probably, you know, like exaggerating
No,
there,
he's just
but
taking a piss.
Yeah, of course you are.
we're looking at like $400 or $500 just for like a decent load of wood that's gonna last probably. That'll probably get us through. If we went really easy on it, I'd say we could get through 8 weeks on that. Like,
Oh, 2
yeah,
months. Okay. Yeah.
maybe. Like I said, if I went really easy on it. But usually, once we light the fire, it just stays going. Unless we let it go out to clean out the chimney. You know, if it seems like it's clogged up. But yeah, otherwise, I'll just try and keep it going non-stop. Just don't let it go out. Kind of feel
Yeah.
like a caveman, you know.
Yeah, I
Ruler
think
over
it's
the
good.
just keep it alive, you know.
Yeah, keeping it real, keeping it natural. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, like you get days when it's like you're not even really that needed. It's really only needed at night and in the morning. But you know, stuff like letting it go out every night and then relighting it. You know, like just every day, just relighting it. Just keep it going. You're better off just to like keep it going. And if it's not too cold, just put a big log on it and turn the flue right off, and just let it like smolder really lightly, and as soon as it starts getting cool, just crank it up and get that air going through it and spark it up a bit, give it a poke, get it nice and warm. Yep, doesn't take long.
So you you go to the timber yard to get your wood. Where'd you get it from?
Yeah, that used to be an option before they closed the rail lines down here and killed the timber industry in my area. Yeah, brilliant government move, but mostly it's just from land, like you know, like naturally or felled timber,
Yeah.
naturally felled or you know manually felled. But it's you want with Australian trees, you want someone who knows what they're doing and who knows you know that your wood's going to be dry. Because some of that stuff can stay wet for a long time after it's dead. Takes a while to
Yeah.
dry out. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. How do you transport it? In a truck?
Yeah, yep, yeah. I've been out a few times and helped like gather it with people. But this year we're just ordering. We're just going to get a load from somebody, and he'll just deliver it in any small truck, and a trailer. Probably we call it a ute, like the Americans call it a utility truck.
Okay,
truck.
yeah, utility truck. Okay, right. And then you store it in a shed, then, yeah, in a dry location, yeah.
Yes.
When
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Yes, that's more romantic, isn't it? When you've got real fire in the house, real heat. Yeah. Yeah, nice. I think that's good.
Yeah. Can be nice, yeah, like you can just it can be a bit difficult trying to like get it to like warm up other used areas of the house. So you've got to like shut off doors and to try and direct like where the
Yeah, to
heat's going
funnel
to.
the heat. Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah, well, of course you do, because heat rises up anyway. But yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So the fireplace is the main room, obviously. Keeps everybody warm.
Yeah. Yep.
You see, back in the day, you had two main rooms. You would have the living room, of course, where all the fireplace is there, and then you have the kitchen with the wood stove. That's another place of heat in a household. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with a wood stove for a little while. Yep.
Yeah, I think they're brilliant now. Wood stoves are brilliant, man. You know?
Yeah, definitely something about like different about it, and like a nice lamb roast that comes out of a wood fire oven, and then the conventional oven. There's something special about it. Yeah.
Yeah. And the one thing is, no, you don't waste food because of the energy that it requires to get it heated up and that, and the time it takes. You eat everything. There's nothing being wasted. Back in the day, they didn't waste much food back in the day. Yeah.
That's right. Definitely. Yeah. My lady, she recounts her childhood of going and staying with her grandparents on a property, and they had wood stove, and it was just eat, work, eat, work, eat, work. Right, that's all she saw them do. Like she was a kid, so she didn't have to work. Though they probably got to do some chores and stuff. But it was like breakfast, and then work, and then morning tea, like 2 hours later, and then work, and then it was lunch, and then work, and then an afternoon break, and then work, and then dinner time, right? And then settle down like to the radio or whatever, and then it was dessert, right? After your tummy settled a bit, and then, then maybe bed. But if you stayed up, then it was like late night snack, right? It was just like food. And she said she got so sick of like wood stove cooked meats, right? That she'd go outside to find a citrus tree and like a grapefruit, and like just rip a grapefruit off and go, oh, fruit, like scurvy, trying to trying to get rid of the scurvy, because there was just so much meats, cooked on a nice wood stove.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And the beauty of that is that you could keep it going all night, and in the morning that place is nice and warm. Yeah, and you see the flame through the glass window as well. It's quite nice.
Right, yeah. You have like a metal fork prong thing that you stick your bread on and hold it over the open flame until it was toasted. Like you toast your bread that way, right? Like didn't need no stuff, right?
Yeah, and then you had the where you put your pots and pans on the top, where you're cooking on the top. Those are like hot plates. They got ready hot. Yeah, when I look at the wood stove and that and the way you operate them, they're very good, very economical. They're not cheap to buy today though. In fact they cost more than a modern cooker. You can get second-hand ones. There's a second-hand market. I looked into it. But a new one is a small fortune, a brand new one.
there's a lot of like traditional cooking. I can imagine it'd be the same in Japan. There'd be some, some old, not ancient, but like olden day traditional cooking styles that really prefer that kind of that setting, like that
Yeah,
that need that nice fireplace heat. Like instead of
yeah,
like this artificial.
yeah.
Japan stuff.
Artificial ringers and hobs and that are heated up electronically and that. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Stuff that you could even like throw into the coals, to like give it a smoky flavor or whatever, like.
Yeah.
There's something different about foods that is just cooked naturally on an open flame, right?
Yeah, yeah. I've looked on the YouTube at old cooking from the way back when, using those and the foods that come out beautiful, and that's where I learned that the foods were not wasted because you could see, a whole family sitting at a table getting that down. Nothing was wasted, nothing. Yeah, any leftovers becomes. Yeah, go ahead.
You can even get the old you can get even old ones, like probably going back to the 20th century. They made like little temperature dials on them so that you could tell like, oh, we've got it cranking too hot for this. We need to like let it go down a bit and get it down to the right temperature.
Yeah.
So that yeah.
Yeah, and you could move your food around the oven to the coldest part, to the cooler areas. Where it needs a hot, you put it deeper in there. Then moving it around. Then there was this. They have a water tank that gets boiled. So you've got boiling water in there in its own little tank from the same heat. So good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I lived from fresh rainwater tanks. Hot wood stoves, fireplace. Gas lighting. Didn't even have electricity. Gas lighting. Hot water. I think. What did we use for? It might have been a gas hot water system. It was a gas. There was a gas fridge, and I think it was a gas hot water system. Actually, it might have been like a pot belly water heating system, where that had to be like water. Yeah, donkey. Yeah, thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you keep get the fire going, and it'd have a big boiler, and it'd boil up the water and that'd all be rainwater too, or pumped dam water. No, like connection to an an infrastructure like in a city. It's just all.
No. This would be like a special tank that's at the side of the actual cooker itself, a compartment that you pour water in, and that will get boiled up, and then you open the tap, and you've got hot water to make your tea and everything else. These cookers were really, really good, very useful for that country living and back in those days. It was, very impressive, I'd have to say, and very real. And it was all wood, big chunk of wood goes in, and that's going to be there for a couple of hours, and then they bung another big piece in. And then the cleaning is the worst part, of course, but there's always that. There's always that side, isn't it? The cleaning out. All that ash has to come out. Yeah? Well, that'd be daddy's job anyway. And the cleaning of the chimney. Right, I'll catch you guys later on, man. It was nice talking. Wicked.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of living had its upsides and downsides. I was an only kid, so and I didn't. It was like miles to the nearest, like, house with another kid. Hang out with. So it was a bit lonely some of the time, but yeah, there was always something to do.
it was kind of fun, and yeah, there was parts of it I liked and parts of it I hated. Like archery and yeah, help my stepdad go hunting, different things. Yeah. You like this Matrix? The food was good. I'd not long come from a vegetarian lifestyle to instantly just having heaps of meat involved in my diet, and I didn't mind that so much until one night eating by a gas light, right? And you've got bugs galore trying to get to your light, right? And they find ways in, even if you got screen doors, screen windows, doesn't matter. And we didn't really keep the doors shut, right? It's just such open living, and we were in the middle of nowhere. Nobody was coming to knock on our door. There was no security needed. But yeah, so we got bugs flying around our table while we were trying to eat, and then it was kind of like not a great light either, so you weren't ever sure if something had landed in your food. And I was eating some nice roast lamb one night, and I'm starting to go crunch 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 on something and going, what the heck am I bet I'm eating like a grasshopper or something, man. and, and of course I wasn't allowed to just like spit my food out, so I had to eat it. I just didn't feel right spitting my food out because I probably would have got a whack up the back of the head or over the knuckles. I just ate it. Outside dunnies weren't so pleasant either. You're always worried that something was going to bite you or sneak up on you like a snake, redback, like the song. Uh, always worried me. Survived though. Survived. Do you bet that woman that fell in like a rest stop one there the other day? Ended up waist deep in it. It just collapsed on her. She ended up in it.
What a way to
Took
go.
her. Yeah, she like didn't die, but they got her out. But I think she was there for a couple of hours before she get like attention. Yeah.
That's nasty. Because they put that blue shit in a lot of those dunnies too.
Right, yeah. Ugh. Ugh, man.
Imagine spending the next week looking like a bloody smurf.
Yeah. Alright, let's be back soon. Or back later. Go take care of something.
All right, let's see if the music bot still works.
Guess he's got a theodolite and a total station he swears is tight. He says he's got the curve all figured out, but his numbers never add up without a doubt. He'll measure angles from a hill or a shore, then fudge the data just a little bit more. He calls out flat earthers for their bad math, but hides his own fudge factor on the hidden path.
And I wish that he'd just admit the game.
But he'll twist his words again just the same. Oh, I wish I had Guessie's world, where his angles all align and his pride's unfurled. Yeah, I wish I had Guessie's world, where he cries, "Pour me," when his point gets swirled. He's a double-talking rat, a coward's game. One mistake from you, he'll shout your name, but hurt his feelings, he'll disappear. Type in the side chat, voice gone with the fear. He says measurement doesn't lie, you see, but his secret adjustment set his conscience free. If you question his method, he'll start to shout, but if you prove him wrong, oh, he'll have a pout. He's a tough-talking mechanic when he's on the attack, but the second you push back, he won't talk back. Just a whimper in the main, then a flurry of text from the safety of the side where his ego's next.
And I wish he'd stand in the light for once,
but he'd rather play the victim, the cowardly done. So I wish I had Guessie's world, where his angles all align and his pride's unfurled. Yeah, I wish I had Guessie's world, where he cries, "Pour me," when his point gets swirled. He's a double-talking rat, a coward's game. One mistake from you, he'll shout your name, but hurt his feelings, he'll disappear. Type in the side chat, voice gone with the fear. And his second-hand gear, it might look legit, but garbage in, garbage out, that's the size of it. He claims the curve is hidden in the decimals, but every test he runs is a scrambled parable. And I hate that he won't just take the L. He'd rather build a story and crawl back to his shell. Guessie, you were never looking for the truth, just a way to seem smarter than the rest of the goofs. But your world's a fragile little box of lies, and we all see the fear behind your narrowed eyes.
yeah, I wish I had Guessie's world,
Because then I'd finally know how it feels
to be that wrong and never kneel.
See, I feel better now. And I actually wanted that to Rick Springfield's Jesse's Girl. So I think that'd go well. But I just don't know how to force this music program to do that yet. Welcome. As you can see, it's pretty quiet here, and if you run away, it's going to stay that way.
Why it's so quiet this morning? I just kind of had you guys on in the background while I get some admin done. I've just got a whole load of like reports to file, so I thought, you know what? I'll put the good boys at 24/7 on in the background, see if we can get some little bit of interest.
So we get something happening. It's full random, bro. Some days you come in here in the afternoons and it is pumping full of clowns, and other days you can hear the tumbleweeds rolling. It's just random.
Oh, there we go. My mic decided to die at the exact moment. Yeah, it's quiet today. Nothing to listen to in the background while I'm doing the tax returns. This is just rude. Do you find there's a difference in traffic levels here versus the politics server?
A difference in the quality of traffic level.
That's fair. Notice a lot less people joining briefly just to scream some kind of racial slur down the microphone and then leave.
Oh, we still get those.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, this still it happens, but it seems to happen less.
That's quite a bit left.
It's funny because I do feel like I've noticed a bit of a shift in just like speaking to, like random people, and just other people bringing up either the topic directly or things that are just like linked to it a lot more often. It's not even like I'm the guy having to be like, oh, hey, have you heard about this? Have you thought about this? Because we all know how that goes 99% of the time, where you kind of like just randomly try and rank the conversation. You get looked at like an absolute, lunatic. Which, to be fair, that's some ways to look at people. But even things like Artemis, for example, I'm seeing a lot more people now kind of just talk about not necessarily, oh well, Artemis looked suspect, so now I think the Earth might be flat, but questioning at least and just having the conversation and having the discussion, because it's almost like this is the Apollo of our lifetime. There's a lot of people who are looking at these so-called space things they've done now, and they're like, hold on a minute, this looks fake as shit. Almost like it's had the opposite of the desired effect. Not for everybody, but definitely for a
What
lot
I
of people.
found interesting is the amount of normies that are pointing that out. Not people that
Yeah,
are like
exactly.
anti-FE, just random normies. And they're saying, you know what, this Artemis stuff just looks next level fake.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
not talking about the kind of people who understand that jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. I'm talking about your
Just your regular Joe.
bog stand. Yep, they watch Love Island, binge watch Netflix. They like Britain's Got Talent. I'm just talking just your average everyday. Even they're talking about it. Same as when they sent like Katy Perry into space. Like
Sigourney Weaver's still a better astronaut.
Yeah. At least her performance was convincing.
Well, it had to be. That big alien thing was going to smash her if she didn't.
I actually think the alien in Alien unironically looks better than the slop we get served up today. Because they didn't have CGI back then. Well, they didn't have CGI, did they? So they had to get a bit more creative. They had to use physical props, and it looked real because it
They look
was real,
badass.
right? Not a real alien, of course, but it was a real physical. Do you know what I mean? And they had to put actual like water on top of the thing they'd used to create the alien, and whereas now everything's just drawn in a little studio, isn't it? And you have actors stood alone in empty rooms shouting at ghosts, and you can tell it. You can see it in the performances. Like none of it's convincing.
That movie, Alien, my father and myself sat and watched that one night when Mum and Dad first got a big TV. When I'm talking big TV, it was like 42
The ones
inches.
that go back, yeah, and they go back. The ones that would like they were
The
deeper
ones,
than they
the
were
old
wide.
CRTs, their original
Oh, yeah.
CRT was a Panasonic National that was about 19 inches. And that was just the TV, all right? And all of a sudden they got this new thing, this flat screen thing. And I don't think it was a flat screen. I think it was another CRT, actually. Just a bigger one. Anyways, the old TV got put in my bedroom. Now, this old Panasonic National, it was the kind of TV that you had to turn the standby switch on for 5 minutes before you pulled the little plug out to get them to come on, because she didn't like coming on too much when it was cold. Right, so one episode there, I was about 11, and this movie come on, Alien. And Dad's like, well, I want to watch that. And Mum's like, I'm not watching that shit, I'm watching something else. So instead of World War III kicking off, all of a sudden, show wing, let's just watch it in boys' room. So myself and my father sat up and watched Alien. And fuck me, mate, if I didn't sleep for 3 weeks straight. That scared the shit out of me.
that was me with The Exorcist. I was 8 years old, and I said, "Oh, Mum," because I was like a bit obsessed with like ghosts and spirits, and I had all these like books about possessions, and I'd bring books home from the library, and my mum used to think, "Jesus Christ, what have you got into?" But I was just fascinated by like ghost stories, and I saw the trailer because it was on TV. Oh, can I watch The Exorcist? Can I watch The Exorcist? Can you, fuck? She said, and then she went to bed. And I snuck downstairs because I knew what time The Exorcist was on. And as I sat in bed after watching The Exorcist on my own, 8 years old, I was so scared I was sweating. And like my bed sheets were drenched, and literally for like felt like at least a couple of weeks. I was absolutely terrified. I sat in bed sweating because I was so afraid. Decent film though.
The other one that rattled me when I was a young fella, I must have only been maybe 4 or 5 when I saw it. American Werewolf in London.
Oh yeah, that as a young person will get you. Event Horizon got me as well when I was young. That scared the shit out
Oh,
of me.
really?
Yeah.
That was a
'Cause it
great
bit
movie.
Great film, yeah. They don't make them like that anymore, but because it was less about things jumping out to go boom, boom, ooh, scared you, didn't I? And it was like that kind of deep-seated, under your skin.
All right,
slow
I
burn.
got that movie. I got that when it first came out on DVD, and fair dinkum. If you've got full surround sound, it will scare the shit out of you. You won't know which way to face, because it was designed to have things moving in the background and speakers and everything firing all over the place. Like, think the Matrix. It was the old for sound stuff. It was just it rattled you. There was a whole lot of psychology gone into making that movie.
They're the scarier films, to be honest. Like, something can be a jump scare, and in the moment, if it's a well executed jump scare, it might make you jump. Oh, that got me. That did. Oh, good one. But that doesn't really stay with you once the credits have rolled.
Yeah, you need stuff that gives you the heebie-jeebies, so you're walking home thinking about it, just going, yeah, nah, I don't want that.
Like you're in bed at night thinking, right, I'll put something light-hearted on before I go to sleep. Do you know what I mean? Just almost like you've got a taste you're trying to wash out of your mouth, because it just stays with you.
Sleep with one shoe on, so it's easier to get dressed and run.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just leave the landing light on in case I need a wee, so I'm not tripping over things. Oh, is that why you're leaving the landing lights on? Yep, that's my story, and I am sticking to it. Thank you. Hereditary is like that. If you haven't seen it, it's awful in a good way, right? But really, really unsettling.
It was from Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy and Jason.
See,
the
I never
first
got
time I
into
watched
any
Nightmare
of
on Elm
those.
Street, shit myself.
Never got into any of them. And what was the other one that people raved about? What was it? The Ring? A lot of people raved about that, and I thought it was shit. And
The Ring, yep. The Grudge. The Grudge, I'll just shut up. That Japanese movie, bro.
The Grudge
what was the
a
other
lot
one?
better than The Ring.
So,
as
but
in
what's
the
the
American versions.
what's the witch one?
Blair Witch.
Blair
Well, is
Witch
that where they're running?
Project.
It's done on like handy cam, and they're all running through the
Yeah.
forest. And, yeah, that was shit. Like I think they could
And
have
the
done a
guy,
better job with that.
the movie ends with the guy standing in the corner of the basement. What the hell?
What to be fair, right? You got to give credit where it's due, because I watched that when it first came out, so I was obviously a lot younger and more easily scared. And the film as a whole wasn't scary, but I thought the last 5-10 minutes were like genuinely really unsettling. If I watched it now, I'd just be like, "What the fuck is this?" But the first time I watched it when I was young, that last 5-10 minutes of the film did get me. But then when they saw him standing in the basement and then the film just ends, I was like, "You're taking the piss! Like, has there been a network fault? There's something gone wrong with the TV station? Like, where's the rest of the film?" And this was before I had the internet as well, so it's not like I could just go on the internet and type like.
You can't Google it.
Yeah, and I was just sat in bed like, what the fuck? Where's the rest of the film? What's just happened? Have you ever seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Raised is looking for the director's cut. Where is it?
Yeah. Where's the rest of the film? And it's like it was similar to the first time I watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they all start running over to have the big fight, then they get arrested by the police, and then the film just ends really abruptly. And you're like, where's the rest of the fucking film? And obviously, Monty Python and the Holy Grail did it as a bit of a meme, and just to just be different for the sake of being different. Whereas with Blair Witch, it just genuinely felt like that. Yeah, they'd accidentally cut out the last 20 minutes of the film.
I'll tell you one film that was funny, that sort of rattled a few people, and not because it was scary or anything weird. The movie Go, because they redo the movie from everyone's perspective, and when they first swap, so you see the first person's thing, and then it swaps, and basically the movie goes back to the start. And what was really funny, I went to the movies to watch it with a couple of mates, and we were all looking at each other going, did these silly idiots just restart the film or something? And it took us a while to realise what was actually going on. And when we looked around, I actually went back a second time to watch the movies, just so I could laugh at other people all sitting there looking around going, what the fuck's going on? I think they've restarted it. Did you restart it? Just to watch everyone looking around like clowns, not knowing what the shit's happening. That was great. Sorry. They're all looking up which movie was Go.
Yeah, I had a quick Google, and it wasn't one I was familiar with. I find myself being really, really fussy these days about which films I'll watch and which films I won't watch.
I used to watch everything when I was younger. I just didn't give a shit. My mates were off work and I was off work. Yeah, let's go to the movies. Well, we wouldn't go and watch chick flicks or nothing like that. That'd just do our head in. But yeah,
You're in a safe-
anything,
you're in a safe
action,
space.
cars.
No one's gonna judge you. You can tell us. Don't worry. If you went to the cinema to watch Legally Blonde, we'll take that.
Nope,
shit to
haven't
the
seen
grave.
that.
You're good here.
Like I'll tell you how like Fast and the Furious, when the Charger got clipped that truck and rolled, I cried in that. That was quite depressing. I was like, oh man, the best car of the whole fucking show. Then that Jap crap gets through. So does that count as a chick flick or no?
Probably not. But then we're in the territory of his Die Hard, a Christmas film, so you have to be careful.
Oh shit, yeah. They all are.
These are murky. These are murky waters we're swimming in. Murky waters.
It is Christmas.
There you go. It's a Christmas film. 2 from 2.
Like it's literally a guy who's like
At Christmas time.
saying at Christmas time, saying ho ho ho, trying to make sure families can get home in time for Christmas. Because a madman, who's basically like the real life Grinch, has them captive, whereas unlike in the Grinch, he doesn't have a change of heart. So it requires our plucky hero, right, to encourage him off the edge of a building so that families can get home in time for Christmas. It's the quintessential Christmas message. It's beautiful, really. I don't really understand how it's not a Christmas film. Because if Die Hard isn't a Christmas film, The Grinch isn't a Christmas film. I will die on this hill.
He's put his stake in the ground. That's it. I'm holding.
Yeah. Like, there's not many things I'm willing to go to war over, but this is one of them. I do miss the days though where films were about just making a good film, telling a good story, not lecturing people, not trying to belittle people for not having the right opinions, the right views, not trying to be some thinly veiled allegory for why you should think differently than you do. Just a well-told story, no lazy self-inserts, just a good story, well acted, well directed. Few and far between these days. Sometimes I think it would be easier if you just kind of like liked everything. So the kind of people who could watch Love Island for argument's sake, and they just genuinely don't have a care in the world, and they're like, yeah, this is fine, this is whatever. Must be so peaceful. You'd never run out of things to watch either, because they'll watch anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't watch sort of much TV. I don't know how people watch like that Love Island and all that kind of weird shit. It's just like, yeah, nah.
Complete and utter drivel.
Then you got
What
Australia's got
what offends me?
talent, America's got talent, and all these other shit. And it's
That's
like,
the most
seriously?
widely believed. That's the most widely believed conspiracy theory there is. Britain's Got Talent. I walk around the place every fucking day. He most certainly does not. What's depressing as well is that if you type love into Google, the first auto suggestion is island.
Really?
And these things don't happen. These things don't happen organically, right? People get to decide. So the biggest tech company in the world, they want you to conflate love with whatever the fuck that thing is supposed to be. Because when you type love, the first thing it tries to give you is Love Island. It's almost like they want people to be vapid, shallow husks. Almost.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a comedian called Steve Hughes?
The Australian chap with wears Metallica t-shirts on stage.
That one, yeah.
There we go. Funny guy.
Yeah, his what was his one of the first albums he did? Little Things or something like that. Big Things, no? That's gonna do my head in now. One of his albums.
I didn't realise he'd made music, but now that you say it, I'm not surprised looking at him. He very clearly owns multiple guitars.
Albums.
I just searched up and its responses to me is Love's The Fuel Station, Love Story, some drama series, Love is Blind, The Five Love Languages, Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
I think I get Love Island
TV
first,
series.
but it's because it's classified as apparently according to Google a British
Tell
reality
the
show.
truth.
So maybe because I'm
You
in
love
England,
watching it.
you know, honestly, like just like if any of the kids started watching that stuff, I think I'd just genuinely drive off a bridge because it'd be like, not
Big
only have I
issues.
failed you, not only have I
Is the
failed you, it's like irretrievable, it's irreparable. Do you know what I mean? You just be like, right, there's nothing left for me to do than get in my car and just drive into the fucking sea at 80 miles an hour. Windows
Driving
open as well. And then they'd be like, oh no, Uncle Goats, but the joke's on them because it's actually like a little submarine James Bond car, and I'll just cruise off to Fiji and live on an island somewhere with no internet. Yeah, maybe because it's supposed to be a British show. Like if you're in England, it kind of tries to push it more.
So what have I got to type in? Love, and then see what I get after it.
Yeah. So don't don't press enter. Just type love.
Love.
What do you
Oh, and
get?
see what it brings up. So I
Yeah.
get what the hell is lovehoney.co.uk. That was the first thing that come up. Oh, it's sponsored. All right. Love Sack, Love Languages, Love Story 2026 TV series, Love Travel Stop, Love is Blind, Love Quotes, Love is Blind Season 2, Love Actually, and Love Island.
Do you know what's funny? What came up has now just changed based on the things you just said. So things that weren't there when I looked earlier, they're now there based on things you've just said. And I know it's
Interesting.
I know at this point everybody knows that, your computers are listening and everything's listening and you get targeted ads based on conversations you're having. At one point that was like a conspiracy theory, right? But it's just funny to see it in real time like that. I remember talking about it to my wife one time and she was like, "You are out of your fucking mind," which is something she says to me at least once a month. Less so these days. Less so these days, to be fair, because I just have those moments where I look at her and she says, "Don't you fucking say it! Don't you dare! This doesn't mean you were right." And I'm like, "Well, okay. This doesn't mean I'm right. This doesn't mean I was right. Can we say it meant I was correct? Like, which word could we use that would make you feel better? Like, if you don't want to say right, correct. Like, what should we call it then?" So it does happen less than it. Yeah, it does happen less than it used to. But remember one time she was this idea of like targeted adverts based on not just what you search, but things you have said, like but specifically based on things you have communicated verbally and never typed into Google. And that's bullshit. That's nonsense. That's schizo bait. Okay. And she used to work in a hospital in the I forgot what they call it now. They call it like the baby farm, right? Like the neonatal unit. And she used to work specifically with children who had maybe been born like a bit too early. And so because the people who work in the hospital are like guests and visitors to the hospital, where they knit hats for premature babies. And it's like a thing, basically. It's a thing that they do. And what she was saying was that she wants to knit hats for the premature babies, like something to do in the off time or like on your break or whatever. But she wants to knit bigger hats because there's like a bit of a thing where because premature babies everybody assumes they're going to be like really small. Everybody knits really small hats. Because it stands to reason, right? They're probably going to be small. But some premature babies, if the baby was going to be
Not
really
so
big,
small.
then the premature baby, even though it's premature, is still going to be a lot bigger than kind of like your standard premature baby. And she was saying what she's going to start doing is she was going to start knitting knitting hats for the hefty chunks, right? She was going to start knitting hats for the premature babies that were coming out a little bit bigger. And then literally the day after, her entire Facebook feed, all of her targeted ads were for knitting sets,
Yeah.
wool and knitting needles. And she was just like, her jaw was on the floor. She was just, she was saying, I'd never at any point Googled this. I only spoke to you about it last night, and now I'm being riddled with targeted ads for knitting. And I was like, yeah,
Yep.
I've been saying this for about 7 years.
And
You
everyone
thought
said
you'd
you're a
married a
nutter.
fucking yeah, you thought you'd married a fucking weirdo, which you did, to be fair, but that's separate. And now, right, you can, you can see it, like it's right there in front of your eyes. It's like it's like to people about the whole. Do you like how they YouTube will manipulate your watch history and explain to them that flat Earth content, but not all of it, only the stuff that the algorithm has deemed dangerous, i.e., of a quality. YouTube in real time will delete that from your watch history, and you can do it yourself in real time to show that YouTube will alter your watch history right in front of you. No, it won't. Oh my god, that's nuts. And then like you
You're
walk
a
people
spinner.
through it, and
Yeah.
you're like, all right, do exactly what I'm about to explain, and they're like, yeah, right, then this will be good. And then you show them, and they're just like, what's the actual? And they're just gobsmacked. They're just absolutely gobsmacked to see it in real time that one of the biggest tech companies on the planet will manipulate and alter your watch history.
Are people in this room really discussing flat Earth?
Oh shit, yeah.
Well, to be fair, we were
How it's
getting into
going?
cinema for a while.
How it's
We
going?
took a detour.
Why? Do you think you live on a ball? It's 2026, bro. What are you doing?
I think I live in my apartment.
And your apartment is where?
It doesn't matter, man.
Don't dox
That's
yourself. I
bullshit.
don't want to know the exact address. I'm not
No,
that horrible.
no,
Yeah,
no,
we don't
no.
need a postcode.
That's bullshit.
Sounding
Don't need
by
to
your
know.
accent, I don't think you live on my street. So I'll be fair with that.
I don't know what most shit is. I live in Russia. Yeah.
Oh shit.
So what's do you like
So let's just.
discussing flat Earth?
Well, there's not really much to discuss. It's flat. Just deal with it.
Oh, okay. This is not a discussion anymore. If you don't want to discuss.
No,
Well, it is a
another
discussion, however,
No.
misinterpretation.
If
Yeah.
you just believe in it,
second part of
there's
the
nothing to discuss,
conversation,
really.
It's not just a belief. That's the problem.
No, you cannot discuss if you believe.
It's not a belief. That's the problem.
Okay,
It's
so like your shoe size. Do
No,
you
no,
know
no.
what your shoe size is,
Sorry,
or do you
Jim. I will
believe your
mute you.
shoe size?
You disrupted my speech.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make it on a clear level so that
Metric,
you can
do you know
understand what
what
he
belief
means.
means?
Okay,
Do you,
Nosok, please unmute Jim right now. And just to show you how not so fair I am, you can continue the conversation with him. Thank you.
do you
Oh, you're
understand what
using
it
your
means
privileges.
to know difference
You're using
and
your
to believe?
privileges on the server. That's disgusting. Okay,
Have you
Jim.
unmuted Jim? Yes or no?
Yeah, I muted
Thank
him,
you.
but what? Thank you. I'm
Do you
not
know the difference
respecting you.
between knowing your shoe size and believing in your shoe size?
You know what belief means. It's not faith. It's belief.
Do you believe your shoe size is what number, or do you know what shoe size you have?
Yeah, it's a stupid question. You can believe and
No,
know.
it's the clarifying of what he meant by the earth being flat is not a belief.
Yeah,
Because
it's
he
belief.
knows the earth is
You
flat,
can know, but
just like
it's
he
belief.
knows his
You
shoe
believe
size
that you know,
because
man.
he measured his foot and he's measured the surface of the earth.
You don't know what
Do you
this
know
word
what
means.
shirt color you're wearing? Or do you
Yeah, you
believe you're wearing
believe that you know. That's the thing about your mind. It's like it's how your mind works. You believe that you know. It's like you
Okay,
know.
okay, just a
Whenever
quick
you know
question.
something, it's
No,
belief.
no sock, no sock. Do you know how tall you are, or do you believe how tall you are?
Yeah, I know how tall I am, and this is my
come?
belief.
Yep. No, just hold up. How do you know how tall you are, as opposed to I believe I'm tall?
You don't know what belief means.
No, I
It's
didn't
not
say
faith.
that.
It's
I'm
not.
asking. No,
It's not
I
faith.
didn't. Stop. Please stop. The question
No,
was,
I'm not
how
gonna
do
stop.
you know
No,
how
no,
tall
I'm not
you
gonna
are?
stop. Because I can measure it myself.
Excellent.
But
Same
yeah,
thing
but
as
it
we've done
didn't
to the
matter
ground.
because you
So
don't
that's
know
the
what
difference. No,
belief
stop. No, stop.
means.
That's the difference.
No.
You
Just Google
know.
what
Listen.
belief means.
Listen.
Just
You
Google what
know.
belief
Stop.
means.
Just stop. That's the
No,
difference.
maybe you stop. Why I'm
You're not helping yourself. That is the difference. You know because you've actually measured it. You've got something to confirm it to or against.
Yes, it's obvious. You
So
don't
it's
need
not a
to
belief.
say me. You don't need to say me this information. It's obvious.
So it's
already.
not a belief. It's first-hand knowledge. You know.
You don't know what belief means. Google it, please.
Is this just a broken, fucked up record or what?
It means that you'll get in the dictionary.
Man,
this is what
you
get.
can know, but it's
Hey,
mean
hey,
it's
hey,
belief.
hey, bro, hey, hello.
Do you really
Say,
don't know what belief
hey,
means?
bro, look this up. Hey, I've
You
looked
can
it up.
Google the word.
Hey, bro, shut up. I've looked it up enough, right? Having had this conversation several times already, that I know it says acceptance of something to be true, especially without evidence.
Oh.
And if you go to dictionarycambridge.org online, belief, the feeling of being certain that something exists or is true.
I feel like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Is it true? The feeling.
So it's a
So you
feeling.
believe. You can know.
No,
And you can
that is
believe
wrong.
at
So
the
you're
same
telling
time.
us that this is where you've got to start listening. That's a straw man.
No, man.
You're
Listen
telling us
now.
what we're doing.
Yeah. You are the kind of people who
Exactly.
don't want to listen. You don't.
No, you're the type of person who
The
doesn't
only
listen.
thing
And
you
we can
want
tell
to
you.
do is
How
talk.
about we just go fucking bang?
No.
Exactly. You're the person who won't listen. We can tell that because we had to press the mute button to shut you up for 5 seconds to explain to you that you don't fucking listen. Jesus. Now that you get it through your head, the difference between believing something, it's just a feeling, and knowing something, you've actually gone out and measured it, why don't you ask these nice people why they're flat earthers?
Do you know what feeling is? Like, you can be 100
Don't
centimeters
care.
and feel that way. You know and feel at the same time, man.
Belief by dictionary
There's no
definition,
controversial.
the feeling
You
of
can
being certain
feel
that something
and know
exists
at
or
the
is
same
true.
time. Man, you know
Yeah.
that your is flat, yeah?
Yes,
And you
because
feel
we've
the same
measured
way.
it.
And you feel the
So
same way.
okay,
Yeah?
no. My feelings have got nothing to do with it. I disliked it when I first found out. I was quite upset.
Yeah.
So my
Your feeling
feelings,
has
no,
nothing
that's
to
not
do,
an
but you
invitation
have
for you to fucking talk through me. Holy shit. No sock. When someone says 2 words, that's not an invitation for you to fucking steamroll through. Your feelings mean nothing. We don't care how you feel. We know it's a particular thing because that's how it's measured. Not because we feel like it. Jesus Christ, this one's slow.
Yeah, it's not, but you have feeling. And you have feelings that yours is flat.
I don't care. No, it's not a feeling. You're incorrect. False. Wrong. It is not a feeling. It's a measurement.
Yeah, you have a measurement. But don't you have a feeling?
No.
You
Tape measures
have
don't
a
have
feeling.
feelings.
You're not a human. Yeah, you're not a human, man.
Oh,
And now you've
so
just sidetracked off
Also,
to
it's
something
very
else.
disrespectful that
he
you.
loves his wife. He loves his children. He feels the need to have to go to work. Therefore, the earth is a feeling. You're fucking broken, dude.
Yeah, he is. Just, yeah.
You have feeling, yes?
So, okay, I feel happy. We've measured it as flat. The next guy feels sad. So friggin' what? It's still measured as flat. That's what we all should have done, is everyone should have put forward a different feeling, and it's still measured flat.
Noted.
We'll keep that one for next time. Wow. I wouldn't be surprised if he's been under another account and had people turned down. He couldn't even hear T-Dub when he was talking.
How is it English Hub doesn't have a definition listed for believe?
I don't know. They got to change that, man. They need a new bot or something for that. Upgrade it.
Be live.
What did you try to believe?
No, it
What
was
about
cider. Like
hey?
this. I think it's because cider misspelled it. Because he spelled it again,
And
and
it
they
came
gave a
up.
definition.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
reverb. Judge or regard, look upon, judge. Be confident about something, accept as true, take to be true. And then knowing, characterized by conscious design or purpose, highly educated, having extensive information or understanding, evidencing the possession of inside information. Belief, a vague idea in which some confidence is placed, any cognitive content held as true.
All right, you ready for a laugh? Scrolling down Facebook. Something out of the ordinary for me sitting at home doing nothing. 10 scientific reasons flat Earth models do not work. All right, you're going to love this. Number 1, lunar eclipses show Earth's round shadow. Remember, these are scientific reasons flat Earth models do not work. All right. And there's also, I'll read all the bullshit that comes with it. During a lunar eclipse, Earth passes between sun and moon and casts its shadow onto the moon. The shadow is always curved. A sphere casts a round shadow from every angle. A flat disk would only cast a consistently round shadow from a certain angle. NASA notes that Earth's curved shadow during lunar eclipses has long been evidence of Earth's spherical shape. I gotta love this shit, eh? So that's scientific. Proof number 1. Or scientific reasons flat Earth models don't work. So number 2. Ships disappear bottom first over the horizon. When a ship sails away, the hull disappears before the mast. With a strong zoom lens, you may bring a distant ship into clearer view, but you cannot bring back the hidden lower part once it has passed behind the curve. On a flat plane, the whole ship would simply shrink evenly with distance. Well, it does. There's all these other things that mess it up. Number 3. Different stars are visible from different hemispheres. Remember, these are all scientific. In the northern hemisphere, Polaris appears above the northern horizon. In the southern hemisphere, Polaris disappears, and southern constellations like the Southern Cross become visible. These make sense on a globetard because observers are looking outward from different angles on a curved surface. A flat Earth model struggles badly here because everyone would be looking up at roughly the same sky at dome. Well, that's what we are doing, we're all looking up. Let's just find out. Anyone who doesn't live in Australia, do you look up to look at the stars, or do you look like over to the left or some weird shit like that? It's that bad they don't even want to comment. That's what I love about this. Here we go. Scientific proof number 4. This will be a good one. The angle of Polaris changes predictably with latitude. Wow. So if I've got a flat plane, that there, go backwards, angle changes. Yeah, no, it still doesn't. Anyways, Polaris height above the horizon closely matches your latitude in the northern hemisphere. Near the equator, Polaris is near the horizon. Around 40 degrees north latitude, Polaris is about 40 degrees above the horizon. Near the North Pole, it's almost overhead. This is exactly what a spherical Earth predicts and is used in navigation. Celestial navigation uses measured angles between celestial bodies and the horizon to determine position. Oh.
He means that big long flat line thing that divides Earth and sky. Yeah, right. Of course, it's a ball.
Wow, so scientific proof flat Earth doesn't work. Number 5. Time zones only make sense on a rotating globe. When it is daytime in the Philippines, it can be nighttime in the United States. This happens because Earth rotates, exposing different sides of the globe to the sun. A flat Earth spotlight sun model fails because sunlight would need to sharply light some areas while leaving nearby areas dark. Yet we do not observe that kind of hard-edged spotlight behavior in the sky. That sounds like something McToon would come up with. Crisp edge or a hard edge. Anyways, number 6. Crisp. Scientific reasons the flat Earth models do not work. Number 6. The sun sets below the horizon. Not just farther away. On a flat Earth, there we go, insert straw man, the sun should appear to get smaller and smaller as it moves away. Well, that's what it does. In reality, the sun stays roughly the same apparent size throughout the day, and then drops below the horizon. This is exactly what we expect if Earth is rotating and the horizon
Never
blocks
seen
the
it drop
sun.
below the horizon.
And blocks the sun because of curvature. Ooh. Number 7. Gravity
Oh, he's
pulls
got a
large...
geometric horizon now. I see.
Number 7. Gravity pulls large bodies into spherical shapes. Wow. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, bullshit. Show me.
Well, this is a scientific reason.
Emotional damage.
Exactly. This is a scientific reason flat Earth models don't work. Reason number 7. Gravity pulls large bodies into spherical shapes. Wow. Here we go. Planets
Well, we know it does because that's what happened. right? That's the argument. Well, we know it does because that's what happened. Yeah, but okay, so
Yeah, how else did it form? We didn't see
yeah,
it form, but like it must have been that, right?
yeah,
But wait, is that thing
that's how
even
we know.
all?
That's how we know because it's what happened. It's the most ridiculous logic.
Anyways, I'll read out the stupid that follows it. Planets become round because gravity pulls matter towards the center from all directions. NASA explains that a planet's gravity pulls inward from all sides, producing a roughly spherical shape. A large flat disc-shaped Earth would collapse under its own gravity unless some unsupported force prevented it.
What's this disc-shaped bullshit?
I'd like them to drop in and tell us what gravity is. Anyways, let's go to the next one. Scientific proof number 8. Earth's shape is measured directly by geodesy and GPS. Ooh. Modern geodesy measures Earth's shape, gravity, and rotation with satellites and GPS. NASA states that GPS and other
Oh, it must be
satellites.
true then. That's enough said.
NASA said it, yeah. Satellites can measure Earth's size and shape to within centimeters. That's not just space photos, it's a working measurement system used in surveying, aviation, shipping, mapping, and construction.
Okay, bring one down here then. If it's so good at doing it up there, bring it down here and fucking do it.
Oh, shit. There we go. Scientific proof number 9. Long distance flight routes match a globe, not a flat map. Flights between continents often take routes that look curved on a flat map, but are actually the shortest path on a globe. For example, many long haul flights over the Northern Hemisphere arc towards the Arctic because Great Circle routes are shorter. A flat Earth map badly distorts distances, especially in the Southern Hemisphere where routes would become absurdly long compared with real flight times. Well, that's just because you don't know how to use a map, you tard. Anyways, number 10. Tides require a globe with moon/sun gravity and Earth's rotation.
That's a circular reasoning. Begging the question.
Tides are caused mainly by the moon's gravitational pull, with the sun also
Basis
contributing. Noah explains that gravity and inertia create tidal bulges on opposite sides of the Earth, producing high and low
Cool
tides
story,
as
Noah.
Earth rotates. Flat Earth
Can
models
somebody
do not
please ask
provide.
Noah why the moon's gravity is so powerful it can control entire oceans a quarter of a billion miles away, but at the same time, weak enough that spacemen can play golf and drive around in little buggies while they're on the moon?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
interesting. Oh, we got a new person. Sorry, I didn't see you sneak in there. Welcome, Kenshi Master.
Oh, I just
You're listening.
Listening? What did you say?
I mean, yeah.
No.
How does that make sense? Like, how does moon affect so much, but you can walk on it?
Not just walk on it.
Yeah.
You can do little slow motion space jumps. Little slow
Right.
motion low G space jumps because the gravity's so low. But then a quarter of a million miles away, it can move entire oceans at the same time.
Yeah, and why
Yeah,
isn't it ripping Earth's air away from it?
Okay, but that's like maybe Earth is like pulling back against it.
So why haven't they crashed together then?
Because you need to
Wait,
understand,
अगर
and this
आप
is important, Matrix. You need to understand, right? I'm going to explain to you how gravity works on a scientific level. Gravity will pull things towards the center of mass, right? So the Newtonian gravity. Simultaneously, that same effect actually happens because of the curvature of space-time, so it's simultaneously Einsteinian gravity. And not only that, and this is the important bit, even though you will witness the phenomenon of things falling towards the center of mass, if something reaches the perfect distance, and it has to be just the right distance, because if you go beyond this distance, you'll just float around endlessly in the infinite vacuum of space if you go too far past this distance. So if you get
Well,
to
obviously
exactly,
you can
if you
go a
get to
quarter of a
exactly the
million
right height,
miles.
but if you get to exactly the right height, and in the moon's case, that's a quarter of a million miles, you will actually just circle around the object indefinitely forever. You'll just float around it forever with no propulsion. It does all three things at once.
But how though? Why don't you fly away? Can you explain that?
So let me get this straight. We got
Explain.
all these clowns that claim to have gone around the moon and all this other bullshit. If they're anywhere less than a quarter of a million miles away, they don't have anything to worry about because they're just going to just float towards the moon.
Wait, I wanna ask him though. Like he said, it will just like float around. Why though? Like I want him to explain that. Because wouldn't it just like go away or like just come to the object?
I can't believe they never ever got it wrong once. Never stuffed up, no miscalculations. Each satellite perfectly placed into orbit. Each spaceship carrying humans perfectly like orbited the moon, did a loop around the moon, or they did a perfect landing. Nothing ever went majorly wrong except for Apollo 13, but that wasn't really an issue of what was that an issue of? Was that an issue that would have landed them floating around in space endlessly and never to be saved, or what? But I mean, they didn't. They didn't though. They made it back, right? So it's like not one ever like stuffed up. They've got it that down. Not even in the first one or the second one, maybe. Like, come on, bro. They're just batting 1,000. Yeah, right.
I guess we just got lucky then.
Yeah, that's super lucky. Yeah. And they would just happen to be right about everything. Oh, look at that. Universal Pictures depicted the Earth perfectly. Look at this side by side image, right? From 1997 or whatever. Like, what? Yeah, right.
Yeah, that question though, like that moon question, can you guys explain that? Because I can't think of a solution there. Like, how does moon pull so much like water from Earth, but it can't like stop a guy from jumping on it? Let me just like ask that stupid question.
Yeah, or rip the Earth's air away from it. If gravity's
Okay, but that's
keeping,
like
if Earth's gravity is keeping air on the Earth, right? That's what they claim, right?
yeah.
Okay, right. But the moon can pass over an ocean and disturb it, right? Cause it to rush and have waves, tides. Well, then it should be able to just pull the air away from the Earth easily. Like it's not like water, right?
I'm
It'd
not
have an
not really.
easier time just grabbing onto that air than it would the water.
Your argument should be that the atmosphere should be moved like waves. Like the waves don't get pulled to the moon; they just like they collide with each other. So the air should collide with each other, etc. Not like literally just take the
Well, that's
moon.
kind of an outdated theory of tides anyway, because now they say that the sun and the moon cause an equatorial bulge of the Earth's oceans, so it's like wider at this around its waist, right, the middle, and then the oceans bulge, right. So as the Earth turns, the land turns like through the water, through the bulge. That's what they say now. That it's the Earth spinning, and as it spins, the land moves in and out of the bulge. causing an illusion of tides.
Dude.
Yeah, that's the DLC, man. That's the DLC.
Can you like repeat the last part?
So the sun and the moon cause an equatorial bulge of the ocean, right? So at the equator,
Yeah.
the oceans are bulging. Now, as Earth turns, the land is spinning, goes into the bulge, right? Gets covered up a little bit more, and then comes out of the bulge, and then the water recedes. And then as it goes, spins around, it enters into another bulge. The water rises up. They get high tide, and then as its continues to turn, it turns out of the bulge, and the waterline recedes. Low tide.
Oh, yeah, that's what they say causes tide. Okay, I found the answer.
Yep.
The Google is saying that it's because the moon's gravity acts on a massive fluid body, the ocean, from a distance, while astronauts can jump because astronauts are very tiny. Oh,
Yo, bro, what's up?
Yeah.
but
How's it going, man?
I think
That's
ocean
good.
can't be taken in as like a single entity. It's like it's a it's a smaller part. Ocean is like
Yo,
made up of smaller parts.
I got a question, guys.
Just hold up and like let him answer my question first.
Okay.
Buggy, can you
What's the
explain that?
question? What is the
Like
question again?
that the Google said that the reason moon can pull tides from so far away, but it can't stop astronauts from jumping on it is because the tides are part of like a huge thing like the ocean. So because of its size, it can affect it so much.
That doesn't make any sense because like so the water should have more of an effect on the moon than the moon should have on the water. I don't get it.
I
Anyway,
think the
it's all a load of baloney. Nobody's ever like taken the moon away, right? And watched the waters calm down or stop, stop the tides, and then they've put it back, and then the tides have proceeded or returned to know that that's what's happening. Because that's what you'd need to do. If you're claiming a cause, then you need to manipulate the cause, change it, vary it, remove it, add it back in to see and to demonstrate that that's the thing that's causing the effect. And they're never going to do
yeah
that.
yeah, but they can't like do anything to the moon. It's so big. They can't like really experiment with it. I mean, yeah, and your point of like the ocean pulling the moon, that doesn't make sense because ocean is big, sure, but it's much smaller than the moon.
Right. And why isn't it
Like
ripping the air away?
that's because like Earth is pulling it back.
It's pulling it back. So the moon is trying to get the air to come to it, but Earth's
Yeah,
like, no, you can't have it. It's ours.
yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, that explains it because the then the astronauts who jump on the moon, they can jump because Earth is pulling them too. Oh, it makes sense.
Totally, man. Makes total sense. I'm all for it. Yep, let's go. We're globes now, Matrix. See ya.
I mean, kind of like because Earth is also pulling on the astronauts when they jump on the moon.
The only thing it's pulling on is your leg.
Dude.
Yeah.
wait, what's your answer to that? Why are you like denying that Earth's gravity pulls atmosphere to it?
Tell us what gravity is, and then we'll see if we can deny it or not.
Gravity is like when objects pull each other.
Like when objects pull each other. So you'd have some kind of
Sounds
scientific
gay.
experiment to back this up.
Yeah, you would need an experiment for that. I'm pretty sure there is.
You're pretty sure there is one. Excellent. You just grab one for me, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Oh, dude, how can I forget this? Like the most famous experiment of like the apple falling down the tree and hitting Newton.
So that was an experiment.
That was like an observation at least.
Good start. So the observation was apple falling down. Excellent. So the experiment would be to adjudicate cause and effect relationships. So the effect, apple fell down. What was the cause?
Newton assumed that later that it was the Earth pulling the apple.
He assumed it was the earth pulling the apple.
Yeah.
And so what test did he do to confirm this? That there wasn't any other things going on?
Maybe he like experimented on it or something, but he came to that conclusion at the end.
Maybe he experimented. Well, if he's going to put forward claims like that, I think he probably should have experimented.
I mean, yeah, but I'm pretty sure he must have because it's like a really old theory, and no one
When
has
you say
debunked it.
you're pretty sure, that means you know because you've got some kind of literature that can back this up, or you're thinking, well, this stuff exists, but so there should be some kind of literature to back this up.
Yeah, the, the second thing.
The second one.
Like this stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe you might want to go doing a bit of research and try to dig up these experiments that show what happens. And you'll find that there's not much science around here.
Okay, but that you don't have to know every experiment to believe in something. You can just believe in it. You can just believe in it. It's
Well,
like you can.
at the moment, it's you doing the believing. I'm trying to find out what this gravity thing you keep telling us about, what it is. And you keep telling us about these great beliefs.
Yeah, and why does it get weaker with distance?
That's just the nature of it. That's just how it works.
Why? No, that's just begging the question. Like that's just circular reasoning. It is. Oh, it just is that way. It's
And that's
it's
just
weaker
how
with
forces
distance
work.
because it's weaker with distance because it's weaker with distance.
But that's the nature of things. That's how like forces work.
Why is it like that? Why? Why is it like that?
That's a stupid question because that's just how the universe works.
There's got to be a reason why it's like that, and just not equally, just like emanating out of mass, just as a constant forever.
Even if
Why does it get weaker?
even if there's a reason for the force getting weaker, we just don't know it yet.
And can you tell me, like, how is it doing it? How is mass just being present, like, affecting another mass?
Like the forces between the particles, they interact with each other by pulling each other.
The particles interact without meeting each other.
Yeah, they like pull on each other
Yeah, how? How do they do that?
because it's their nature to do that.
It's
It's in
just
their
their
nature
nature to
to.
do that. That's Ipsy Dixit, bro. That's just like saying it is because it is, and it's true because it's true. Like you're not demonstrating how you know it's true, because to know it's true would be to know how it's doing it, right?
But that's just how it works. Like you can ask the same thing about like why do atoms why do electrons revolve around the atom and not atom around the electron? You can just ask that.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, uh, I mean that's just how it works, and like you can also ask like different questions about other stuff, like why does atom work a certain way and not something else?
What? No, you're claiming a cause and effect relationship. You're saying that this thing moves because this other thing is making it move. How do you know that?
Yeah. Good. We like experimented on it, and that's just how what we observe how atoms work.
What experiment?
Uh, I mean, you can observe it like things pull each other.
What about when that doesn't happen?
When does that never? When does that not happen?
I don't see clouds falling on your head. Do you?
That's because of like
You've got an excuse. You've got
uh,
a reason, right? So you've got a reason for
yeah.
that, but you don't have a reason for why it's doing it.
Okay, but the question you're asking is like very fundamental, so we can't answer that.
Yeah, they're fundamental. Yeah, bloody oath, it's fundamental. It had to be how you understand it's true. If you're claiming that there's a cause of an effect, right, to understand it, to know what's causing it, then you understand how it's doing it.
But we also don't know other things. Like we don't know why electrons revolve around the atom, for example.
You don't even know if that's true.
What?
You don't even know if that's true. It's a conceptual model. That's it. It is. It's just a conceptual model. Nobody's like looked at the inner workings of the smallest amount of matter that you could possibly portion out. Nobody's seen that. That's ridiculous.
You don't even believe in like how an atom works.
I'm not sure I even believe in an atom, friend.
Dude, how can you live like this?
How can I live like what? Not wanting to
Like
accept
not.
something to be true without evidence.
But there's been like several experiments on atoms on like how they're
Several
formed.
experiments on atoms. Yeah? How did they isolate an atom?
No, they were like multiple scientists who like tried to figure out how an atom works, and they were like they were wrong at first, but
They
later they
isolated one and they got out their scalpel and they cut it in half and they examined its components. Yeah, no, it never
oh
happened,
no,
bro. It never
oh
happened.
no, yeah, they actually did. They separated an atom and like they separated an alpha particle and they shot it at like a gold thing, and then they scattered and they observed that. Like the de Broglie experiment, dude. That's a classic. Do you know about that? The de
Are you
Broglie
talking about
experiment.
what goes down at the CERN super collider?
what gets quieter?
What was the experiment again? You're actually quite hard to understand.
Oh, okay. Um, the deep Broglie experiment. Do you know about that?
I don't even know what you said. I'll repeat back what it sounded like. Deprognic. I don't know what that is. That's what it sounded like you said.
Broglie.
Type it in the side chat.
Broglie.
Type it in the side chat.
Okay. It's Broglie, guys.
Broglie. And this is a person, I'm guessing?
I don't
It's
know.
a scientist. Dude, this is a classic one, man. You should know this.
It can't be too much of a classic. If it was a classic, we'd be hearing him twice a day.
They teach you guys in school. They teach people this in school.
Yeah.
Like a gold plate or something.
Yeah, it was like a gold plate.
All right, and he saw little indentations in it.
Yeah. They like observed how things scatter.
He felt it like Braille. He's like, oh, I feel the atoms.
Dude, I mean they observed like how like how the atoms scatter and electrons.
Obviously, there's very small particulates, right? Like there's, matter can be crushed up. We can get substance and crush it finely to a really fine powder, and who knows if it can be divided any further than that, right? But it's ironic that the term atom means indivisible. Anyway, so who knows how small matter can be broken down to? Is there such thing as an atom? I don't know, maybe. But the way they think about it isn't based on observation. It's purely theoretical. It's just a modeling that they've developed. It's just a guess. They're just guessing.
Sure, but they're like pretty sure it works like that. That's the best thing. Yeah, they're pretty sure that's how it works. And being pretty sure is not a bad thing. That's just how we do it.
Pretty sure that's science, huh? Being
Yeah,
pretty sure.
Pretty sure is good enough, man. Like,
Are you pretty sure?
what? Am I pretty sure?
Are you pretty sure Earth's a globe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a globe.
And what do you base that pretty sureness on?
Like the data, the science.
The data, the science. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What data? What science?
Dude, there's like millions of things that was
Can't name one.
globe.
And you can't name one.
Dude, are you serious? Are you seriously asking? Dude,
Yeah, there's millions, right?
dude, do you seriously believe in like flat Earth? Like no
You
joke?
can't name one out of the millions. There's millions. Oh, there's millions of proofs. Yeah. Okay, name one. Dude, you're really asking me that? Like, come on. Yes, I am.
Yeah, dude.
Dude,
I
good
mean,
evidence. Dude, it's
you can
great
just
evidence.
you can just Google it. Like you will find like several.
Just Google it. Okay. Okay, bro. You know what it tells me? It tells me, oh, well, comes between and the sun, the Earth's shadow is cast upon the moon. Yeah, that's circular reasoning. That's the thing you're supposed to be trying to prove by this observation, not assume it to be true in the first instance.
No, you gotta search up the proof of the the proof of curvature of the Earth. You gotta search that.
Yeah. It tells me a dude in sandals and a toga 2,000 years ago measured a shadow and extrapolated a circumference value from that after already assuming that the Earth is a globe and the sun is big enough and far enough away from the Earth that the light reaches its surface parallel. Assumption after assumption, stupidness after stupidness, because that can work on a flat surface as well.
Um, I mean, his assumptions did come into like reality, so he was right after all.
Yeah. There seems like to be a real disconnect between measure a shadow and satellites in space. Like, really? You just like flung a piece of metal into the sky based on the word of a guy from 2,000 years ago who measured a shadow? Really? With a
Dude,
stick?
there were like millions of scientists after him too, who like accepted. They like accepted it.
They accepted the shadow measurement. They accepted it, so it's true.
Yeah, it is true. I think.
They accepted the Eratosthenes shadow measurements, right? Are you talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we're on the same page then.
Double
What, you think it's
checking
bullshit too?
shadows. Shadows still present themselves in a linear format, correct? Do we have any evidence of circular shadows? Curvy shadows? Anybody?
I
Shadows
was
are one. Shadows are one.
I was into this debate like a long time ago, like 10 years ago, and I've kind of I've kind of forgotten all the things that I discovered back then. All I remember is that it's pleasant stationary, but I mean, in my language, maybe I can like still be, maybe I can still sound convincing, but not in English. I forgot all the good stuff. Yeah, I can send you some good links so you can some good videos, some good video material if you guys wanna if you wanna study.
Yeah, send us some game material, mate. Put it in the side chat, yeah.
Where are you from, lads?
No,
Just
from Australia. Lats is too.
Australia?
Lats is my brother. Yeah. Sorry, Lats. Oh, yeah, there's a few Aussies here at the moment. We've got some British folk, probably a couple of Americans. Oh, we got a Canadian, I know that. Yeah, up the top there, 20 cups.
Me too.
Not sure.
I'm Canadian.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry there, brother. Killian is also Canadian.
You're good.
Yeah.
Proud to say I'm part of the British Commonwealth, or we're part of the British Commonwealth for now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, our dollar's almost the same. Oh, I don't know if that's true.
Nah, don't get crazy, brother. We know that the y'all across the pond are holding, or not across the pond, across the other side are holding us.
Do you guys maybe it's useless if I send you if you know who is the guy. Do you know who is the Brian Mullin? Flat Earther.
Yes.
You know who is he? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, he's a engineer who was doing a series of flat Earth videos. Well, he was kind of like looking into it, right? And he did a series on YouTube about it called Balls Out Physics, and he ended up getting threatened. Like his job and his career was at stake because someone reported him. Yeah. So he had to give all that up or run the risk of like losing his career.
Yeah. He was the first guy that I've seen that was using like the valid scientific method to debunk and disprove this heliocentric model. Like he was using the actual physics to debunk heliocentric model.
Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't see his. Who knows what he's been doing on this. In behind the scenes. What more he's learned and what figured out and all that. Like since then, right? Like he probably gets to share it personally with some friends or something, but like he doesn't get to share it with the world anymore. Which is kind of sad. I'd like to know where he's at with it all now. Like, has he looked into it any deeper? Has he made any more realizations? Come across any more proofs or debunkings?
Yeah.
Maybe one day he'll just pull the trigger and just release it and say, "Stop it! I'm done with my career" or whatever. And just come out and make a mad video about it, compile everything he's found.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. He did actually he was a guest on a documentary created by Robbie Davidson. What was that called? Scientism Exposed or something like that. It was a bit of a documentary that Robbie Davidson headed, and since then Robbie Davidson sort of threw in the towel. After Whitser and Jaron went to Antarctica, Robbie Davidson's went, well, that's it. That's the globe. Like, and threw the towel in. Like, he went back to the globe side.
Yeah, right.
Many went back to the globe side. I guess they were threatened. I guess they were all threatened. I hope.
Well, I don't know. They just thought that the Earth was like the AE map, Dave Weiss's app, and because they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, they figured that, well, can't be that then. And just threw the whole thing out.
I think that the sun that we have is not the actual physical object. I think it's like rather a projection of the real sun about the dome.
I mean, who knows? Maybe you're right. Who knows? I don't know.
Find some videos to send you. Wait.
The sky is very mysterious. We experience it. We see it. We see all these things in the sky, moving across it every day. And at night, and it's like, yeah, we got told a story about it all, but how do we really know any of that's true? Oh, those little lights in the sky, they're not actually little. They're massive. They're like 1,000 times bigger than our sun. And how big's our sun? Well, it's 1,000 times bigger than the Earth. And some of them are even bigger than that. And bigger and then bigger and bigger. And they're so far away. They're so far away that the light from it, the Earth is being completely bathed in its light, and all the stars' light, including our sun, right? Completely bathed in it. Yeah, right. Okay, cool story, bro. They don't look like they're, don't look like that. They just look like a little light in the sky, right? I don't know what they are.
Exactly. I'll be right back.
They're giant balls of plasma, nuclear fusion reactor, way out in space inside a big giant vacuum that's ever expanding. And some of those stars, they have little Earths and stuff going around them too. And one day we might find one that has life on it, just like here. And that big star out there, well, sometimes it dims a little bit, and that tells us exactly what's going around it, a planet. And by that, we can tell if that planet is like, has water on it, or diamonds, or maybe it even rains diamonds on that planet. Maybe it's made of fire. Maybe its surface is just all magma. And maybe one is just the right distance away from its sun and receiving the right amount of heat and contains the exact same elements as here for life to exist, and water on its surface and a nice little comfy atmosphere. Cool story, bro. You can tell all that by a star dimming periodically. I'm totally convinced.
You know, I was always curious when I was younger, like when I would hear scientists make like coming up with these theories. Oh my God, if they're like the right away from the right distance from the sun, blah blah blah. There might be atmosphere, there might be water, blah blah blah. But who knows? These other life forms even depend on water and atmosphere. You know, that was I was always curious about how can they be so sure that they are dependent on these same elements like humans are. So yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb to even assume that.
Yeah, right. Maybe it's silicon and acid based, or alkaline based.
Yeah.
About 70. The sky and the atmosphere.
What's going on, guys? I went quiet on you, DJ.
Matter over mind.
I don't get your hopes up, DJ. My friend here is flat earther since 10 years ago. So, yeah. You hung out here before, Dissident?
Long time ago. Not long. I mean, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I was sharing my screen to someone accidentally. Scrolled over some nudie. Someone reported me, and I got banned. And now I made a new profile, new account.
Mama. Yeah. You've been on our home server?
Which one?
Our home server. Like,
No,
we've
no,
got
no.
a server. Yeah. We've got a server.
You can
I mean,
send me. I'll gladly join.
Yeah, or you can click on the profile of one of the YouTube bots at the top there. I think. Yeah, links in there. Discord GG/Flat Earth.
Let me see.
Another D in the house. There's no J there.
Yeah, I joined. Nice. This was some sign from the above. I joined here just to practice my English since I didn't talk in English for a long time and it's a bit rubbish and rusty now. And the first channel I see on this public Discord is 24/7 Flat Earth. I thought it's some. I thought
yeah.
I thought it's a bunch of trolls or something. I thought it's a troll channel. Actually, it's real.
Yeah, you probably encountered us here back probably about 3 years ago actually, and Box Ops was running it I think back then, and then we left. I don't know what happened. It was like I don't know something anyway, and then we ended up starting a channel in politics server, and then Vivek reached out to us and asked us to come back over here, and so we all migrated here too. So now we're sort of like spread over three servers now, and we're here a lot. We're in here a lot. So sometimes you might see it quite empty, not many people in here. We're probably somewhere else. It's possible, or sometimes we're just all absent. I guess we've all got lives, but yeah. So yeah, we're either on the home server, politics server, or this server.
Which was can you can you link me with that politics server as well so I can join there?
Yeah, hang on.
Just invite me add me to friend list or something anyway. or send me public chat.
That one is also in the bot description, but I can send you an
Yeah,
invite.
okay. Yeah, no worries, I'll find. Wait, I'll try to find.
You do it? Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Discord politics. I found. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, it gets pretty can get pretty busy in here too. Yep. Yeah, a lot of lengthy conversation goes on.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Glad to hear that.
Just quiet at the moment, but it'll pick up later for sure. I'd say, especially if DJ starts an event or something. Yeah, see, we're here. DJ's posted the stats for our channel.
Yeah.
In this top voice activity.
Yeah. How old are you? Just informatively, you're like in your 30s, right?
Me?
Yeah.
And then some.
I didn't hear. What did you do? I didn't. Can you come again?
I said, and then some. So keep going.
Yeah.
Couple of decades on top of that.
Okay.
Yeah, some of the guys here, they really know their stuff. They've looked right into things and pretty much have their expertises, and because you got to be prepared for some of these guys that come in and think that they know everything about the globe. Most people don't.
I know.
Most people don't. But you get a few that think they do.
That's in there. Yeah. They're always like this, like they're arrogant and actually empty-minded. Yeah, I know. It was always like this.
Yeah.
Never use
Look,
Discord. Never use Discord.
when these guys get into like the nitty gritty stuff and the math and all that, it's just like it leaves me behind. But it's good that these guys are up to speed on it all. I do my best to keep up, but yeah.
I've never used Discord before to discuss this stuff. I mean, rarely, but I've never found the actual channel that was specified or server that is specified for flat earth debate. I was only using like some forums on Reddit, and I was watching YouTube. So, but glad to know that this even exists up to this date.
Yeah, man. Like, if you ever want some listening content, just go to the YouTube channels of one of those two YouTube bots, and all the lives that have like going back. Well, I'm not sure. So some of those one of those channels is like a replacement channel for one that got taken down, I think. So I'm not sure how much is actually stored on YouTube going back, but like there's hundreds of hours of content recorded.
I could feel I could feel that coming, like when I was active in this, like 2016, 2017. I could feel that all the material is gonna be deleted, removed, like one day. So I downloaded all the stuff to my PC. Like I also have hundreds of hours of videos stored on
Awesome.
PC.
Yeah. Awesome. Because some stuff has gone, like, and got taken down. And if it wasn't for people doing that, what you did, you know, mirroring it and all that, yeah, it wouldn't be around still.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people found, like, after 2017, things got pretty rough. And on, you know,
Yeah.
as far as YouTube censorship goes, and then come 2020, right? You know what happened then? We won't talk about it, but YouTube got really like hard, and some people, you know, on on the flat Earth side were speaking, you know, like dissidents, right? Your namesake, right? Yeah. So and a lot of those channels got deleted, yeah, or like disabled for a long time. And only like, I know one guy's only just recently got his channel back after a few years, and he had like, and it, I'm not sure how much of his stuff he lost or whether it was all preserved, but yeah, it was years until he got it back, and he's up and running again on that channel. I'm not sure if he made a different channel, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, that's what people were finding themselves having to do, was make new channels because their old one got deleted and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were in the beginning they were shadow banning all the good stuff, but yeah, then that hard censorship started going on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, after that happened, a lot of them moved over to other platforms like BitChute and all that. Yeah, places like Rumble. I think Helio actually streams to Rumble. Pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
So this is getting streamed not only to YouTube, it's getting streamed to Rumble, and I'm not sure if it's on Twitch or something like that as well. Not sure what Helio's got linked there in his profile, where you got those other links from. But yeah, and Flat Lloyd too, I think, streams out to a couple of places, YouTube and somewhere else, I think. So yeah, and there's Spotify. There's recordings on Spotify from here, from our channel. They're on also on TikTok and probably some Instagram stuff. I'm not sure, like, just how widespread's gone, because like people here, like, they clip. One person focuses on really good conversations and debates that take place here and clips those particular segments and then makes videos of them. He's called who does it? Majan does it, but what's this YouTube channel called? On the Level, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So sometimes you'll come in here, and if it's really quiet and there's nothing happening, we'll play the Hades bot there. See the Hades bot? 83. Like, we can play recordings, like past streams and things on that. So yeah, you'll find that's playing sometimes in here when it gets pretty quiet. Or music too. Like a lot of these guys have made their own flat Earth music. So that gets played a bit. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Plus, on our home server, you'll see the information channels down the bottom, left hand side. And it's alphabetized A to Z, and it's under all these different subheadings. So yeah, you can have a browse through that whenever you want, like, if you get a chance, because there's lots of material in there, lots of video. Look up the top two. There's like red pill movies and more music stuff. Partner channels, partner servers, and stuff. So yeah, and a list of multi media
Yep.
sources. So yeah, have a look around the server there. You might see something you like in there.
Thank you, buddy. You really
Yeah, it's really happening. The active DJ is working on some stuff, it's like some new introductory videos, that are up to date, not like 8 years old with some really poor arguments in them, and kind of just like stuff that we've sort of
Yeah,
left behind.
I should have had a stack made already, but I keep popping in here, and then all of a sudden I've been talking for hours and didn't get my video made. So today I'm gonna stay on mute and make content.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
For an event, what do you want to talk to people about, Tito?
Motion of the Earth. I like that one.
Does the Earth spin? How about that?
All right. Yeah. If you're really lucky, DJ has a server too, and someone might, if you hang around, someone might fling you that link too. Servers are getting
my
quite
profile.
fancy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with the
It's like a library.
Good that they bumped.
It's an awesome
Good
library.
that they bumped.
Yeah.
Really good that they bumped you. This is some God's sign. I don't know. I really never expected to see some flat Earth like active flat Earth debates and channels on such servers like English Hub. Really glad that they bumped into you.
That's good stuff. Huh? Good stuff.
Just pardon my English because I didn't really talk in English in a long time. So yeah, as I said, it's a bit rubbish now. Gonna get some
It's all
time.
right.
It'll take some time for me to get it back on a fluent level.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea. You don't sound too bad though. Like you sound pretty fluent already. Probably
Yeah.
like riding a bike, right?
Hello. Hello.
Hey. What's up, man? Come to tell us about how Earth spins. What?
Earth is not flat.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. It could have fooled me, right? Because it seems to be really flat. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's like the flatness that we observe and measure that makes it seem really flat, like the surface of water.
Yeah, you can cure the water, buddy. Water
Earth
always
is made.
finds its level.
Do you disagree with that, Ralph?
He muted himself, or is he? Oh, he's still here.
Might be a bit shy. Yeah. Maybe shy, rough. You're doing good. And he's gone. Yeah, Alex, I was asking us about how Earth spins. Do you think Earth spins, Alex?
Do I think that the Earth spins?
Well, people seem to think that, yeah, the Earth is moving. The ground underneath them is moving.
I don't. That's not how I depict it. I don't think so.
Moving. Yeah, they think it was
No,
moving eastward.
I think the dome, the firmament is moving. I think that's what I think.
Yeah, I think it's the sky that's moving. I think those things in the sky, they think it's moving because that's what it seems like. To me, it does. I mean, yeah, I stand on the ground and don't go anywhere. It feels like I'm
Yeah,
still, right? And I look
yeah,
around and I see other things moving and the ground not moving.
yeah.
It's a pretty good indication to me that it's not moving. It's funny, people look at like a bird flying and go and don't consider that it's not the bird flying, right? That it's not the bird moving, that it's the person standing, moving. No, they don't think of it like that. They just
Oh, yeah.
go that bird is moving, and then they'll see a plane flying in the sky, and they don't think that's not the plane moving, that's me moving. I'm moving backwards 1,000 miles per hour, making the plane appear to move. No, they don't think that. And then they see a cloud moving, and they don't think that just looks like it's moving, but it's not really. It's really the ground beneath me spinning me backwards, making the cloud look. No, they don't think that either. But then for some reason, when they look at the sun or the moon or the planets or the stars, they suddenly think, "Oh, that's not those things moving, not like the bird, not like the aeroplane, not like the cloud. No, those things are sitting still, and the ground beneath me is moving, making them appear to move."
Yeah. Yeah, I've never approached this. I've never approached this that way. I mean, I did, but not like in such a simple but yet effective way. Yeah, people are people are easy to fool. They're scared of being like. People are scared of being like. What was the term? They're scared to think different. They're scared of being left out. They just want to blend in with the mess. They're scared to think different. But, yeah. When you really take the rough, um, uh, like research, everything indicates that it's flat and stationary. Everything, pretty much. Mhm.
If you've just joined us, you are welcome to open your mic and say hello and tell us all about how Earth is spinning.
It's a question that stumps pretty much all of them. Okay, if you ask a globe earther, why is the Earth spinning, and how is the Earth spinning? What's causing the Earth to continuously spin? Why is it spinning east to west? Right? They 99.9% of them cannot answer that question. And the answer is actually ridiculously just ridiculous, basically.
Well, it's going to be pretty hard when you think that there's a reference from which you could like experience the Earth moving, right, without being part of the reference frame. But you can't ever achieve that reference frame. It's going to make it hard, right, to prove that your experience is just an illusion. Like, trust me, bro, there's a place that you can be where you're not part of the Earth anymore and you can see it spinning. Okay, cool story. I'd like to see that. No, you can't go there. Can't go there. Only an elite few can. Yep. The Earth is motionless, just as you experience. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm back. Was taking some food.
It's a good post, Yoga. Did you make that?
What now?
So you got the axial rotation of 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, plus, as your meme there points out, speed of the Earth, that would be the orbital velocity, 66,616 miles per hour. Then you've got speed of the Sun, 514,000 miles per hour. And then you've got the speed of the Milky Way, 1,300,000 miles per hour. Combined speed of 1.881 million miles per hour. It's pretty
Oh, you
crazy.
can't tell. You can't tell. You know why? Because cosmic distances are so large. It's, you know.
Of course. Of course.
In fact, the more we understand how still it is just giving us more evidence on how much we're not still at all.
Right, right. And the apparent center.
Yeah.
We're at the
Yeah.
center, but we're not, but it looks like it. And it's all moving really, really fast.
I know.
But you can't feel any of it because it's so large. Everything's so big. It's so far away.
They had names for like the section on the galaxy arm where the Earth was supposed to be, way out at the edge. And all that's gone now.
Yeah, don't they say we're in Orion's spur now? Closer to the center.
That was like the Sagittarians, whatever. Well,
Yeah, Sagittarian arm. Yeah, the Greeks envisioned a second, like, larger fire, like somewhere in the universe that is not seen, and another Earth. Some of them thought that there was another Earth that was a counterpart, which always remained perfectly out of view.
I remember hearing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry if I disrupt your conversation, but do you know about this old reality channel? What happened to the guy? He had YouTube channel called Old
Oh
Reality.
yeah. Oh yeah. ODD TV.
ODD TV, exactly. Yeah. He's still active, or like I don't know. I can't find him.
No, he's in jail.
Yeah, I heard that. That's weird.
For real.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea
Apparently.
what the details are.
Uh huh.
We've lost a few people too. I mean, like Bob Nadell's gone. Who else?
That
Rod
nice guy
Skiba.
Mac Parhar. Mac. He's
Yeah,
like a
Mac. Yeah,
Canadian. Yeah.
he was an activist. Yeah, that's who you're talking about.
Yeah. Him. Rod Skiba.
Yeah, I know this guy as well.
There've been others too.
Yeah, they're slipping my mind at the moment.
I feel bad when I can't remember.
There you go. Yeah, thanks, DJ. Yeah, yeah, there you go. The counter Earth. Great fire in the middle. Sun is actually an like a lesser thing than this other great fire in that model, and then the sun goes around. It's like third in line, right? Yeah. What's that one? Sphere of the stars. Crystal spheres, Pythagorean. Okay. Oh. These dotted lines, are they like, what are they about? Oh. DJ posted a little write-up about Pythagoras. What did he think stars were? Pythagoras taught that the stars were living, divine fires moving in perfect, orderly circles above us. He saw them as eternal points of light arranged with mathematical harmony, not distant suns in empty space. To him, they were part of a sacred, ordered firmament, luminous beings expressing cosmic number and rhythm. Pythagoras placed the stars on a fixed, ordered celestial dome surrounding the world. In his view, the stars were not far away suns scattered through empty space. They were fiery points embedded in the outermost heavenly layer, moving in perfect circular paths around us. This outer celestial boundary, the great stellar sphere, was the harmonious perimeter of the cosmos, place where the divine fires were set. Goes on. What was the central fire? Pythagoras' central fire was the true center of the cosmos in his system, but not a sun floating in space and not a globe orbiting point. He described it as a sacred hidden region of pure fire that sat beneath everything, the energetic heart of the entire creation. It wasn't visible from Earth because Earth was positioned with its inhabited side facing away from this fiery center. The central fire was the source of light, heat, life, and harmony, the cosmic hearth around which all the wandering lights, the planets, made their circular paths. In short, it was the invisible divine fire at the root of the heavens, the empowering core of the whole layered firmament, not a physical sun and not an object in open space.
Someone's hot micing.
Seems to be Kashish. Kashish, could you please mute your microphone? I guess not. So we'll have to do it for you.
So there's a branch or a group of Freemasons. They organized an order called Martinism, This was it's too complicated to get into, but you should look up the universal table. Also spelled out universal tableau, like the French. And note the central fire axis on this diagram. I can get into a little bit on what this is. But this is just an extension of the ancient Pythagorean cults. And they tried to infuse it with Roman Catholicism.
The next best thing, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a table showing a gradation of being from almighty perfection, unknowable, ineffable perfection at the very top, and lowly matter at the bottom. And in the middle are realms or states of being that have fallen. They call it the prevarication of demons who decided to take upon themselves to try and usurp the authority of heaven. I mean, this is all taken from biblical cosmology, hijacked. But they depict each of these realms as being the planets. And encircling all of this stuff, and only God exists outside of it, is what's called a central fire axis. It's a ring. But this table, even though it emerged in like the 1780s or something, this table probably predates Kabbalistic mysticism, Talmudic mysticism. You know, the tree of life, the Kabbalistic tree of life with the diagram from the crown at the top to earthly matter below.
Yo, hello guys.
Hello. So that diagram, I think, came after this one, and this one, even though it emerged later in history, I think reaches back even further to Pythagorean cults, which is where, I mean, the origin a lot of this Gnostic bullshit came from.
Hello guys.
Hello.
So what are you guys thinking about curvature is? Like, what does curvature mean? So, and you guys believe in curvature or not?
Curvature? I don't, like, if you're talking about curvature of the earth, I mean, like, there's curvature in the sense that there's, like, hills and valleys that have slight grades and slopes, you know, leaning into curves. Like, there's obviously some parts of some parts of the earth, like, have slope and curves, right? But, like, we're talking about earth curvature in the sense that it forms into a sphere, right? An overarching curvature, and that would be particularly evident on the surface of water, being that.
Oh, I understand that, but are you guys claiming to be a curvature is real or not? Like flat earthers, do you guys claim a curvature is real or not?
Well, we claim that it's not measured, it's not observed or measured, it just measures flat.
It's measurable? Wait, what is measurable? Curvature?
No, the curvature is not measurable. That's what we're saying. Attempts to measure it, right, fail and yield a result of zero curvature.
Zero curvature? So you're saying the world has a zero curvature, and when I measure it, I never find a curvature when I like measure the world surface or like an everything?
That's right.
Okay, but like, I don't know if you guys.
Well, seems to be like in like within the last 10 years or a little bit more. So technology advanced. You know, photographic technology, lens technology, and you know, being incorporated with
Okay, but like I
you know,
see you guys are measuring things with the laser, true, right?
yes,
Laser,
the lasers.
laser
Is
sabers, or
this?
like what do you guys call it?
Yeah, there's laser tests. Who is this? Is this someone putting on an accent?
No, like no, I'm in the outside right now. So, yeah, but like,
Yeah, there is laser tests. Yeah, they're good. They're good
how about
over
like
over
how
over vast
reliable is that
distances.
laser test? How reliable is that?
As reliable as it gets. I mean, you've got a target over distance, and you're going to aim like a light source at it, and it reaches its light source.
Which is
When
light.
the
So you
when it
say
should
a laser that can be
when it
reached
should miss the
to
target,
another side
it
of
should
the
miss
earth.
the target. No, not over those sort of distances. We're
Okay, then
talking
how you can measure a surface
20,
with
30
a laser
miles.
that cannot go to further, like way further? I don't know.
Because there's a claim to the rate of curvature that should be there at 8
Okay, but like,
inches per
what's the
mile
purpose
squared.
of that laser test? What's the purpose of that?
The purpose of the laser test is is to demonstrate whether or not there is a deviation away from the surface
Oh, I
in
understand
comparison
that,
to
but
the
like,
laser. It's really hard to.
Rajesh, your
It's really
microphone's
hard to
trash,
tell.
bro. You need to fix
Yeah,
your
it's really hard
microphone
to
up
tell.
or
wait,
put
what did you
yourself
say?
on
Who
mute.
said that? Who said that?
Yeah, I said DJ said that your microphone is trash and that you need to put yourself on mute when you're not talking
Oh, I'm
because
sorry.
you
I'm in
can
the
hear
outside.
a
I'm
lot of
sorry for
background
that. I'm
noise.
sorry.
Yeah, the purpose of a laser test is to see if there is a deviation, right? A continuous deviation from the laser to the surface of the Earth, so that with distance there becomes an increased height between the laser and the Earth's surface. Or whether if that doesn't happen, right, and it remains constant over the distance, and the light hits its target at a distance where it shouldn't, because it would be below the laser target, right? It would be below the laser's path. But these laser tests reach their targets.
Okay, but like, what target are you talking about right now? Like, what is the target that you want to propose? You know, like laser test. Like, what is the purpose of doing that?
Yeah, it can be a sensor, like a camera or other sensor, and so that if it hits that target, right, that it demonstrates that over that distance there was no deviation from the laser and the surface of the water along the length of the path. So yeah, over like 20 miles, there should be around about 260 feet of curvature drop, right? So by the time the laser's light gets to 20 miles in length, it's 260 feet above the surface of the Earth. But that's not what happens. So, do you think the Earth is spinning, Rajesh? Oh, sorry, Rajesh.
I thought that was DJ at first.
Hello, Rajesh. He's gone. Busy. Hard at work. Never mind. Maybe someone else will pipe up. Maybe Max will tell us about the Earth. What do you say, Max? Or Valtaris. Valtaris is back.
Yo, what's up? How you doing?
All right. Are you here to tell us about how the Earth spins?
No, I'm just listening to Rajesh.
You're listening to
He
Rajesh?
seems,
He's not saying anything. He's gone quiet.
yeah, I mean, it seems like he's going, he has a tough life.
He's working outdoors, digging trenches, all that stuff.
Yeah, while we're like home, comfortable. Earning money from where we sit. It's crazy.
When Neil drop in, he's probably thinking, they're talking about lasers again. I'm hopeless at putting on those Jersey accents or wherever it is. Yeah, he was like, heard me talking about lasers, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm out of here." Just tell him Earth measures flat elevation angle measurements. Maybe that's what he was thinking.
Because those guys don't actually engage with globe earthers. When they try to pull those types of arguments with the globe earthers, it doesn't get anywhere. It's useless.
I can take an elevation angle from on top of mountain, over valleys, to hills. I can take elevation angles on curving surfaces all day long.
What if you're
And
on a
then just
plane
assume,
and there's no horizon? There's no horizon in sight. It's just a cloud deck under you. You can still do it, right?
Yeah, I don't even have
Yeah.
to see the horizon.
Exactly.
Now, the question is how does that elevation angle determine whether or not there's a curve in front of me if I'm just using a bubble sextant from a submarine under the ocean near the floor of the ocean itself? You know what I mean? Like the elevation angle itself does not prove the topology of Earth. They assert that sea level is horizontal, but that's begging the question. We're trying to prove that that is in fact happening. And in order to get there, we need to actually measure the distance along with the
Earth's
angle.
flat.
Someone joined in there? Dylan? Oh, Dylan.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, what's
You're
on?
back again.
I'm back here again. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm back again after the shit show we saw of this supposedly new moon landing. Crazy, bro. They didn't even show a picture. Like, just let on the live stream. Just take the cam to the window so we can see, outside. Apparently, it takes too much bandwidth. So, yeah.
Too much bandwidth. Yeah, damn. They didn't take enough bandwidth with them.
Yeah, exactly. It was just too much. It wasn't enough.
That's what it is. It's always the bandwidth. Yeah, yeah.
It is
Damn
always
it.
something, Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how hard would it have been instead of that fake picture they took? Just do when they are doing the fucking live stream, take the cam, put it close to the window, and let us see. That's all we ask about, right? But no.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're on the Earth, we can zoom into the moon with a cheap camera, right? Like $1,000 camera. We can zoom in, we can pan up to the top of the moon, we can see craters, and then we
Yeah.
can pan down to the bottom of the moon. We can see upside down craters.
I am
People were
sure.
expecting
Okay.
someone to zoom in on the Earth and actually show us the Earth from space, right? Like zoom in on some
Tibagi, I
upside
am
down
sorry.
mountains in
Customer
Australia.
just came and I just had to mute myself. I'm sorry, Tibagi. I couldn't listen to you. I am sorry.
No worries, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. Like they could just zoom in. Just zoom in on fucking Australia being upside down or whatever. Just zoom in somewhere.